President Miller, we are streaming. We are dialing into the radio station. We are on air. Your mic is muted.
Okay. The monthly meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Baez.
Present.
Director Herndon.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Present.
Director Peterson.
Present.
Director Phillips.
Present.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Taylor.
Present.
Director Woodward.
Here.
President Miller.
Here.
We have 9 present.
I will ask the Secretary to lead us in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, please mute your devices.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes. Para las personas que desean escuchar la Junta Escolar en español, por favor de llamar al teléfono 312-626-6799 y marcar 978-6513-1550 y presionar el signo de número. Una vez más, ese teléfono es 312-626-6799 y marcar 978-6513-1550 y signo de número. Gracias.
Thank you. Due to the contingencies of the COVID-19 public health pandemic, this meeting is being conducted virtually. Board members are participating remotely and the Central Services Building is closed to the public. However, in order to allow as much public participation as possible, in addition to our normal practices of broadcasting our meetings on radio station WYMS 88.9 FM and live streaming them on MPS website, we are broadcasting this meeting on the MPS YouTube stream, the link to which may 1.024 in order to conduct the meeting virtually and waive paragraph 3A 5D and any other portions of the board rule 1.05 which may restrict or prevent the board from convening a remote or virtual meeting in order to allow members of the board to participate remotely without a quorum of the board being physically present at the Central Services Building. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
I'm sorry, my mic would not unmute. Mr. Chair, we do need a second on this motion.
Second.
I second the motion.
Director Phillips was the first to second?
That is correct.
Please call the roll.
On President Miller's motion, seconded by Director Phillips, to 1, waive Board Rule 1.02, Parent 4, in order to conduct the meeting virtually, and 2, waive paragraphs 3A, 5D, and any other portions of Board Rule 1.06, which may restrict or prevent the board from convening a remote or virtual meeting in order to allow members of the board to participate remotely without a quorum of the board being physically present here in the Central Services Building. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
Director Taylor,
Aye.
Director Woodward, Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Before we move to our agenda, I would like to ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Anita Rogers, an education assistant who retired from Hawley School. David Allen, a building service helper at Humboldt Park School. Demetrius R. Thomas, a King Middle School student. Tara R. Adji, an Obama student. And Lakeitha Stokes, a former Obama student, and Marcus Stokes, a former Vincent student, who along with an adult family member, Teresa Thomas, lost their lives on April 27th. Isidro Vila, a longtime MPS educator. Vera Bailey, an education assistant who retired from Vincent High School. Xavier Dixon, a student at Madison. And Marjorie Scanador, 2018-2019 graduate of Bayview High School. Zarlia Garden, a 5th grade student at Engelberg. Alton Townsell, a longtime educator who served MPS for nearly 40 years. Cheryl Barzak, a former teacher aide who retired from the MTA. Tammy Allen, who retired after serving several MPS schools. I'd also like us to hold our moment of silence for the over 100,000 people that have lost their lives to the COVID-19 virus. And there are 3 individuals across the country that are being mourned tonight. And I'd also like to have silence for them. One is George Floyd from Minneapolis, Breonna Taylor from Louisville, and Ahmaud Arbery from Savannah, a suburb of Savannah, Georgia. All 3 who lost their lives either through policing or through mob rule. So it's very important that we recognize what is happening in this country. So if we could have a moment of silence, please. Each month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors accepts the public's input, both at the committee meetings, through correspondence submitted to the Office of Board Governance, and what's submitted. As this is the regular monthly meeting of the board, however, in accordance with board rules, the board will not take any public testimony on any items during tonight's meeting. For our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachment online, you may do so by visiting esb.milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Now let's begin, Madam Secretary. What is our first item of business?
The first item of business on tonight's agenda is the awards and commendations.
Each month, the Board of School Directors recognizes an outstanding school, student, staff member, parent, or community member for a display of excellence, achievement, or innovation that may serve as an example to our schools and our entire community. This month, the Board of School Directors is proud to present the 2020 MPS valedictorians and salutatorians. Dr. Posey, please proceed with the presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, President Miller and members of the board. This evening is particularly special as we take time to recognize the MPS class of 2020 valedictorians and salutatorians. I would like to offer my personal congratulations to those young people who have excelled in their studies while participating in a wide variety of activities and extracurriculars at their school. You have gone above and beyond as an MPS student and member of the MPS family. Congratulations to you and also to your family for those who have stepped close to you and supported you during your educational journey. You truly make me MPS proud. And at this time, I would like to ask Dr. Patricia Ellis to present the names of the class of 2020 valedictorians and salutatorians. Dr. Ellis.
Thank you, President Miller, members of the board, and Dr. Posley for this wonderful opportunity. I am delighted to introduce the Milwaukee Public Schools class of 2020 valedictorians, and salutatorians. Graduates, remember when you were in elementary school and the thought of graduating from high school seems so very far away. Remember when your teachers would ask, "What do you want to become when you grow up?" And you would eagerly share that you wanted to become a superhero, mother or father, doctor, singer, dancer, teacher, firefighter, nurse, professional sports player, detective, artist, and a number of other professions, because you dreamed of doing everything your heart desired, and nothing seemed impossible or unattainable. What makes today so very special is that because of your childhood dreams, hard work, persistence, resilience, focus, determination, and strong and positive belief in your ability to do anything you set your mind to do, you are being honored this evening. We know that your journey to today has had its share of ups and downs, hills and valleys, setbacks and successes, and times of self-doubt and great confidence. But in spite of life's unexpected twists and turns, you made it to today with the support, guidance, and help of parents, guardians, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, grandparents, teachers, principals, school staff, cousins, friends, neighbors, and many others. This loving and caring community inspired and motivated you, challenged you to autograph your work with excellence, taught you how to rise above uncertainty and disappointments, and helped you to discover and nurture your brilliance, skills, gifts, talents, and commendable strength. As you reflect on precious memories and consider the future, remember that you achieved this goal of graduating at the top of your class because you had a dream. You pursued your dream and you never lost sight of your dream. Continue to fuel the flames that enabled you to keep your dreams alive from your days in preschool or kindergarten to today. It has been a long journey, but along the way, you learned that you had within you the ability to turn dreams into precious and dear realities. Continue to dream big dreams that everyone may not see or understand, for only you can achieve the goals, visions, and aspirations within your heart and your mind. Know that those who truly care about you, love you, and have supported you along the way will always be there for you, cheering you on, ready to lift you up each step of the way, and so very proud of who you are and will become in the years ahead. In the words of Barbara Beckeray, know that for every dream in your heart, we wish you greater inspiration. For every hope you seek, we wish you unexpected miracles. For every opportunity awaiting you, we wish you an extra chance. For every challenge you meet, we wish you a piece of your destiny. Your greatest aspiration is but the beginning of all that you have to offer. So reach beyond yourself and let your heart carry you even higher. Thank you, class of 2020, for showing current and future generations how to never let go of your dreams. May your light continue to shine as a beacon of hope, promise, and reward for a job well done. At this time, we will transition to the introduction of our remarkable valedictorians and salutatorians. I will begin by introducing all of the Milwaukee Public Schools 2020 valedictorians. Graduates, I will state your name, followed by the name of your high school. I now proudly present to you the Milwaukee Public Schools Class of 2020 valedictorians. Brianna Halverson, the Alliance School. Lenitra Jones, Asada High School. Jimena Cornejo, Audubon High School. Brennan Halsey, Bayview High School. Shania Pryor, Banner Prep. Sharifa Bibi Nur Muhammad, Bradley Technical and Trade High School. Leomar Navarro, Carmen High School of Technology, Northwest Campus. Heidi Perez Rodriguez, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, South Campus. Rosa Isela Santoya Marcial, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, Southeast Campus. Hasabna Salgado, Grandview High School. Vondell Moore, Groppe High School. Sanaya Tariq, Hamilton High School. Zoe Elko, King International High School. Jane Kylander, King International High School. Avery Ponto, King International High School. Melina Keelis, King International High School. Estela Ramirez, King International High School. Oliver Schmidt, King International High School. Emma Schenkenberg, King International High School. Lucille Steffes, King International High School. Rihanna Harris, Ladd Lake Synergy. Acacia Steele, McDowell Montessori School. Rosie Jefferson, Madison Academic Campus. Loretta Allen, Milwaukee Community Cyber High School. Elijah Prather, Meyer High School. Anna Krakow, Milwaukee High School of the Arts. Anja Arnhold, Milwaukee School of Languages. David Olatunji, Milwaukee Marshall High School. Aaliyah Rave, North Division High School. Desiree Johnson, Nova High School. Madison Today, Obama School of Technical Education. Adrian Munentag, Pulaski High School. Maxwell Ehlers, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Hannah Galvan, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Trinity Mansky, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Sandra Martinez, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Eliza Passot, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Raquel Rojano, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Mateo Vega Rivera, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Ariana Velos, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Rehana Zayani, Reagan College Preparatory High School. Arlinda Yang, Riverside University High School. Noor Al-Zuhaidi, South Division High School. Carolyn Ross Staples, Transition High School. Samaya Hickman, Vincent High School. Tanja McNeil, Washington School of IT, and Timothy Lohr, Wisconsin Conservatory of Lifelong Learning. Let's give our superb valedictorians a thunderous and enthusiastic round of applause. Now we will transition to recognizing the Milwaukee Public Schools Class of 2020 salutatorians. Salutatorians, I will state your name, followed by the name of your high school. I now proudly introduce to you the Milwaukee Public Schools Class of 2020 salutatorians. Maya Stanley, the Alliance School. Kelila Morgan, Asada High School. Elizabeth Otto, Audubon High School. Mia Morrison, Bayview High School. Alicia McGregor, Banner Prep. Kenyatte Parks, Bradley Technology and Trade High School. Sunny Wynn, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, Northwest Campus. Guadalupe Gomez Soto, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, South Campus. Cameron Stockwell, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, Southeast Campus. Keisha Cologne, Carmen High School of Science and Technology, Southeast Campus. Eric Daniel Medina, Grandview High School. Armani Johnson, Grappi High School. Jacqueline Perez Salazar, Hamilton High School. Magdalena Lulovich, King International High School. Alejandro Robinson, King International High School. Dylan Blaha, Lad Lake Synergy. Elena Whitson, McDowell Montessori School. Linda Zhang, Madison Academic Campus. Giselle Solis, Milwaukee Community Cyber High School. Angela Sosa, Milwaukee Community Cyber High School. Mordecai Tinney, Meyer High School. Autumn Green, Milwaukee High School of the Arts. Merce Fernandez, Milwaukee High School of Languages. Michaela Malik Hamilton, Milwaukee Marshall High School. Essence Rawls, North Division High School. Miracle Walker, Nova High School. D. Unique Davis, Obama School of Technical Education. Umar Nur Ali, Pulaski High School. Neri Tao, Riverside University High School. Su San Nalela So, South Division High School. Diamond Lockett, Transition High School. Michaela Reed, Vincent High School. Hawa Muhammad, Washington School of IT. And Shekinah Jones, Wisconsin Conservatory of Lifelong Learning. Let's give our amazing salutatorians an enthusiastic and heartfelt round of applause. Valedictorians and salutatorians, we celebrate you for your outstanding accomplishments. May your dreams, goals, and aspirations continue to lead you on a courageous journey of excellence, success, and hope. We cannot wait to see what you will accomplish next. Virtual hugs and congratulations to each of you. Thank you.
Thank you for those wonderful comments. Would board members wish to comment to our graduates? Director Phillips.
Thank you, President Miller. I just wanted to take the time to congratulate all of the graduates, and especially those that were just mentioned that worked so hard to be graduating at the top of their class. I hope you're finding ways to celebrate, and you're the reason that so many of us do this work, because we know that you're the ones that are going to take our places, hopefully sooner than later. So thank you.
Dr. Mann, is anyone else in the queue?
I do not see any other hands raised to speak on this item.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item of business. The COVID-19 pandemic has sadly resulted in a lot of disappointment for our graduates and their families. So much of the tradition end of school year fanfare has been canceled or reimagined. The fact that we are unable to bring together our valedictorians on a central stage for a formal recognition is one of many traditions that we have foregone this year. While having one's name read off on a list is not the same as being able to recognize and be recognized in front of a packed auditorium. I hope all of the students whose names were announced tonight know that the board is proud of their hard work and the examples they have set for their fellow students. To any of those accomplished young people who may be listening tonight, on behalf of the Milwaukee Public Schools family, congratulations. And we wish you the great success. Item of business.
The next item is action on the minutes of the April special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. President Miller, members of the board, the minutes for those meetings will be presented to the board for approval in the June meeting.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is a communication from the Superintendent of Schools, and that is the Superintendent's monthly report to the board.
President Miller and members of the board, at this time, I would like to share some information and highlights in regards of my monthly report. Congratulations are in order to Reagan and North Division High School. Both schools were recognized for excellence in the NAF program by the NAF Foundation Network by earning model designation. Only 200 schools nationwide accomplished this. We recognize our teachers and school nurses by celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week and School Nursing Day. We are grateful for your dedication, your service, and commitment on behalf of our students to support instruction and learning. Speaking of our teachers, special kudos goes out to Margaret Rasha, a teacher at Milwaukee Parkside, who was recognized by Chance the Rapper during Teacher Appreciation Week through his Twilight Awards. The program is Chance the Rapper's program to thank teachers for all they do on behalf of young people. Margaret was also recognized on TMJ4 for her efforts in sending care packages to her students during the pandemic. Thank you to the J.J. Watts Foundation for donating new uniforms and equipment to 35 Milwaukee Recreation Middle School sports teams. The donations and equipments total over $85,000. As we all know, there's been many district impacts as a result of the pandemic. As the district, we continue our efforts to support all members of the Milwaukee Public Schools families during this time. Some of these plannings and implementations efforts included the following: closing out of the 2019-20 school year, summer and fall reopening, virtual graduations for the class of 2020, virtual summer academy sessions for June and July, MPS stop, grab, and go sites to distribute healthy meals and instructional materials, helplines, and district updates to keep families informed and provide assistance. This planning and implementation is ongoing in order to provide the best possible support to our students, their families, staff, and the entire Milwaukee Public Schools community. At this time, I have truly saved the best for last. I would like to invite one of our valued partners to join us to recognize the efforts of support that she has provided for the Milwaukee Public Schools education during the pandemic. Ms. Tina Chang, Chair and Chief Executive Officer of SysLogic, is joining us virtually, and I would like to welcome her and invite her to say a few words about the generosity and for the giving and support that she have gave beyond, and also with the fundraising efforts to make sure that our students have what they need to support their learning now during the pandemic and after. Her efforts will touch the lives of countless of MPS students for years to come. At this time, I would like to ask Tina Chang to have a few words. Tina?
Thank you, Dr. Posley, and good evening, President Miller and members of the board. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Again, as Dr. Posley had mentioned, my name is Tina Chang. I'm the CEO and Chairman of SysLogic. I am also on the MPS Foundation board, but most importantly tonight, I'm just an enthusiastic volunteer and Milwaukee resident that happened to know a little bit about technology as we were entering into this time of transition during COVID, and found many of our students absent of technology and/or connectivity, crucial to their continued learning. So if you will allow me a couple of minutes, I will share with you how we got here today and then share some exciting news with you. And then I'll end with an opportunity for a couple of questions. So just over 5 weeks ago, I got a call from the mayor. It was right after a call that the mayor and Dr. Posley had, talking about, of course, the urgent need for more students to have connectivity as everybody transitioned to shelter in place. This was not different than what was happening all across the nation. So we were all very much exchanging notes on what some of the best practices, both short and long term, would look like. We found ourselves convening a small group of individuals to take a look at what some options could look like. We already recognized that there were a number of community groups that were moving with a little bit of speed to provide some great short-term as well as immediate solutions to enable some of our MPS students. But after the district, together with some community members, surveyed the rest of the MPS population, we really recognized that there was a far larger group that we were not able to serve with some of the community needs. So working very closely with Chad Meyer from the Department of IT, together with some friends over at the mayor's office, we really started to activate and negotiate what some good solutions could look like to serve a greater volume of students. And I'm happy to say that not only did we find a great solution that Chad will be introducing to you later on this evening, but as we all know, all great solutions, especially ones that are positioned for good long-term sustainability, they are not cheap. Technology is not cheap. So we quickly collaborated to understand where we could come together, private sector and your community, to help bolster the effort. And I'm very proud on behalf of the MPS Foundation Group today to announce that we had unanimous vote to lead and kick off $1 million plus campaign to support the effort to bring connectivity to more of our students. I'll end by saying that this exciting announcement is, one, just the beginning. So quite frankly, I hope that we can blow $1 million out of the water, which would be good for everybody. But two, to also say that not only am I privileged to be here to announce this fabulous campaign to all of you, but you have many other groups and many other friends, both within the foundation, but especially outside the foundation, that are really having a lot of great conversation to continue to understand how we could increase that pot to serve more students for a longer period of time with sustainable measures that really go beyond just connectivity. And that is really about staff and teacher enablement, getting all of us, whether you're students, parents, or staff or teachers, comfortable with this new age of digital, especially digital transformation, and making sure that we are preparing all facets of our district for the next generation of digital everything, so that the technology divide that we find in many communities really starts to lessen versus widen, because as a technology CEO in this town, the technology divide and that gap is not acceptable to me. So this is just the start of the journey, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. I will stop there and ask if there are any immediate questions. Otherwise, we will hear more a little bit about the actual solution later on in the agenda.
Would any board members wish to ask a question? I think there.
Thank you, Tina, for your continued support.
Unless I don't. Director Peterson, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand up. Go ahead, Dr. Posley.
I just want to say thank you, Tina, for your continued support and commitment to Milwaukee Public Schools and its students. You are truly a friend of the Milwaukee Public Schools. Thank you. And that also concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. I really do want to thank you for the hard work you've done trying to connect our kids, create Wi-Fi, create hotspots, do all the things that we have to do. We really need to become a totally connected city, and with people truly understanding how to use technology. It's the age of technology, and you are in the vanguard of carrying that forward. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Madam Secretary, do we have any reports or communications from the Office of Board Governance?
Yes, Mr. President. We do have an update from the Office of Board Governance, and that would be the monthly report on legislative activities. And I do see that Mr. Chris Thiel has turned his camera on. Hi, Chris. And he will be providing that report tonight.
Mr. Thiel.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Thank you, President Miller, members of the board. Chris Thiel, Legislative Policy Manager. In the attachments to this item, there are a couple of pieces of information. One is the letter that we have been in support of with the Council of the Great City Schools as we work on the HEROES Act at the federal level. One of the other pieces of information is actually a letter signed by 28 U.S. senators, including Senator Tammy Baldwin, addressed to Majority Leader McConnell, making clear, and it's a bipartisan letter, making clear that more funds are needed in the HEROES Act than actually in the first draft. And then the third item that you have there is a PowerPoint presentation that was actually provided to the Wisconsin Public Education Network by the Learning Policy Institute, as they kind of have been in the lead making the estimates of potential costs as we deal with the financial implications of COVID-19. But I just want to kind of, as you're heading into the rest of the meeting this evening, provide for you and the public some context about where we are in the state calendar and where we are as school districts, not only ours, are preparing their budgets, and how that all kind of combines with what we are trying to secure at the federal level in order to make sure that our students are protected and our schools are supported. We've had a couple of rounds of federal funding. The most prominent one is the CARES Act, which did provide some funding to K-12 education. I say some funding, it provided $13 billion. But just to put that in context, back in 2009, when we had the Great Recession, roughly $100 billion was put in place to support schools. So as we're looking at the fiscal future here, and all the reports are showing that the financial situation is more difficult than what we had then, we know that we will need additional federal support. In terms of the calendar, what we're seeing right now is that the CARES Act was actually passed on, I believe, March 25th. So 2 months ago. So as you're deliberating about the budget, your next step, the next step for all school districts is we pass our budget here, and then you have a final adopted budget at the end of October. As the CARES money is coming in, we don't know if we're going to actually have that in hand until possibly July. So even though that was passed, it was 2 months ago, and there has been some back and forth at the federal level with the Department of Education about exactly how much we should expect. So we don't have yet a clear determination from the Department of Public Instruction what we should anticipate arriving. And then obviously the money has to, be in hand for us to work on that as part of the budget. So what we're looking at beyond that is at the state level. Normally, the Legislative Fiscal Bureau would have provided updated fiscal information, and we would have a memo in hand telling us what our future looks like at the state level. That has been pushed back because of the COVID-19 crisis, and we don't expect that memo to come out possibly until August. And the reason that is because we've pushed back tax collections. So we have a situation where we don't have that money in hand from the federal level. You don't have a secure forecast yet from the Legislative Fiscal Bureau because they don't have the numbers yet. And we may not see that until August. And then the part, we're kind of venturing into conjecture here, but for those who have been around a while, I think as we look at how the state legislature may or may not act, if they do in fact have to make adjustments to the state budget, the likelihood of that happening before the November elections is low. So if in fact there has to be a budget adjustment bill, which is a euphemism, frankly, for cutting programs, not only in K-12 education, but all across, areas of government, cities, healthcare, what have you, we may not see that action take place until November, perhaps December. And then you would possibly be dealing with the situation, if in fact that occurs, where we're making adjustments to try to get the state budget to balance within the last 6 months of this biennial budget. And the longer you wait to make those adjustments, the deeper the cuts traditionally are. So we are trying to avoid that situation by making sure that we get the federal support that is needed not only for schools, but across the board as we have this unprecedented moment here. But all that said, coming back to the action being taken by our school board and by school boards across the state, what you have to guide you right now is still state law as it is in the second year of the biennial budget. You will be making a decision about your budget now, and then we would perhaps hope for a situation where you would have more certainty in October, but that's not guaranteed either. And as you know, and as we've discussed, but is kind of getting into the weeds a little bit more, when you get into the state funding formula, part of the aid that a school district receives is based on its prior year spending. So there is some jeopardy in perhaps not programming sufficiently if it means in the following year it would cause an aid drop. So it's a lot of complexity, a lot of unknowns, And I would imagine we're going to find ourselves in the weeks ahead or the months ahead where people might ask, why are school boards making the decisions they are? And the reason that's happening is part because of the unknowns, and in part because of the nature of the state funding formula. An incredible presentation and gesture, obviously, that was just made here. And as we're talking to our neighboring districts as well, what the phrase we're beginning to hear is emergency remote learning. And as any teacher, any parent would tell you, this online emergency remote concept is a lot different than in classroom. And so not only our district, but other districts are now trying to figure out how you bolt on an emergency remote learning system to traditional education. And what that all means is you have costs related to that going up as we see potential revenue decline. So clearly there is a need for increased funding, and we know what we need to do to avoid the fiscal harm. The efforts right now are hopefully to work with as many folks as possible to pass that legislation at the federal level, and do so in a way that it gets down to our local level quickly enough so that good decisions can be made. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that is our current update.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Any questions by board members? Not, Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. I know you stated the amount of funding that we have already been anticipated to receive. Is there talk about another wave of possible money for public education coming, or to assist?
President Miller, Director Taylor, right now in the HEROES Act, the initial CARES Act had $13 billion specifically for K-12 education. The HEROES Act has in the neighborhood of 60 billion specifically for K-12 education. There are other funds in the bigger package that could come down to the state level, and then certainly we would want to see some of those funds also come to K-12 education. But certainly we know that not only in the state but in our community there are any number of needs. So the state, outside of the specified funding for K-12, would have to make decisions of where to place those funds. So that said, even if we have the 13 billion and the 60 billion, that gets us to 73. As you'll see in the attachment from the Learning Policy Institute, what they are calculating at this point nationally is that over the next 3-year time span, in order to cushion the initial blow and then sustain funding until hopefully the economy turns around, although there's 73 in the mix of the discussion now, they're looking at up to a need of 230 billion. So we appreciate all the efforts made, certainly appreciate Senator Baldwin, Congresswoman Moore and her office have been supportive immediately. But the reality is we are going to need to see those higher numbers. And part of the concern in the moment is without that fiscal bureau document, that'll usually kind of provide the smelling salt of saying, okay, here's what the whole looks like. And if we don't have that until August, what we're trying to do now, and we actually saw really a good piece, informative piece from Aaron Richards, who used to be a Journal Sentinel reporter, now with the USA Today, trying to create that sense of urgency so we can get the level of support in Washington, D.C.
Follow up, Mr. President. Thank you for that. Also, I was glad to hear that you talked about the nature of the state funding. Was out at a community event a week ago helping to feed some of the families in Milwaukee. And a lot of the questions came up as they was concerned because they basically didn't understand. And I think we need to do a better job of, if MPS was closed, is how they looked at it. What happened to the funding for this year and the anticipated funding for next year, and why we're in a
a minus or negative is basically how they was looking at it. So I think we need to do a better communication level of letting our parents in the community know about the funding for public education, because to them, they just really didn't understand how it was money allotted for this school year, but the buildings were closed, but somehow we were still in the negative. So I think even going forward, maybe we need to do more communication piece on that, just so they have a better understanding of how the money is applied and allocated. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any follow-up, Mr. Thiel?
Thank you, President Miller, Director Taylor. Agreed. I think we're not the only school district that's running into that. We are actually working with the Southeastern Wisconsin Schools Alliance, Wisconsin School Boards Association, School Administrators Alliance, Rural Schools Alliance. Near term, we'll hope to have kind of some video messaging out along with everything else that's going on, because other communities were hearing that as well. Schools are closed. What exactly is going on? And we know, actually we've got a tremendous amount of work going on, but we have to share those stories.
Do we have anyone else in the queue? I see Vice President Baez. Is there anyone else in the queue, Madam Secretary?
I see no hands raised on this item, Mr. President.
Vice President Baez.
Yes, hello. I want to support what Director Taylor was saying in terms of communicating to the public. This issue of funding the school system is very complex, and people are raising the legitimate question of, if the pandemic has closed all these buildings, how come we continue to spend? And I think that even though funding issues are very complex, we could probably do a one-pager or a two-pager in a very simple way, put together in multiple languages that can be disseminated throughout the district and that can explain to people why we're in the situation we're in. Second, I think that it's very important to distinguish very clearly when we talk about the state. The state in this particular case happens to be a GOP legislature control, okay, that continues to do things that they had done historically. This is not new. This is just a continuity of what they were doing before, strangling public schools through funding formulas and funding mechanisms. This is not something that is supported by the current administration of the state, as we all know, I hope. And this is not something that is supported by the general public. They approve a referendum, and they approve a referendum based on the theory that we're not getting enough funding from the state, quote unquote. I think that we need to make that distinction. We need to stop this notion of people thinking that the state of Wisconsin, whoever that is, is impeding efforts to try to improve the formulas that we use to do, public school funding. And I'm not sure how to say it any other way. This is about legislature that is controlled by a GOP that continues to push that position, and we need to point that out. We cannot continue, and I know that we have to be amicable and nice and fair and all of that kind of stuff, but no, it will be unfair for the public to continue to believe that this is the state, that this is everybody over there in Madison, because it is not. So I urge the administration to come up, and you, Mr. Thiel, come up with some way of explaining that distinction to the people that we work with in our communities.
Yeah, well, I guess, thank you, President Miller, Vice President Baez. I would, I think it is important. I thank you for the opportunity. The Milwaukee delegation has been fantastic. And in fact, Director Herndon and I were called into a meeting this afternoon with members of our state legislators who reached out and who have asked, what do we need? And they are asking questions, helping to clarify when is this funding coming in? How can they help guide it more quickly? Senator LaTanya Johnson, Representative Evan Goyke, who sit on the Joint Committee on Finance, certainly have been champions of education and have worked on our behalf. And I agree with you. I mean, I think we use the state terminology broadly because it's a bill is passed or not passed at the state level. But I do agree that certainly our Milwaukee delegation needs that support or the commendation and the recognition. And I do think, and I'm hopeful that, more broad, again, the federal letter from the 28 senators, it was a bipartisan letter. Lisa Murkowski from Alaska signed on to it, recognizing she's Republican, recognizing at the federal level, K-12 is important. And I think we have to, as many folks across the board, across the aisle, wherever you may be, who support K-12, getting that coalition built and stronger is important. So hopefully that comment lands where it needs to land, but certainly the Milwaukee delegation has been very supportive.
Follow up. President Miller, follow up.
Yes, please, Vice President Baez, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. I mean, the Milwaukee delegation needs to be commended for its efforts to support public education. Absolutely. But I think that what we need to distinguish is that we have a Milwaukee delegation at the federal level, but at the state level here in Wisconsin, we continue to have a GOP that resists any change related to the funding of public schools. They have done it before the pandemic, and they have amplified their efforts during the pandemic. The federal work that is being done, again, is commendable for those people that signed the letter, but the control of the Senate continues to be by a group of people who don't believe in this. And the uncertainty about funding is a function of that belief. It's a function of that thinking that permeates the Senate of the United States in many issues, not just the funding of the public schools, but just look at how they are addressing the issue of COVID-19. So we are up against a situation that is really hurting us. And I feel that we need to clarify with the public where we stand regarding that and why it is so important to continue to reach out for partners and collaborators and people that support public education, but to make that distinction because it goes to who we eventually elect that support public education in this state. And that I think is important.
Thank you. Director Herndon. Your mute is on, Director Herndon.
It kept popping back and forth. Thank you very much. Yes, I was proud to be a part of that this afternoon. And I agree with Mr. Thiel that they have a lot of questions. And it brings me to something that I've thought and spoken of briefly before, probably earlier this week, is that we need to improve our communications with the community so that they have a better understanding of what's going on. And there are the group that we met with today were very explicit in a couple of questions that they'd like answered publicly. And I will share that with administration at a later time. But I think, one idea I had was maybe an internship of a communication student or someone like that who could really, zero in, looking at what's going on from a different lens than those of us who may be a little bit too close to the situation, because I think we are guilty far too often of making the assumption that people understand or they think more in-depthly on an issue, and that's really not the case. I have learned in recent years that you really got to break it down to the elementary level, especially as it relates to politics and money. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
He's having trouble.
Mr. Chair, your mic is muted.
He looks like he's frozen on my screen.
It's saying unmuted. Okay. Madam Secretary, anyone else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, we have no additional speakers that have notified us on this item.
Are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, we do have the monthly report of the Office of Accountability and Efficiency on monthly activities.
Does the Office of Accountability and Efficiency wish to make any comments?
Good evening, President Miller, Matt Jason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That report is before you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay. Does the board wish to make any comments? Not seeing any, we'll move on. We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at the committee meetings, the board, as it is customary, will not be giving public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. No items of that report has been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside from the AF&P?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, it looks like we were notified by Director Phillips that she would like to set aside item number 9 on school opening and closing.
Are there any other topics that, any other items that people wish to set aside? Director Peterson.
I would like to set aside number 3, action on recommendations of MPS pension plan and retirement benefits task force.
Are there any others? Any other items to be set aside? Madam Secretary, what's the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies.
Are there any items to be set aside in this report?
Mr. Chair, item 1, action on amendments to Board Rules 1.05, public notice, and 1.06, quorum and meeting presence, and adoption of the Board Rule 1.03, virtual meetings will be held for the June meeting pursuant to Board Rule 1.11, Parent 2, which requires amendments to board rules to be held until the next board meeting for action. Item 2, action on a request to approve Administrative Policy 7.45, Arts Education.
Did anyone have any other items to set aside under this? Not seeing any.
Number 2.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Both items 1 and 2 are already set aside.
Yes. With 2 items set aside, Madam Secretary, what's the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Parent and Community Engagement. No items of this report have been set aside.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, what's the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. There are 2 reports of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. From the second report, item 1, action on a request to approve the proposed 3-tier busing model for school year 2020-21 has been set aside by Director Simpson. And item 2, the work session and action on amendments to the MPS proposed 2020-21 budget. And item 3, the informational overview and action on the 2020-21 superintendent's proposed budget have all been set aside.
Madam Secretary, so the last 2 items we will be doing at the, what do we need to do to put those to the end of the meeting?
Mr. Chair, we already have them outlined in the script in the way that they've been set aside. So at this point, the board would take action on all items prior to delving into the amendments and then adoption of the budget.
Thank you. So what is the next report, Madam Secretary?
The next report is that of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. Item number 3, action on a request to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Mother Catherine Daniels Conference Center, Inc. for the University, the KT Daniels University Preparatory Academy for the 2020-21 school year. That item has been set aside at the request of the administration for a technical amendment, and there are no other items set aside at this point.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Not seeing any. I'd like to ask at this point for a motion and action on the balance of reports.
I move approval of the balance of the reports.
Vice President Baez has moved, and Director Taylor has seconded it. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Baez's motion, seconded by Director Taylor, to approve the balance of the reports outside of the items that have been set aside. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Director Phillips, do you have any comments?
Yes, understanding that this is different than our normal meeting, but if anyone has been approved for positions or promotions at MPS, we are so grateful that you've chosen MPS to be your home, and go forth and do great things.
Thank you, Director Phillips. That's very important. Madam Secretary, what is the next item?
Mr. Chair, now we are to the action items that have been set aside.
What is the first item set aside?
The first item set aside is the report of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Item 2, action on a request to approve Administrative Policy 7.45, Arts Education. The recommendation is that the board adopt Administrative Policy 7.45 on Arts Education. This item was set aside by Director Woodward.
Director Woodward, do you have any comments?
When reading the policy, I had some questions about some of the items that were in the policy. And some of the things I would like for somebody to provide me some information about some different things in there. I don't know who that person would be, but I would, the policy as it stands, I would like to know when I see in here about the different timelines for students, like minutes that art teachers would be teaching students. I had a question, then how would that fit in the rest of the subjects, like reading, math, and the arts, and the timing, and what are the times of the other studies that are in this, that would be in the class where the arts are being taught. I don't know who would be able to answer that.
President Miller, Director Woodward, members of the board, Jeremiah Holliday, Interim Chief Academic Officer. As it relates to your question regarding the arts, as we know, arts is integrated across all content areas, but the law also allows for, as well as the policy, for students to have art at individual times. And based with, you see with the policy, is where it lays out the times across each grade level.
Okay, and I also read in there about the curriculum. The curriculum, I wanted to know, how do you do the timing before a curriculum is written? Have you already have the curriculum for arts already laid out? Have you completed that?
President Miller, Director Woodward, Jeremiah Holliday, Interim Chief Academic Officer. The art curriculum, yes, is already laid out. And we have an art curriculum based on standards, and we follow those art standards as laid out by the state.
Okay. And
Director Woodward, would you like a follow-up?
yes. All students taking the arts be proficient in reading. Is that, are we going to be making guidelines for people to take arts, or they'll take arts regardless of what are those prerequisites that you talked about? There are some prerequisites for people to take this art classes?
Administration.
President Miller, Director Woodward, members of the board, Jeremiah Holiday, Interim Chief Academic Officer. As it relates to first, the state statutes lays out exactly the art in the time, and as it relates to what should be offered to students. And so, with that being said, when we look at the individual schools and looking at our policy, it coincides with what is laid out. And we certainly have raised the bar as a district to ensure that our students have opportunities for art, and that they're starting with art at the kindergarten level and throughout middle school as well as high school. So it's not something that's new once they hit middle or high school. So they would have had the learning at the elementary level onto the middle and onto the high school as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? What's the pleasure of this committee?
Director Herndon?
Yes.
Director Herndon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make sure that the notification I put forth this afternoon that there was a mistake in this policy, that it would be corrected before we voted on it.
Could you speak to that, Director Herndon, what the mistake is?
Yes, it had to do with the breakdown of the hours, the number of FTEs that were to be hired based upon the policy, the amount of money that would be expended, because that's tied directly to the referendum. So I had sent that through this afternoon to make sure that that mistake was corrected. That is number 2. On the online, if you look at the online on the agenda, it's number 2 on there.
Administration?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Members of the board? Members of the board, that information was corrected by Budget and Finance. It was posted and also sent out to board members.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, we don't need to take any other action on that at this point, you're saying?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, what's before you is the ARPS policy with the amendment to what was presented relative to the FTE.
Thank you. Okay. Director Herndon, are we good?
We're good.
Okay, good. Any other comments? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Director Peterson.
I move adoption of the art policy.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Vice President Baez, seconded. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Peterson's motion to move approval of the arts policy with the amendment to the attachment relative to the FTE count, seconded by Director Baez. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please. Next item set aside, please.
The next item set aside would be the report from the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation, item number 3. Action on a request to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with
You went to mute, Director Mann.
I'm sorry, technology was helping out. And
so if you'd continue with the recommendation is.
The recommendation is that the board approve the attached non-instrumentality charter school contract with Mother Catherine T. Daniels Conference Center, Inc. for the 2021-22 school year, ending the last regularly scheduled day of the 2020-21 school year. This item was set aside by the administration for a technical amendment.
Would the administration please comment?
Good evening, President Miller, members of the board, Marla Bernal, Communications and School Performance. The item before you this evening has been set aside to align with the memo that was sent to the board today regarding a name change in the contract. And so we wanted to let the board know that there was a change in the school leader's name in the contract before fully executing it this evening for signature.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
We have to just move approval.
Director Taylor?
We're just moving approval of what we've already approved through SASE, correct? Right?
With a change in the name of the one of the administrators.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't.
That's it. No, that's all it is.
Okay. Then I'll move approval of that.
Can I get a second with that? Director Taylor has moved and seconded by Director Peterson. Madam, any comments? Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Taylor's motion to approve the administration's recommendation with the technical amendment of the change to the administrator of the school, seconded by Director Peterson. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item set aside would be item number 9 from the reports with possible actions from the Committee on Accountability, Finance and Personnel report with possible action regarding the FY20 closeout district reopening plan and the summer school and fall reopening plan. Mr. Chair, this item was set aside by Director Phillips.
Set aside, Director Phillips.
Yes, thank you, President Miller, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to set this aside. I have continued to get communications from various employees of Milwaukee Public Schools regarding the internal reopening plan. So on Tuesday, we were shown the plan that showed us that we're having staggered schedules, that supervisors are working with people to allow social distancing, the opportunity to have masks if people would want them, cleaning in highly used touched areas. And I've just consistently heard things that are countering that. So I just wanted to confirm with the administration and with the public that we're continuing to have staggered schedules to promote social distancing, and that we are not, in fact, returning all non-school based staff to a physical place of work next week.
Administration, would you like to follow up on that, please?
President Miller, members of the board, one of the things that we talked about on earlier this week in the AF&P meeting was the idea that all of those things are in place. I will reiterate again tonight, all of those things are in place. I also will reiterate the idea that we do have a staggered start. We have 159 or almost 160 different locations within the district. And what we have been doing is to, number one, to get a staggered start for a number of different offices, and all of the chief's offices have some form of staggered start. But our ultimate goal is to get everyone back on one of the 100 or 60 plus campuses that we do have. There are limited space here at 52nd and Valete, and we understand that, but we have a number of other locations where people can work without and making sure that they have the 6 feet that's needed and make sure that they are not out in the open. All of our staff that are in areas where that is open area, we have done everything around making sure that we have prepared for them. We have put glass up in those areas as well, and we have an aggressive plan to make sure that we have everyone in a situation where they are safe.
Follow up, Director Phillips.
Yes, and I appreciate that affirmation. And I guess what is making I'll say that making me anxious about this is not understanding why we cannot allow people to work from home if they were previously able to do their work. And I know on Tuesday we discussed not having a telework policy, and I would propose that is it possible for us to take executive action as a board considering the health crisis until we actually have specific assignments across 160 areas, just in good faith, so that people know that we are considering not just the health of our employees, but the public health of our city and greater county, considering that people that work with us don't just go home within our city limits, but within the county, perhaps even outside of our county.
Superintendent? Dr. Posley, any thoughts on that?
President Miller, members of the board, it's correct that we do not have a remote work plan. However, the staff that we have brought back, we deem that is essential staff. There is work that we have to render. And if it's, and if we have done everything that we possibly can from a remote standpoint, there are some work that cannot be done from a remote standpoint. And so, and then also when you get into the idea of from a remote standpoint, there are some, if there's, for instance, writing checks, I can't send the checkbook home with someone to write checks on behalf of the district from their house. As far as returning books back and those kinds of things, we have to collect those items from young people. We have to get out Chromebooks. Those things do not happen from a remote location. And so, we have done everything that we possibly could from a remote standpoint, but also day-to-day activity of the district has to be rendered in some form or fashion. And so every job in this district does not lend itself to remote work. And then also for those individuals that have to come here to work and to deliver services, we also have a morale and a equity issue, because you got some individuals coming in to render services while others are allowed to work from a remote standpoint. So I want us to think about that as whatever decision we wager here.
Thank you. And one last follow up, and I understand if other people want to speak to this. So I understand that, and I am hearing the word staggered start, and I was under the impression there'd be a staggered schedule. So for example, I'm a manager, I have 10 people that work for me. So instead of having 10 people within the office space at any given time, I would stagger their schedules similar to what we talked about for reopening schools, whether it be A, B, or having 25% capacity. 2 people are only working in the office on Monday, 2 people are working on Tuesday, 2 people are working on Wednesday, so that everybody is still having in-person time, but it's not at 40-hour capacity amongst 10 people, because that's my concern in terms of like the public health. And in terms of equity, equity doesn't mean that everybody has to do the same thing. It means that, and this is my opinion, that if people have work that they need to do in person, they have to do that, and it would be on us to make sure that they're protected from possible transmission of illness, so that and to me, that means having less people in buildings. And whether that means that we all have to rotate responsibilities, I totally understand that. I don't think it's incumbent on one single person to be the only person that can pass out Chromebooks or be the only person that can do accounting for a day. But I believe that we have brilliant staff and we have brilliant supervisors that can figure this out in a way that's safe for everybody, not just the people that are employed by MPS, but to the neighborhoods and communities that they go back to. So I would once again urge and have the administration and our board consider, how are we really thinking about the public health of our employees and our communities, and what liabilities exist should something get connected because they were in a working environment where people weren't required to wear a mask, where there weren't 6 feet. We have all of these recommendations, and if people can make that case that that wasn't available, we're putting people in hazardous work conditions. So I believe that we can do it, and I'm concerned that I'm hearing that some of the things that are presented to us, that for whatever reason, these are all growing pains, that it's not being seen everywhere. And it could be a very small minority, but that's what I worry about, is that little minority where something bad could happen. So I rest my case, and then everything back to the rest of the committee.
Dr. Posley, if you'd comment.
President Miller and members of the board, one of our things that we make sure that we do is this whole thing around physical space. And even if they are home, we still a liability. When you look at it from an insurance and risk management issue, anything that happens to anyone at home doing remote learning, we're still a liability for that. So the administration is willing to do whatever that need to be done. We're more than happy to talk about the staggered plans that we have in each office. But, and each plan will not look the same because of physical space. So therefore, it may be an A day or B day or whatever the situation may be. I just talked to someone today that had a staggered plan out for 6 weeks on how they was going to stagger people in. Talked to someone that had a plan that was going to stagger people in up until June 12th. So, but at the end of the day, is our responsibility to make sure that everyone is safe, and safety is paramount for me as well. I walk in here every single day and I want to be safe and go home to my family just like everyone else. And so therefore, we have done everything that we possibly could in that vein. But when we talk about essential work, there are some individuals that are considered essential employees and essential work. The city, the county, and everyone else has continued the process around essential work, and we have done no less than that. So, and also I'm held accountable for making sure that people are working an 8-hour day for the amount that they are being paid. So therefore, a steward of the public dollar as well. So therefore, and when I'm asked the idea of give indicators of what individuals are doing, there are some things that truly cannot be done from home.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Madam Secretary, who is in the queue?
Mr. Chair, we have Director Taylor in the queue, followed by Director Herndon, and then Peterson.
Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. I understand that there are certain things that have to be done inside of a building, but I also think about from some of the info and information we've been getting, those that are either caring for their elderly parents or someone in a house with an underlying issue that really just think it's a challenge and it puts their family at risk to come to work. So what are we doing in that instance if they were working remotely? I know there was something in there that stated maybe they can use sick time, but if they was able to work remotely before and now it's the underlying issue of having somebody with a sickness in their house, why would they still have to use sick time or time that they have? Why can't they just continue the remote work? I think that is definitely putting them more at risk. So is there any way that we could determine some of those issues or?
Miller and members of the board, every single communication that I've sent out to staff is a total of 15 of them. It gives you step by step of every single thing that they can do as far as work through that process. We have worked along with various individuals. I've asked the team to work along with individuals. We understand that there's childcare problems. We understand that people may be caring for a loved one that may be ill or whatever the situation may be. We're not taking that away at all. But also, when we look at the idea around vacation time and those kinds of things are time that is earned. No vacation time or sick leave time has been taken away from any employee. And so therefore, now that we are back up and running, those kinds of things have kicked in, and we have earmarked all of the different ways, the CARES Act, a number of different things, as also working on a staggered approach with various individuals. We are doing the same things that we do on a regular, even if there were not a pandemic. That is how we operate, and we have not done anything different.
Any follow-up, Director Taylor?
Yep, really quick, just two things. One, the idea that Director Parler talked about on some type of rotation, maybe that would be helpful. And some of the other emails I received is there were some concerns that some people were wearing masks and some people were not. And for the ones that were not, the ones that were wearing them felt like they were put into a very difficult situation with their health. So I don't know, how do we supervise that, or what do we do for the ones that are and the ones that are not wearing masks? Like, is there something in place as well for that too?
Dr. Posley?
President Miller, members of the board, one of the things that we have done is followed all of OSHA requirements, as well as all the requirements from the CDC, as well as all requirements from the state of Wisconsin and the city of Milwaukee. We're in compliance with all of them, and we have made, in each letter that I've sent out, I talked about face gear, and when we talked about that, made sure that I have shared with all staff the final letter that I sent out to staff, well, next to the final letter I sent out to staff, talks about everyone that is going to be out, amongst others, to wear face. You are required to wear face covering.
All right. Thank you. Director Herndon.
Yes, I'd like to get a little more direct in that this was brought up on Tuesday night, and one of the issues was the lower level of central office, to be more specific. And that's where the information that I've received centers around, and that is the lower level because of certain building structure, building conditions, ventilation conditions, and so on. For example, there being only one bathroom on the lower level was a complaint, and I think that administration has an obligation to try to rectify that, or accept the fact and recognize the fact that the people that worked in some of those areas in the lower level, such as nutrition department, did a super fantastic job of getting things taken care of from the time that the district was shut down, getting the food out to our students, the packets, everything. They were on the front line, but there were staff that were making all of that work. We're working from home. And that goes back to what Dr. Phillips stated as well, is that we need to consider those conditions that people may be coming to work in spite of everyone's best efforts, that they get exposed just by being into too confined places. A lot of the studies have changed because such as the distances 6 feet away, it's being determined now that it needs to be more than that. And if indeed the space in the lower level is tight, very tight, like one of the things that it says is that the cubicles are open to the walkway is narrow, everybody is coming back and forth. And I would just ask that administration really examine that area for safety, that you really make sure. Another complaint was that the sanitation was not being handled appropriately. And if that's indeed the case, I think that that should be re-examined and we should be able to accommodate the staff there. And by all means, face masks should be worn. And I should also say from my personal experience with the virus is that the temperature checks aren't necessarily a good rule of thumb for an indication that people have the virus.
Dr.
That's
Mosley?
all.
Miller, members of the board, thank you for those comments, Director Herndon. One of the things that I would say, we have four highly dense areas: HR, finance, school nutrition services, as well as technology services. And we have addressed that by making sure that it's staggered, that they have different work schedules that are set in those areas. We also have worked to make sure that we have found other locations outside of this building for various individuals to do work. And so that is something that we have made sure that we were able to do. When you talk about the bathrooms down on that floor, there is one bathroom down on that floor, but a male and a female bathroom. Basically what has happened there is that on all of our bathrooms, we have now only 2 to 3 people can go into those bathrooms for social distancing. So that is what we have done around that particular piece. But then that's on all of the floors here at the office. We have done just that. There was a comment about the idea that in the area of school nutrition, we could get things accomplished in a short period of time doing the first part of the pandemic. One of the things and that is a shorter day when we talk about what that looks like from the standpoint of a structure of a day. So therefore, we are now looking at the idea that we have to do building around all of the meals and the various things that need to be done. There are files and things here that are reference checks and things that have to be done within the location, within the district office. So that's the reason we have to come back, because we talked about the unknown amount of dollars that we will be spending due to this pandemic, but also we have to make sure that we go after every single dollar that we can be accounted for when it comes to meals and those kinds of things. And when we talk about closeout, we got to close this year out, and because there are timetables around funding and making sure that we meet all of those standards and meet all of those deadlines. And if we don't have the personnel to meet those, we're going to be in a deeper hole than we are on the outskirts of this pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Herndon. Director Peterson.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that in an organization with 10,000 employees, it's obviously very difficult to keep all things going as well as they are going. And I understand the need to balance people's personal concerns with the need to get work done. But I have heard from individuals who have been asked or been told that they must go to work and report to work. And literally, they've told me they'd be happy to go if there's something that they should do at work, whether it's an extra hand in terms of passing out the computers or anything, but they get to work and it's all solo work that they're doing. And they could be at home doing that and not being exposed to other people in their work situation. And so I guess my question is, if there's individuals like that who call one of us board members and they seem to have a really good quote case about why they shouldn't be, they're not essential, they're not doing the multiple things that you've just described, Superintendent Posley. Is there a way that they could appeal the directive of their superior? Because certainly it's a superior whoever is monitoring or whoever is above the individual that we're talking about, they're the ones to know if the work is getting done. If the work's not getting done at home, then that's an issue. If the work is getting done at home and there's nothing for them to physically do at their work site, it seems to me that there should be some exceptions made, because as Director Taylor, I think, said, everything isn't equal. I mean, you have to look at things equitably. So that's one question. The second, just a few other things. One is, do people who are working, like our building helpers, are they provided with daily masks? I mean, on a daily basis, do they get a new mask, or do they have to reuse them? And then I have one follow-up comment.
Dr. Posley.
President Miller and members of the committee, members of the board, absolutely our goal is to make sure every single individual that have a concern. I've always had an open door policy, no matter where I've worked at in this district. Anyone wants to elevate their comment to me or to the deputy superintendent or whomever, we are open to look at those and to do everything that we possibly can in that vein. The question in regards of masks, yes, we are providing masks. Everyone throughout this building has masks, not only masks, sanitizer, gloves, paper towels, and wipes is the 5 things that we made sure that everyone has. We have been working with various bargaining units to make sure that is something that we've put out there. We have also looked at and ordered an over excess amount of PPE, and also looking at the amount that need to be ordered for the upcoming school year. And it totals out to basically about $20 million.
Follow up, Director Peterson.
Wow. $20 million. That's something to note. I just want to say I appreciated the report that was given to the committee in terms of different options. And I look forward to conceivably having a strategic planning meeting in June where we could go into depth if that's an appropriate place, because we do have to consider all options. The administration has made a big start on that. One thing I noticed that was pointed out to me, one of the things that I don't think is included in there, was the issue of it's always better to have outside classes if possible, but ventilation. And I know many of our schools, some of our older schools, don't have screens or have windows that don't open. And it's something that we should think about. Obviously, it's a huge expense to make those changes, but they might be necessary. So I look forward to working with the Office of Board Governance and the administration and possibly having a meeting in June that we can go into more depth. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We have Director Baez and then Director Simpson in the queue.
Director Baez?
Yes, I wanted to say to Superintendent Posley, with all due respect, you have laid out very well the accommodations, the arrangements, and what have you. But I too, like Director Phillip and Director Henderson and others, have received phone calls from employees that are worried that their supervisors will insist that they have to come into a physical site to do the work that they could be doing from home. These are not necessarily essential workers. These are not necessarily the people that have to come together to put food together, to put curriculum together and other kinds of things, packages together, etc. And it seems like in this pandemic, we have to have a certain level of understanding and some level of humanity and recognition of the fact that we have some employees that have children and who are having an incredible difficult time making, arrangements for childcare. That we have employees that are good people that have done good work, and that can, because of their taking care of people, other people, etc., have some difficulty in coming to a physical place when they can, in fact, do that same work remotely. It seems to me that the message from most of the board members that I heard here tonight is that we need to be understanding of that. This pandemic, as much as it is suggesting that we have to be equal in what we do. Equity really means that we take care of people that we want to keep in our system, and that we want to make sure that the public health is taken into consideration, and that if they can do work remotely from home, there is absolutely no reason why they need to expose themselves and be at greater danger of acquiring contamination that they can take home to those children and those other members of the family. So I would love to urge the superintendent to consider the points that we have made here tonight, that this will necessitate that. And then when you mentioned that you have an open door, and that the the VP for the associate superintendent has an open door, and you will consider case by case. Some of these folks are afraid to do that because they would bypass their supervisor. And there is absolutely no way, nobody's going to convince me that when you bypass your supervisor, you don't get minus points, okay? And you don't get, let me put it this way, retaliation, okay? I'm concerned about that. I've been concerned about that since the very beginning. We have a system of good people, but we have a system of people who also, sort of like embrace their power and try to insist that it has to be done one particular way. And if anybody raises a question of probably doing it a little bit different, they get called in, and they have difficulty in the future. So I'm saying let's work towards a more humane approach about doing this. Maybe we need to come back and do some thinking about this. Maybe we need to experiment with different ways of doing it. But with all respect, I urge you to do this, and to get people to do this, and to get supervisors to understand that the message from the top and from this board, okay, is that we have to be in this pandemic flexible, and we have to be respectful of people's lives, and we have to be respectful of the public health. Okay, so thank you.
Administration.
President Miller, members of the board, Vice President Baez, thank you for your comments, and I will share with you that by all means, that is my model, my example to the staff, and that's the way I lead. I will also share with the board that for the last 8 weeks, we have turned this work around in this district with 50 people. I've worked them to death, and they have come in tirelessly from March 13th until now and haven't missed a day. 12, 15 hours a day. But we have 10,000 employees to share the load. And if we want to have others to stay home, or however, I'm willing to work with anyone, any kind of way that we possibly can. But at the end of the day, anyone that is given, even the 50 staff that's been with me, they could do their work from home as well. They would say I could do my work from home. So I am at a situation where if you want us to pull people back and allow people to work from home and do what they need to do from home, I'm okay with that. But I want you to know, you asked to hold me accountable for making sure that everything is done on a daily basis. Reports are done. This budget is done. It took us coming in here to do those kinds of things. And so therefore, I just want to remind you that, it's hard for me to look in these people's faces on a daily basis and say, keep going more and more, more and more. So I want us to think about what's being asked of us to do. And if that's the case, do we look at more of a furlough plan and go that route? Because we got to save money somewhere along the way. If we're not going to go after all of the dollars that we are entitled to for this year, how do we go forward?
Next person in the queue. Oh, Director Simpson.
Thank you, President Miller. So I just wanted to echo, well, first, acknowledge the work that's been done by the district and the people who have been coming in during this difficult time. And I know it's not easy making these decisions, but I also know we have to be sensitive to hearing the concerns that we've been getting emails and phone calls about, and just, to put out there the things that I'm hearing, I'm sure the other directors as well, is having supplies more readily available. I know one of the letters talked about there not being enough hand sanitizer around. So I think, I understand there are bound to be bumps in the road as we start this process of asking people to come in, but it's really important that we're very responsive and we act quickly to concerns brought forward. I also would ask that any possible way that someone can work from home, that option should be given to them, and not that they have to take sick time or FMLA. But if they truly can do their work at home, for a portion of the time, as Director Phillips had talked about, to allow that to be done, to consider the rotation of days. I just want to, reinforce that I support the other concerns that were brought forth by other directors. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Posey, did you have any thoughts? I mean, I think you did respond to it, but did you have any
Mr.
other
Chair,
thoughts?
I believe Director Simpson is waiting for a follow-up.
Oh, she.
Sorry, I just want, and I did want to end with an actual question.
Like a follow-up. Okay. Please go ahead, Director Simpson.
Okay, sorry, I actually did have one question. Are face masks mandatory? Because I'm not sure if I'm clear on that answer.
President Miller, members of the board, face masks are required. And that is coming from the CDC, OSHA, the city of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin. It's required. And, and the only other thing I would say that we are all in this together, and we value, and we would value all lives. And I value the 50 that's been here with me, just like everyone else in this district. And so I wouldn't do anything to harm myself. I've been here every single day. And I wouldn't ask that of no more than that from anyone else, that from a safety standpoint, to make sure that they are in a safe environment. We're not bringing anyone in crowded areas. Actually, there's a number of individuals that is on this call and all around can attest to that, that's in this building on a daily basis, of what we have done, how we have tried to make life better for everyone, and have worked with various individuals. But yes, we will always get somebody that will say that I wasn't treated fairly, or I want to be at home and I want to do it this way.
All right. Any follow-up, Director Simpson? Not seeing any. Is there anyone else in the queue, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, there are no additional speakers in the queue on this item. And this is a report, and no action is required.
Okay. Not seeing anyone moving to take action. Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item that is set aside is the report from Strategic Planning and Budget, item number 1, action on a request to approve the.
Excuse me?
Hang on one second, I'm sorry. From the same report, Accountability, Finance, and Personnel, we do have item number 3, action on a recommendation of the MPS Pension Plan and Retirement Benefits Task Force, set aside by Director Peterson.
Madam Secretary or President Miller, I had my hand up for the last one. Maybe you didn't see me.
Oh, for the previous discussion?
Really quick. Yeah, I just wanted to know, are we going to possibly come back with an update in reference to some of the safety measures and concerns that were mentioned for the employees? I just feel like, were we just leaving it there, or like we all asked questions and the administrator gave us updates, but I just want to know, will there be another update just to ensure that things are how they're supposed to be?
President
Mosley?
President Miller, members of the board, I am open at any time. If we want to call a special meeting, we also are coming back, shared with you, coming back in June to kind of talk about step by step of where we're going with this plan, as well as the plan for all students when they do return. So that's already on the docket. We talked about doing just that. So that is totally open. But if we want to come back to visit this prior to this, and also I am also open tonight if the board wants to share with me to have everyone to stay home.
Director Taylor, my response to that is that Director Peterson did put forward that he wants to call the strategic planning and budget. There would be a report at that. I also expect a report in the superintendent's report in June. But also, if board members deem it necessary to call a special meeting just to discuss certain aspects of the COVID-19, that is also appropriate too. So we can consider that. So I don't think that there's any issue with getting reports back. I think that that is guaranteed that will happen.
Mr. Chair,
follow up, Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. I just felt like we had left off and nothing was said. If we're going to come back in June and talk about it, I think that would be great. I just felt like we needed some resolve to that last question, amendment, and concern. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Phillips in the queue.
Director Phillips. Which issue are you addressing, Director Phillips?
To Director Taylor's for the item 9.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to note that the incredible work that's been done by senior leadership from Milwaukee Public Schools, especially during the first 3 weeks before people started coming back. I think like around that spring break time, our original spring break plan. And I really don't want the understanding to be that, one, that we only expect that people that are physically present are doing work, and that when we ask people to work from home, that they aren't accomplishing their work. And I would ask that we would have a special meeting with a proposed actual work from home policy to come, so that we actually have a metric of what we deem as possible to work from home, what measures are in place for recording times, how we delegate that kind of work, and especially for the people that I know are bone tired, to give them opportunities because they've been working overtime for vacation. It's like, where is the succession planning? Like, how are we delegating? Those are all very important. And by no means do I think that if people are working from home, that means that they're not working. And I think that's the issues right now, is that we don't have mechanisms to the point of like, what does timekeeping look like? What does accountability look like? And I understand that. That's very difficult to supervise a team one way, and then everything is different. We're all going through this transformation at work across the world. So I totally understand that. And it's been very clear that some people feel like they're able to get their work done and support the mission of Milwaukee Public Schools within their home. And what I'm hearing is that perhaps supervisors don't think the same thing, and that, quite frankly, in my mind, if we feel like people aren't actually doing that, then we're looking at a budget that has way too many employees if we're saying that, there's 50 people that are doing all of this work, and that I just don't think that makes sense to people. And I just wanted to clarify that, yes, our senior leadership team has gone above and beyond. And I really hope that during this time, while people have been working from home, that they are meeting their goals, and that it's never the intent for the work to stop just based on where you are physically. So let's have a special board meeting. Let's have a policy to review and approve regarding telework during the COVID-19 pandemic, because until this public health crisis is over, we need a clear work from home policy that everyone at the district understands, to the point that Dr. Posley talked about, with equity of people understanding what their job roles are and what can be done within a physical building and outside of that building. So that's what I would propose to the school board, to this committee, is that we have that come to the board in the June cycle, and I would determine with the administration and President Miller what the time frame of that would look like.
So I'm willing to work closely with the administration, with Dr. Mann, to organize that and to bring in the opinions and thoughts of all the board members and the administration to actually get that done. Because if that's the wish of the board, it's a good thing to do. This is COVID-19. We have to be meeting to deal with these issues, and so sooner better than later is my attitude about that. So I'm willing to take that. I don't think we need a motion or anything of the sort to get this done if that's acceptable to the board.
It's to me.
Okay. Can we move? Should we move ahead? All right. I will take on that response. Dr. Mann, is that okay with you?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I can definitely work with President of the board and the administration in ensuring that the item is attached to an agenda. It sounds as if the item is already scheduled to be on the docket at a special SPB meeting that will be held in June. And if the board needs to take action more swiftly, a special board meeting could be called on the matter.
Dr. Posley, are we all together on this?
President Miller, members of the board, yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item set aside from the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel is item number 3, action on recommendation of the MPS Pension Plan and Retirement Benefits Task Force, set aside by Director Peterson.
Peterson, do you wish to make comments?
I would, and sometimes President Miller, your sound is messed up, so it's hard to hear you. Just for the record, but I would. First of all, I wanted to thank the task force that worked on this retirement benefits issue. It's important for people throughout our organization, not just teachers, and it applies to many people. I understand that the committee recommended alternative. Let's see. I think it was alternative B, and I don't know if that's automatically a motion on the floor. If it is, I would like to make a substitute motion and recommend alternative C. So if I could get some clarity on if I could make that motion from board chair, I'd appreciate it.
If I could get clarification from Dr. Mann, but I do believe. Am I being heard now?
Yes.
I switched USB ports just so people know what I did. But my understanding is once it's pulled, whatever you wish to do is the motion. Is that correct, Dr. Mann?
That is correct.
So
Okay.
You're making a motion, not a substitute motion.
Okay, so I would move that the board approve a change from the current baseline retirement policy, which is 60, 20, 90, to the alternative C, which is 55, 20, and 70%. And for 55 years of age, 20 years of experience, and 70% of accrued sick leave. And I do so, if I can just say, I don't know if it needs a second. I'll pause and see if that's the case.
We do need a second. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Director Taylor has seconded it.
Okay, and if I can speak to it very briefly. I do so on, I make this motion on the one hand because we need to be really sensitive to our tight financial situation, and on the other hand, respond to the valid concerns raised by many employees. But by adopting alternative C, we'll provide an extra approximately $500,000 for our budget deliberations later this evening, while at the same time addressing employees' just concerns about how a 90% level of accrued sick days at times is discriminatory against women who have taken childcare leave, or others who have taken time for any number of family or health issues. And the other main concern people raised was the 60-year-old criteria. Some of our teachers start as young as 22, 23, and that's I know after 30 years of teaching or 35 years of teaching, they still might not be eligible for retirement. So I would hope that the board would consider voting for this alternative C.
Now, what was
Madam Secretary, who's in the queue?
Mr. Chair, it looks like we have Director Taylor in the queue and then Director Simpson.
Director Taylor.
I'm looking over something. President Miller, can you come back to me, please?
Yes, I will. And I'm putting myself in the queue also after Director Simpson.
So noted.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I would be very comfortable looking at alternative C. It still kind of keeps the heart of the alternatives with the age requirement and the 70%. So I just wanted to, and I agree, it also frees up a little bit of money, which we know is in high demand. So I just wanted to say that I'm in support of alternative C, and thank you, Director Peterson.
Director Taylor, were you ready or should I go ahead?
Thank you, President Miller. I was kind of going in between B and C to see what would be some of the priority differences in that. And also I was going to ask the maker of the motion, which was Director Simpson and President Miller, how did they feel about switching to C? But now that I know Director Simpson is okay with it, I guess my question would be now to whoever can answer it. What would be some of the bigger differences? I know it aligned with the 55 age and the sick time, but and other than the amount of money, what type of impact will C make instead of B in reference to MPS?
So I can speak to some of that. Director Simpson, you probably can too, if that's okay. Director Taylor, if that's okay, I'll speak to some of that. I am open to this also. One of the things that I noticed the other night is that everybody that spoke, except one, made it very clear that they had at least 20 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the other person just didn't say. So 9 out of 10 people that spoke have 20 years. What they were really concerned about, particularly
President Miller, we
55 years of age, the 70%. Am I clear? You can't hear me?
No,
we cannot hear
sounded
you.
like I did the other night. No.
We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, it's through my computer. Okay, so let me say it over again. What I noticed the other night was
Mr.
that
Chair, you are frozen.
The all of this. I'm not being heard. All right. Could somebody else speak till I figure this out?
Director O'Halloran.
Could I hand the gavel to Vice President Baez?
So noted.
Okay.
Have the gavel. Who do I call on, Director?
Director O'Halloran would be next in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. Am I unmuted? Okay. So I want to make it clear that we're in times of uncertainty and that we have, we're in the context of a budget discussion where we have a lot of competing priorities. And so some may question why we are moving forward at this time with something of this magnitude. And I want to be clear that I think that this is the right thing to do for a number of reasons. One, we made the commitment at the start, and our employees have upheld their end of the bargain. I am the child of 2 public employees. One worked for 35 years at the Milwaukee County Parks, one worked for 35 years at MATC. And while the workers made a lot of concessions over the years, they went without cost of living adjustments. They, at the end, were able to retire because that was the commitment made. And so I want to make it clear that this is the right thing to do. And I also think it's the right thing to do because we're in the midst of a pandemic, and I don't want anyone holding on to sick days when they should be using them if there is a concern over, the ability to retire versus coming in sick. So I think that it's the right thing to do. We made the commitment, and I think that we need to make sure that we allow our employees to take the sick time that they need. That's it.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any other hands raised to speak on this item.
Back to the press, to President Miller. He was trying to get on. President Miller was trying to get on.
I believe he is reconnecting.
Is there anybody else on the board that would like to speak to this issue while he's getting it together?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think the administration has also indicated that they would like to speak.
Can we hear from the administration, please?
Vice President Baez, members of the board, the administration, we don't have anything to share at this time.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, anybody else? We're still waiting.
I do not see anyone else in the queue. Director Simpson.
Yes, Director Simpson, please. Director Simpson.
Sorry. While we're waiting for President Miller, I said this at the committee level, but I'll say this again as we prepare to take this vote, that it's one of the most rewarding jobs there is, but it is also very stressful. And it's a great career choice. And, a lot of people we heard from chose to start this 20s, and they've been working hard and dedicated to our district for a very long time. A lot of them we heard from, 30 and 30 plus years, and giving our staff that option to retire if they need to is not only good for our employees, but it's also good for our students. We don't want to be in a position where we're making people stay well beyond when they are just maybe tired. They've dedicated their lives and they've worked hard under a lot of duress in a district that's gone through a lot of changes and has been underfunded and under-resourced, and it can be very exhausting. So I just appreciate that we're looking at this and that we're moving it forward.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, it looks like Director Peterson is in the queue.
Director Peterson.
And just briefly, I would just add to what Director Simpson said, is that it also helps us retain teachers who are in their 30s and 40s, knowing that they have a very specific time frame in which they can potentially retire. I've talked to some teachers and they've expressed concern that if this wasn't changed, they might be incentivized to go to another district as much as they want to stay in the Milwaukee Public Schools. So I think as we take this vote, and it's not only for teachers, it's for administrators and paras and others that benefit from this revision of our retirement policy.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chasen has joined with the camera, so I'm assuming he wants to speak.
Mr. Chasen, the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baez, Matt Chasen, OAE. There was some language that was not explicit in the committee. And while I cannot make a motion, the OAE will sleep much better tonight if the motion contains some language that reads essentially that this be funded with level dollars as set by actuarial review. And that was what was discussed at the meeting, but it isn't part of anything that exists, what came out of committee presently. We had discussed why that was the right approach on how to fund it. And I'd be remiss if I didn't make sure that that was part of the motion tonight. So I just add that as a recommendation for anyone who could make that motion on our behalf.
Director Peterson made the motion. How do you feel about this?
I think we should definitely add that. I listened to the presentation then, and it made sense. I wouldn't want to try to repeat it all, but let us can somebody provide some specific sentence or two that would make it explicit? I think that's important. I think the other thing that is also important, I'm not sure, I just want to make it a note this, that obviously in the process of retirement, the district sets up certain deadlines and processes by which one has to say whether or not they're going to retire for the following year, so that there can be equitable and positive transition for vacant places. I'm not going to put that in the motion. I'm just saying that that's understanding that kind of policy and procedures would continue.
Mr.
Chair?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Members of the board, just so that I am capturing the motion correctly, I believe the motion maker has agreed, and we would need the seconder to agree on the languaging that Mr. Chasen is suggesting.
I agree.
And Mr. Chasen, if Mr. Chair, if Mr. Chasen could repeat that.
Go ahead, Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, Chair Bias, Matt Chasen, OIE. Dr. Mann, if at the end of the motion, it could probably simply read, to be level dollar funded as set by actuarial review.
So noted.
Thank you so much.
Madam Secretary, may I just quickly ask a question? How much money are we talking about here? How much funding?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Members of the board, Mr. Chasen can provide the information.
Mr. Chasen, please.
Chair Bias, Matt Chasen, OIE. The amount that was estimated for this, we had a fully cooked actuarial review for alternative B, and that was 7.93 million. This alternative is less than that. We are estimating about 7.4 million. And again, because we've added the language to the motion, we would get final review of that. On Tuesday night, our actuary, who I will also mention is available for comments this evening and is a participant, has said that 7.4, he has good confidence. It might tick up slightly higher. It might be tick it up slightly lower. But if we start at 7.4, we'll be in a good position. If there's any follow-up to that, or they'd like to hear from the actuary himself, Mr. Alex Rivera is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chasen. Comments by any member of the board? The administration?
Mr. Chair?
No?
President Miller has rejoined the platform.
And am I heard?
President Miller, you're being heard. Yes.
Yeah, I'm hugging my Wi-Fi, so that's what the problem was, I hope. I don't know if you heard what I said before. The other night, I noticed that 9 out of the 10 people that spoke said how long they've been in the district, and they were all at least 20 years. And so this proposal does give them the opportunities that they need. And it's over the next 17 years, it saves $8.5 million. It saves $500,000 for this budget at this time. And so while I want to support the promise that's been made to our employees, I also want to meet this budget, and we have to be able to facilitate this budget. And so I think it's a good way to go. Thank you.
Hello, I'm turning back the gavel to President Miller.
So noted.
Okay. So I was moving around. Has everyone spoken, Madam Secretary?
Mr. President, we do have Director Baez in the queue.
Oh, Director Baez.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. One of the indications I've had from people in the community is that they have the myth that they think that retirement is really only about teachers. And as I understand the documentation, as I understand the proposals that have been made, this is not just about teachers. This is about all employees in the district. And it sort of like needs to be stressed that what we're doing here is in the benefit of all employees, with the possibility that if we understand that everybody will have such an opportunity, the investment is a good, worthwhile investment. And we need to then be able to look at that investment as something that, in competition with all these other amendments, is something that we are putting, it seems to me, ourselves behind. So we're not prioritizing pensions for teachers. We are prioritizing the fact that a promise was made, and we want to keep that promise, and we're doing the best possible to do it in such a way that we incur in the least possible expenditure in this budget. So that's all I wanted to say.
Vice President Baez, I'm going to give the gavel back to you.
So noted.
Go ahead, give me the gavel back. Okay. We're passing the gavel back and forth here, so Director Miller, please.
Director Peterson, one of the things that happened with the open window was we asked employees to notify us by a certain date. And it seems to me that would be something that we'd want to include in any retirement plan that we have, that we return to the same date that we asked people during this past open window to inform us. I hope that would be friendly to the motion that you're asking for.
Any comments? Director Peterson, please.
President Miller, while you were working on your technology, I did raise that point and said that I didn't think it had to be in the motion, but it should be understood publicly that the administration definitely has to set guidelines and deadlines so that there is the most positive transition when people retire. And there seemed to be agreement with everybody. So if you would like it to be part of the motion, I'm sure we can make it as such, but I think just changing the age or the percentage doesn't change the fact that the district still has that power.
Director Miller, follow up?
I would say don't put it in the motion, and let's have the administration bring back a policy to us, and we codify it later at another time.
Agreed.
Any other comments by board members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Members of the board, given that the requirement for reporting retirements would be an administrative function, that would be something in a procedure rather than a policy.
Thank you. Can I pass the gavel on to President Miller then?
So noted.
If you're hearing me well, are you hearing me well enough to
we can
handle
hear
the
you
gavel?
well.
Okay.
Your mic is muted.
I'm a little bit shook up here. Madam Secretary, not seeing any other comments, please call the roll.
Mr. Chasen has a comment.
Thank you. Is it Chair Baez? Matt
No,
Chasen,
he handed the gavel back, but that's okay.
Chair Miller.
Chair Miller, Matt Chasen, OAE. Only because this is not explicit in what came out of committee either, because many things are being considered. We have not actually set an actual implementation date, the date by which this board action will be made effective. I get the impression that there may be an implied July 1st date, but better that we have that concretized here than ambiguity about it later.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Members of the board? Typically, when items are being brought before the board, if there is not a date set, it is set to be effective upon board approval, right? So if there is a date outside of board approval that would need to be established, tonight would be the night to do that.
Director Peterson.
Could we ask the administration their recommendation on that, please?
I'd like to elaborate. Chair Miller, members of the board, Leah Scapter, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. Since this would be a somewhat significant change that we would be implementing, the administration would be very appreciative of a July 1st implementation date so that we can get our pension area and our staff prepared and ready to receive what will probably be some significant amount of calls coming in. Thank you.
Director Peterson, is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Who seconded it? Director Taylor, I believe. Director Taylor, is that acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Peterson's motion, seconded by Director Taylor, which moves approval of alternative C with retirement criteria of 55 years of age, 20 years of service, and a 70% sick leave balance for those hired prior to June 30th of 2013 to receive board subsidized benefits upon retirement to be level dollar funded as set by the actuarial review with a July 1st implementation date. And that is the motion before you relative to the retirement and pension plan.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On the motion as read into the record, Director Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item set aside, please.
The next item that has been set aside is from the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. Item number 5, set aside by Director Seamson, action on a request to approve the proposed 3-tier busing model for school year 2020-2021.
Director Seamson.
Thank you, President Miller. So I wanted to bring this back to the board just because we've continued to receive communication from parents. And the message that I just keep hearing over and over again, and I know we've heard this all along, is just sort of that lack of being informed, feeling, some people were just finding out, this morning that there was this change. A lot of people brought up just the that they missed opportunities to, have their voice heard. And I just felt like that was really important that as a board we consider that. So I was thinking that if it's possible, we could adopt the administration's recommendation of the 3-tiered busing model, but have that start date be pushed back to 2021, 2022. And that would give, because we've talked about the need for this to be tweaked, and that would give ample time for us to, allow parents to have voice. It would give us a little more time for some of the problem areas to be looked at. So I just wanted to bring this back for maybe a little discussion, and to talk about the idea of, what if we adopt it but just push it back a date, which I know we talked about before, but I just did feel badly for the families who felt like their voices haven't been heard.
Administration.
President Miller, members of the board, with that proposal, it will not give us the expected $3 million that we are looking to gain out of the transportation 3-tier busing. So it won't help us until that year. So.
Follow up, Director Simpson?
No, and I fully realize that the money you know, the savings we're trying to see would not come until that year. But I'm trying to weigh that with the feeling of our families of not being heard. And I mean, I would just, you know, I know we have a very long agenda, but I didn't feel right about not just bringing it up for at least some conversation. And maybe one thing that we could talk about just to help me think through this, it would be if administration could just go over how this 3-tier busing could benefit us this fall with the realization that COVID-19, if we do any kind of in-person instruction, you know, I know you sort of talked about that before, but how this could help us if we adopt it now.
Director Simpson, President Miller.
If you could respond.
Director Simpson, President Miller, members of the board. David Solik, Fife-Ferrick.
Go ahead. Address
can you hear me? Director of Business and Transportation Services. Clearly, we are looking at the pandemic and the requirements that are going to be likely put in place for any in-person transportation. As it was alluded to in past discussions, the need to space out students is accommodated in this 3-tier model. It was not directed towards the COVID, obviously, but it did work to our advantage. What essentially happens is we are able to use less buses, and I'll just use the analogy I used last month, is if we had 2,000 routes and 1,000 buses at 45 kids per bus, just throwing random, that's regular ed. It's a little bit less, obviously, with the special ed. When you move into 3 tiers, you can actually do, if you were to just leave 1,000 buses on the road, obviously you could do up to 3,000 routes instead of 2,000. So with the same number of drivers and the same number of buses, I can spread out the distribution of kids into another 1,000 routes, which is pretty significant. So before we were even having the conversation about the pandemic in January and last November, we talked about moving those rider counts from, at the regular ed scenario, from 40s down to low 30s easily. Now, that would have been without increasing any buses. With the COVID scenario, it might be likely that we have to add more transportation needs to further do a spread. Some of the challenges that was kind of described in November of last year was that services are a product of the lack of the ability to attract and retain drivers. I don't anticipate that being easier come the fall for a variety of reasons. In fact, I anticipate the exact opposite, that there will be some individuals that just may not feel comfortable in a school bus with a number of students. So the absence of making a change of this nature is going to create a challenge for us to maintain that fleet. So what this does allow us to do, in addition to saving, to making it more efficient, saving money, in the all student scenario, it does allow us some flexibility when we consider the fact that we may have a bit of a challenge come the fall. And so we did talk a little bit about the do nothing approach, and the do nothing approach assumes that we will have 1,000 drivers on hand in the fall. And to be frank, I'm concerned that that is going to be a challenge for us to implement, given that we don't even know kind of our strategy. And I think a lot of the vendors and their staff are basing some of their decisions on what the states and what the district is going to be recommending.
Director Simpson, follow up?
No, thank you for clarifying that a little bit in terms of how this could, benefit us in the fall. So I appreciate that the board gave me time to kind of bring this back to any discussion. If I don't know if there's anybody else, I'd be happy to hear what someone else has to say.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, if you could give me the cue, please.
You do have Director O'Halloran and then Director Peterson in the queue.
And
then Director Herndon.
Okay. Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I voted against this at the committee, so it should come as no shock that I can't support it again tonight. And I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I believe that it's the right thing in the long term. But right now, I just want everyone to understand that our families are under an immense amount of stress in their personal lives. They are concerned about their jobs. They're concerned about how to educate their work so that they're doing the remote learning with their children. It's just not the right time. And I understand that causes issues for financial reasons and potentially with the scenarios that you just described. But out of hundreds of communications, I would say there were maybe 4 people who were in support of this. And it's just not, if we're talking about honoring families, I have not had an overwhelming amount of support for this. So I just really want people to understand that this is not at all popular. And it's not, I'm not saying don't do it because it's not popular. I'm saying don't do it because our families are telling us not to. And I do want to raise another concern that Alderwoman Dmitrievich just sent to me, that putting the Humboldt Park on the same time with Parkside creates a potential issue with Howell Avenue, where you have a lot of buses at the same time in the same vicinity, along with Bayview Montessori, downtown Montessori Academy, all kind of use that same area. And so perhaps can you speak to that concern? Has that been factored in with the Humboldt Park selection at having it at the same time as Parkside?
Administration.
Director O'Halloran, members of the board, David Solik, Viferic. I have received a number of the complaints or concerns. I'll issue them forwarded to myself, and have looked at a variety of different scenarios, some of which I think are easily remedied. I'll speak a little bit to the Parkside Humboldt Park. There was a point in time when I believe, I'd have to go back, that Parkside and Humboldt Park were both first tiers. So it is not unheard of where both of those schools were functioning adequately on the same bell schedule. There are some opportunities to do some minor tweaks if need be. And one of the concerns that had come up in prior emails was about Elm and Roosevelt. And so there's different ways that we can approach those scenarios to make sure that we can alleviate some of the traffic concerns. And I'll speak a little bit to the Roosevelt and Elm situation. Well, Roosevelt has 15 more minutes, actually 25 more minutes in time in the aggregate, because they service 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, where you could, in the PM, you could stagger their dismissal and not have any adverse impact on their dismissal times, so that you could get your round of buses for Elm, come and go, get your round of buses for Roosevelt, come and go. And it's typically the PMs where you have those issues. In the morning, a bus pops in, they leave, the students depart, and then the next bus rolls up. In the PM side, everybody comes and waits for the bell to ring, and then all the students come out and board the buses. So I think most of the concerns that we have with simultaneous traffic can be alleviated by tweaking some of those end of the day scenarios, specifically when minute requirements are not exact for the grade bands.
Okay. Follow up, please.
Go ahead. Follow up, Director Halloran.
And this is less a question, but I would sincerely hope that we are going to be supporting our families with making their enrollment decisions. I've had a number of people say, and I've tried to forward them already, and I know Office of Board Governance has forwarded them on, and I think that administration is reaching out to these families that they're concerned they have to leave Humboldt Park. So I have enrollment concerns. I just want to make sure that we are prepared to offer them alternatives, because some of them will stay within MPS and some of them may leave MPS altogether. And I think that we need to be cognizant of that as we're making this decision. I would also encourage administration to be prepared to have virtual town halls or some way of bringing the parents together within these schools, the ones that were primarily the big changes, because they don't feel supported. The families don't feel like this communication has been strong. In Humboldt Park, once again, I will reiterate, we have a large immigrant population. People perhaps English isn't their primary language. So I just want to make sure that this decision is communicated, that parents feel at least heard on the back end, and that we're doing it in a language that that families understand.
Thank you. Next person, Director Peterson.
Thank you. I too had some real concerns about the issue. However, I understand that that some things have to be done. I guess my feeling is, one, we should just acknowledge that the district, for a variety of reasons, particularly the pandemic, did not do a good enough job communicating to staff. I mean, not to, well, just maybe to staff, but certainly to parents. And just be upfront about that, you know, but nonetheless, that doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't move forward with it. I think, assuming we do vote to go forward with it, however, we really need an aggressive, assertive outreach plan for all parents, all families, in the language that they understand. We have to make sure and have concrete what before school program will exist at the, I think it was like probably 4 schools in particular that are the most affected. And that we should figure out how we can, at least for the first couple of years, make sure that no one is turned away from those before school programs based on their economic status. And those things should be put together as soon as possible, so that when we communicate to the parents, we're doing more than just informing them that there's a change, but here's how we're going to answer. Here's what we have to offer. Do you have any other concerns? And it will take a team approach. It will take, but I think it will be very important that we do so for the reasons outlined by Director Simpson and Director O'Halloran.
Administration, would you like to make comments?
President Miller, members of the board, the OBG has already forwarded the one request to us, and we have already reached out to that family to make those accommodations. Our goal has been to, if this is passed, to reach out, have a plan in place to reach out to every single student that attends that particular school to let them know just what you talked about. I'll be the first to say, did we do an exceptional job around communication? The answer would be no. Due to the pandemic, it was not because we didn't have it planned and laid out and where we needed to go. However, 2 of the sessions was canceled, the reason why. But we have laid out and worked with the student services exactly what needs to happen with every single family in that particular school community. Not only Humboldt Park, but all of the schools where there's that will be affected.
Thank you. Follow up, Director Peterson?
No.
Then I will call on Director Herndon.
Thank you,
and Director
Mr. Chair.
Simpson after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had Director Simpson not pulled this, I would have. And I think that, first, let me say, I appreciate all the hard work that was done on developing this, but from the very beginning, I also indicated that there were problems with it. I also feel that if this should pass tonight, I too cannot really support it in good conscience. However, I would like administration to look at the fact that the $3 million that we may profit by pushing this forward, compare that to how many students we may lose in the process, because the majority of the documents that I've seen, the parents did not support it. And it wasn't because they weren't contacted or they weren't informed. They were looking at it from how did it impact their family? How did it impact their life? How did it impact their child who may be, say, 5 years old or something like that? And the family having already planned how their students were to attend school this fall, run into timing problems where they don't see that their child can be to school at the first tier time frame. On the other hand, they may have another child who was to take care of this child in order for them to get to work. And that getting to work was the big issue versus childcare being available either before or after school. And I think we're not being honest enough unless we face the issues that families have to face. The parents, in many cases, have to be at work at 8 o'clock. And if their child is either on tier 1 or tier 3, that becomes a major issue. And in one of the letters, the parent said that basically this plan boils down to my having to choose between my job and getting my child to school. And that's really a big decision. And I certainly like the idea of saving that $3 million, and I'm sure we all do, but it's a very difficult call, and I think that if we use the heavy hand to push it down the community's throat, that might not be the best thing to happen. So it really puts us between a rock and a hard place, but I just want to put that forth. We can't ignore the disruption and the instability in the household that this decision creates. It's not simply about traffic patterns. It's not simply the fact that we didn't talk to them. It's the negative impact on the household and the safety for students as well. Because one parent said, you know, if my child goes to school at I think it was 8 o'clock, that means that I have to leave her home to walk to school alone because I have to be at work too early to take her to school like I do now. So it's a tough one, but I just want to make sure we're cognizant of the negative impact that it's having on families' lives that has nothing to do with anything else but the disruption. Thank you.
Administration, you want to comment?
Director Herndon, President Miller, members of the board, I just want to be very clear about the likelihood of needing to very possibly do something with the existing transportation. Let's say we do not pass this tonight and we stick to the two-tier system. There's still a strong likelihood that we're going to need to implement some social distancing. And that could be to the tune of, let's just say 400 buses. You know, we got 1,000 buses right now. Let's just say we add 400 buses. That's 400 drivers right now that I do not have, that we cannot get in 30 days or 60 days. That's vehicles that we cannot get in 30 days and 60 days. And so that's going to push us into a problem because you just can't get that kind of equipment. You can't get the drivers, and we frankly don't have the money to spend on that, even if we could get the equipment and the drivers. So the potential for inaction is, let's just say it's 20 kids per bus at per route, and it's 2 runs per route. That's 40 kids per bus times 400. That's 16,000 kids maybe that I will not be able to pick up if we say do nothing but continue transportation. So I mean, it's a very difficult situation to not act because we're making an assumption that we'll be able to accommodate the alternative. And I'm just cautioning us against that. What we had alluded to at least a couple times was that this flexibility really cuts into thirds that problem. It really cuts us below our threshold of what we have right now currently, which is 1,000, puts us 200 buses below that, but then gives us 600 routes. If you were to use those 200 buses in a 3-tier model, 600 routes at 20 kids per route to add back without adding extra driver and equipment. So I know, we're talking about, well, we don't know if we're going to be in for student attendance, but I have to plan for that. And if that is going to be the scenario that is at least part of the plan, I'm telling you right now, if social distancing is part of that plan, we will not have enough buses to accommodate the need. In which case then, we have to expand walk zones. We have to cut zones, regions. We'll have to do something to eliminate the quantity of students using transportation to offset that expansion, if that makes sense. So totally understand, and I respect the fact that the communication probably could have been much better. But we are in a really precarious situation here in both circumstances, but I feel like it could be very detrimental if you don't do something to alleviate that potential spatial distancing need that we're very likely going to need to accommodate.
Follow up.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Another instance too, and I know all of us pretty much recognize that we have a lot of special needs students in the district. And some of the issues brought forth were by parents who have children with severe disabilities in 1 or 2 instances where the child requires special services in order for the child to be prepared to go to school. I would assume that maybe things like tube feedings or whatever. And the parent is concerned that how do they get their kid to school on time when they're dependent upon services provided for the child to get the child prepared to go to school? So these are just all things that we really, I think we'd be doing ourselves an injustice if we at least don't consider it, of the negative impact on many of the families. But I want you to know that I do understand. I recognize that we've got to make some changes, and I just don't feel that the 3-tier system at this present time is necessarily the way to go, because on the other hand, if this fall where we've got to do some social distancing, I think your estimate that there's 20 students on a bus is probably a pretty large estimate. It might be far less than that. It's not a good place to be, and I just want to make sure that I express the concerns of many of the parents. And I also should warn you that it's my guess that the north side of Milwaukee has not been spoken for yet, so that'll make it worse. Thank you.
Administration, did you want to follow up?
President Miller, members of the board, again, we will reiterate that we have to make some changes, and we've given you our best thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Director, Madam Secretary, who's in the queue? Your mic, your mute is on.
Okay, thank you. We do have Director Simpson in the queue, followed by Director Taylor.
Director Simpson.
Thank you, President Miller. So one of the other issues that came up was the idea of this late in the game, we're primarily talking about the schools that had the biggest time change. Those schools that were, where it was just, up to 15 minutes. I know I didn't hear a lot from those schools. We're really looking at those schools that had the biggest time change. And some of those families, that time change isn't going to work for them in the fall. So, at this point, for them to change a school is pretty challenging, to say the least. And, especially with, all of the uncertainties of fall. But even if there weren't those uncertainties, changing a school at this time of the year, if the dramatic time change affects them that way, it's just something that's almost impossible. And I think that we just have to take that into consideration as well. Some families specifically choose schools that fit their work schedule or their childcare arrangements. So I think we just, to kind of throw their whole lives into a turmoil at this time just seems just really hard. And it doesn't provide them with many options.
Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. This has been a robust conversation, so I'll make it quick. I wasn't in support of it the first time. I won't be supporting it now, but I do thank the administration for all of their work. More of a comment question when we talk about schools like Elm and Roosevelt that are close together, and you guys say there's a 15-minute window. I don't know when the last time you've been at a school during dismissal. It never go as planned. And so if we have some schools that's that close together and we are just banking on 15 minutes, I think definitely something else has to be in place. Someone probably needs to go whenever school starts and just see that will be like a disaster waiting to happen. Like literally, I just came out of a school. And so dismissal time was one of the busiest times of the day. You have families coming, people getting picked up, people walking, buses and things of that nature. So especially for those schools that are very close together, that 15-minute window may not necessarily work. And then it'll be a bigger issue. So if this does pass, that is something that definitely needs to be looked at, as well as making sure we are reaching out again to those families with those the big time change. The virtual conference or something sounded like a great idea, just seeing what can we do to either accommodate them or to definitely hear them out. And thank you, President Miller.
Is there anyone else in the queue, Madam Secretary?
I'm not sure if Director Phillips raised her hand or if,
Director Phillips, are you in the queue? Did you? Yes, Director Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you, President Miller. During our last meeting, I was not in support of this item, but I did want to recognize that without the $3 million of projected savings, and then with the increased cost of the retirement window that we left open under new retirement plan, that is an extra $10 million to be accounted for budgeting. And I did want to say that I am open to hearing about all costs, because at the end of the day, I think as board members, we need to recognize that we're all going to hurt from this, and that there's no way that we can make sure that no one gets hurt from the financial crisis we had prior to COVID, and that will likely happen because of COVID. So I heard Dr. Posley talk about furloughs, the consideration of, do we have salary freezes into the next year, so no furloughs. I mean, we've had all these discussions before on the board, and I would entertain to hear all of those measures to how we get to a balanced budget. Furthermore, we have things like that we've talked about in the past. So I'm not saying no to this, meaning that I'm going to say no to everything that you bring me. I'm just saying this isn't the way that I want to get that $3 million. And I'm open to the other suggestions that are very difficult that you'll have to bring to this board, because we've already had different priorities come up.
Do you have a response to that, administration?
President Miller, members of the board, we are open. We are open to the decision around this particular piece. I will tell you that looking at the amendments that are before us and the gap that we have to close is going to be great tonight. And we're going to have to cut somewhere in order to get to where we need to be tonight. And what we have done is give our very best thinking This is something that we have constantly brought back. I've been beat up over and over about this same item because that's the only avenue where we have monies that we can pull. We're going to either have to pull it from there, benefits, and in our enrollment as the only three places, the only three levers that we have where we can pick up additional costs. So if it's not taking a look at this transportation item and we can't get around that, we're going to have to, we got basically $11.1 million to recover somewhere along the way.
So, Director Phillips, I'm not sure what you're asking for. I think it's very difficult for us to have a general discussion without looking at the individual pieces. I mean, I don't know how we could do this at this time and then try to go through the amendments. What this does is it does throw a real wrench into, if this $3 million is not accessible, it does throw a real wrench in. But my objective, my call, and I'm going to speak to this, is not for the $3 million as much as it is for giving the administration the flexibility because of the pandemic to be able to have some flexibility to deal with bus routes. What I'm hearing is these families will have significant chaos without us doing the three-tier busing. I think unless I'm misunderstanding what transportation is saying, we are going to be we won't have the drivers, we won't have the buses. It'll be absolute. What we're asking for is chaos. And what I'm asking for is to ease this up to some extent. I know there's families that disagree. Anytime we've ever changed anything in this district, there have been a large group of people, maybe let's say up to 200 families that have disagreed with it. And we've made different changes, and people have accepted it, and we've worked with them to help figure out how to respond to that. But I think if we don't do this, we're going to have a busing crisis with the same level of spending, if not more, than we've always had. So I think it's a real problem. What's the pleasure of? I see Director Peterson, but I'm going to move to the pleasure of the committee after it. I'll take some more names for the queue. Madam Secretary, is there anybody else besides Director Peterson in the queue?
Mr. Chair, that is the only speaker we have in the queue at this time.
Director Peterson.
Yes, I just want to say that I originally voted to not support this proposal, but my mind has changed, even though I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of the individuals who have voiced their opinions against it. And I think there's what you just laid out, President Miller, is really the driving factor in my mind at this point. It's clear that there's going to be a considerable change, different approaches. I don't want to use the word chaos because hopefully we'll get around that, but we should be as prepared as possible to make the next 6 months smooth as possible. And I've been convinced by the presentations that having a three-tier system will point us in the right direction. Secondly, I think there is a financial thing that we should consider. I mean, I know a number of us, most of us have an amendment in that we want to have approved, and having $3 million less will definitely make some of those things impossible. And finally, I'll just say, and I mentioned this at the committee level, that my experience, I've worked at 3 different schools. The last school I was at for a long time was La Escuela Fraternity, which had at one point a 9:05 start time. And we arranged so parents could drop off their students at 7 a.m. And people, adjusted their schedules. Those who wanted to go to the school, obviously, nobody is forced to go to any particular school, but it can be worked out to the benefit of most people. And those people who can't, then I'd say that's why we need the one-on-one family connection, and to show them that, okay, if that schedule doesn't work, here are the other 10 schools that have a schedule that may work for you. So I urge my colleagues to support this plan at this time. Under different conditions, I would agree to postponing it for a year, but I don't think we can afford that.
Director, Vice President Baez.
Yes, I voted for this item at the last discussion that we had of the board, mostly because issues that relate to changes in busing arrangements are always going to bring forth concerns by people who are affected by those changes. I sort of like tried to measure the fact that the concerns that have been raised are not as large as people may think they are. When you consider the whole, when you consider the fact that we are really upsetting the totality of a district in terms of bus lines and how they work. And I feel very strongly that we need to take care of everybody that raises a concern about how it's going to affect them personally in their lives. I think that the administration at the last meeting was able to speak to that in somewhat convincing ways, that we need to do this, and that we will look seriously at the situation of every particular family, and that accommodations will be made so that they are able to access services in the districts and not lose their jobs, not change their jobs. When we have people saying, I'm going to lose my job, can we quantify that? Okay. Can we say, okay, we have 4,000 people that are going to lose their jobs? I am not too sure that we can say that. I think that we are sort of like responding to the fact that somebody said this or somebody said that, and that we do not then want to engage in the responsibility we have as board members to effectuate change. Change is necessary. Busing and the kind of busing that we have done up to now has not, come with a lot of concerns from people that were affected. Surely it did. We've been through this historically for a very long time, and this issue is not new to this board. This has been going on for a long time. In my tenure on the board for more than 2 years, we have talked about this issue and about how we reduce the cost of busing and change the arrangements and get more people to have full-time jobs as drivers, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not going to change my vote. I think that we have to give the administration, the flexibility to do this. But I do caution the administration that what I have heard from my colleagues is that we do need to take care of people and families. And we do need to have some very specific things happening with those families that may be affected by these changes. And that every one of those families needs to be contacted and spoken to, and see how we can help them so that we do not lose them in the district. However, the idea that we're going to lose a bunch of people because of the changes we're making in busing, and that enrollment is going to substantially come down because people are just going to leave, I simply don't think that that is something that will happen. And second, I think that we need to be careful that as elected board members, we are being expected to do some changes in the district. And this pandemic is telling us that we do need to make some changes. Nobody can tell me that they already planned what's going to happen with their families in September. I'm sorry, I just don't accept that. So I am going to continue to hold my support for this item, and I will hope that my colleagues understand that.
Do I have anyone in the queue? Dr. Mann.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else's hand up to speak on this item.
So I'm going to make a motion that we accept the administration's recommendation with the understanding that we are going to work very closely with families, with schools. There is going to be massive outreach to accomplish what we need to do. Can I get a second?
Aye, I second it.
And Vice President Baez has seconded it. Any comments? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On President Miller's motion to approve the administration's recommendation relative to a request to approve the proposed 3-tier busing model for the school year 2020-21, seconded by Director Baez. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Please call the roll.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
No.
Director Seamson.
No.
Director Taylor.
No.
Director Woodward. Director Woodward, your mic is muted. I'm sorry, Director Taylor?
I answered. I said no.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you had your finger up. Director Taylor. I'm sorry, Director Woodward.
Okay, aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, 5 noes. The motion fails.
Madam Secretary, next item set aside.
The next item set aside would be from the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. The work session, action on amendments to the proposed 2020-21 budget.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we are now to
Yes.
the budget amendments. The first item is from the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget, the work session and action on the amendments to the proposed 2021 budget.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair?
Can we
Mr. Chair?
take 5?
Madam Chair, go ahead. Madam Secretary.
Relative to the budget amendments, we will follow the same process we use in committee. The chair would ask the secretary to read the amendment, and we will, the board will then discuss and take action on that amendment that is being discussed before moving on to the next amendment.
So, Madam Secretary, please read Amendment 2.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe that Director Baez is requesting to speak.
Oh, Director Baez. So,
Yeah,
point of order?
President Miller, yes, a point of order. I was just asking for a 3 to 5 minute break. We have been here since 6:30 and people need to go to the bathroom.
Dr. Mann, what's your suggestion on that?
Mr. Chair, that would be at the purview of the chair to unless you could call an amendment to allow for discussion to begin, and board members can turn their cameras off and take the time that they need without action being taken on the amendment before the board member returns.
Yeah, I don't think members want to do that. I think members want to engage. So I move that let's take a strict 5-minute break. And Dr. Mann, if you could play some nice music or something. Everybody back, and we'll start the meeting in exactly 5 minutes. What's the time at this point?
The time right now is 10:03, so we will begin logging in a minute before the 10:08 time frame.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, people can log out their cameras and mute.
Thank you.
Call Larry Miller.
can't see. President Miller, we are logging back into the system.
All right, let me know when we're starting.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chair, we are on the air.
Thank you. The music was acceptable. Thank you. It was very smooth. What in looking at the extensive amount of issues that we have yet to discuss, I moved too quickly. We did not finish with the item, so we have to do something with the item. Would you explain, Dr. Mann, what the process is?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the board did take action on the motion that was put forth, and the motion that was put forth has failed, which brings you back to the recommendation of the administration. So the board does need to take action on this item.
What are the possible actions that could be taken?
Mr. Chair, there are a number of different items. I have heard someone recommend, postponing it for a year. Someone recommend some other things relative to the item. Items can be tabled. Items can be moved forward or held for another cycle. There are many different things that could occur. And you do have Director Simpson in the queue.
Director Simpson.
I'm sorry. Go ahead if someone else wanted to speak.
Is there anyone in the queue? Anyone? Director Peterson. Director Woodward. You haven't spoken. I'll call on Director Woodward first, Director Peterson, and then Director Peterson.
As speaking to the transportation issue, is this the one that we have to do something with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. As you know, for many years, I have put in for transportation to be cut. And the other night, he said that we're only mandated to do special need and I think one other homeless people. And again, I believe we should go to what we're mandated to do and any other situations that only what we're mandated to do. And in future, whenever we come up. So I think we should start looking again at cutting transportation. 66 million. And prior to that, it was 70 million that we're spending in transportation, which we don't have to do. And we do it to accommodate the people in this community and in our schools. And we've been doing it and doing it and doing it for years. And I have put in for cuts in transportation for years. So I believe that the administration should start looking at what they can do as far as cutting that transportation budget. And that's one of the things I think. And considering that we don't have to transport all the students in the district. And so, and start looking at where the responsibility lie for people to get their children to school.
Dr. Posey, would you like to respond?
President Miller, members of the board, I would again say that we are open to looking at anything. We will constantly look at avenues of ways to cut costs, and transportation is one of those big levers. We are constantly bringing these items back, and we are constantly giving you all that we have around making and informing people about what's happening, what we need to do. And the administration is open to return this at any time or at any cost. But at the end of the day, decisions have to be made on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
you have Director Peterson, and then is that Director Phillips in the queue?
Director Peterson.
Yes, my question would be, is there a way to pause on this until after near the end of our budget conversations? I think the decision that was just voted is it's changing my mind about which amendments I'm going to support. I'm going to argue against a number of them that I had previously thought we could fund because we have to have a balanced budget. And I hope that other people will take that into account as we go through this budget and recognize that the decision that we just made has to limit some of the things that are necessary. It's going to be hard to prioritize that. And so my question to the board secretary is whether or not, there is a way to put this to the end of the meeting. And then I know that anybody who voted in favor, whoever voted on the majority side could move to reconsider if people so desired. And maybe after we get done with the budget and see the dilemma that we're in, someone might feel that way.
Madam Secretary, your thoughts?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if we're following Robert's Rules of Order, the board would need to dispense with this item. The board does have an opportunity to postpone this item to a different meeting with a definite date and time of consideration of the item. But typically, when this question had been asked in the past, the board would take action on the item.
So you're suggesting take action on the item, but it still could be open for reconsideration. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item could be reconsidered prior to the end of the meeting.
I understand. Did you have any follow-up, Director Peterson?
No. So what would have to happen to make it a possibility that it be reconsidered? I'm a little confused.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if this item was voted on, and then the board dispensed with the rest of the remainder of the agenda items before the adjournment of the meeting, a board member could ask for a reconsideration of the item. And with the majority of the board voting in favor of that, the item could be reconsidered.
Thank you.
Follow up.
Yes, Director Peterson.
And who can ask for that reconsideration?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, any board member could ask for reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, President Miller. I guess what I would motion at this time is that that the board would hear busing and transportation for fall of 2020 in the August board cycle so that it's in line with our reopening plan.
Are you making, I'm sorry.
Yes, and that's the motion. So I understand that a lot of what we've heard is the inability to get this information out quickly, that people weren't informed by it. But in all reality, I think that we need to do whatever we need to do for the public health of our students, families, and communities. So if we get more information from DPI, if we see different information about the different models that might pertain to how we provide school, I'd like to see, if all things stay the same, the status quo in those projections, I'd like to see the 3-tier and see those projections. And I'd like to see them against all of the options that have been presented for the reopening plan. So part of why I'm apprehensive of committing to a tier 3, one is, I'm open to all different ways to hear about how we might spend money and judge this against all of those things. And that is and I understand, based on my colleagues' discussion earlier, that this might be a lever that we need to support the delivery of education during this time. But it's hard for me to know that like a 2-tier can't work if we're only operating at 25% capacity and in person. So like just in terms of numbers, I'm like, there's like, why wouldn't that be able to work? And we would have more information in August and it would still be uncertain. So I'm providing that as a motion for discussion, just for people to consider that. I don't actually know if that's better to kick it to August than make the decision now. But that's the motion that I'm making.
What's the motion, Director Phillips?
That
say it succinctly.
Yes, that I motion that we approve a tiered system of busing, no number, based on the needs of COVID-19 for the fall 2020 school year, and that come to the August board cycle.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary.
The item that is before you is action on a request to approve the proposed 3-tier busing model for the school year 2020-2021. I am, just for clarity, I'm asking Director Phillips, is the motion to consider the tiered busing system in the August board cycle along with the school reopening plan?
I'm physically nodding my head. Yes, that would be my motion.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second? Director Simpson? Is that a second, Director Simpson?
No, that's not. I was just wondering if I could make a comment before we took a vote.
Mr.
Got a
Chair?
second? I don't know.
Madam
We
Secretary.
would need a second on this motion and for conversation to continue.
Yeah, the second allows for conversation, right?
I believe Director O'Halloran has raised her hand to second.
Okay, we have a second, Director Phillips.
For conversation.
For conversation. Let's get a cue here, Dr. Mann.
Okay, so you have Director Simpson, Director Taylor, Director Simpson, Director Peterson, and then Herndon.
Okay, Director Simpson.
Okay, thank you. So since I'm the one who opened this can of worms, I appreciate the conversation that continues. So I just wanted to thank Director Peterson for kind of providing us a roadmap for this evening to look at this, because I do understand this has a huge impact on the rest of the resolution or amendments that are being proposed tonight. And all of these, are good amendments that are good for, kids and good for schools and our employees. And, as Director Herndon said earlier, I just feel like with this whole busing thing, we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place. So I just, I would like to support Director Peterson's idea of looking at this as part of or at the end of the amendments, because I do know that all of this is a domino effect. Thank you.
Director Peterson, I'm going to put myself in the queue also after Director Herndon.
So noted.
Yes, I just want to speak to the notion of us considering announcing a 3-tiered plan in August. I mean, that would give people no time to make changes. Obviously, a 3-tiered plan would have to be different than a 2-tiered plan, the current status quo. So I'm opposed to the amendment as stated. Not amendment, whatever it is, the motion, excuse me.
It's a motion.
Yeah.
Yes. Director Herndon.
Yes. I wanted clarification on it as a budget item from the budget perspective. We're talking about $3 million that we expected to save by passage of this. And if we don't pass it, then are we to assume that then the budget is then balanced or out of balance? Because we got to look at the dollar figures here as well. Can't forget that. So if we don't pass it, then that means that we lose the $3 million savings that we were counting on, right? So we have to take that into account as we move through these amendments. I just want clarification on that, and so that all of my colleagues understand that as well, is that we would have to modify the amendments to try to make up that $3 million. Would that be a correct assumption?
Dr. Posey.
President Miller, Director Herndon, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. The budget that was presented to the board was balanced. Now with amendments, we have to make sure that we find places to balance those amendments against what was presented. And the transportation savings of the 3 million could be used as a lever to balance those amendments. And without this savings, you'd have 3 million less to work with.
So follow up.
Please follow up.
Okay, so then my assumption is that in terms of we could basically assume that by not approving the 3-tier plan, then we need to make up for that $3 million basically moving forward.
Dr. Posey?
Chair Miller, members of the board, that is correct.
Thank you.
I was next. Was there anybody else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Taylor in the queue.
So I'll go before Director Taylor. Is that okay, Director Taylor? So here's my issue. I agree with Director Peterson. If you're talking about chaos and it comes up in August, it's a real problem. What I heard Mr. Solik say was that with a tier 2 drivers, we're not going to be at 25%. What, nobody's going to, only 3/4 of our students aren't going to do anything? They're just going to be, they're going to stay at home and choose that sort of schooling. What he's saying is that he cannot shore up the drivers and he cannot do social distancing. So at a time when we need this for social distancing, for the COVID crisis, we're saying no because certain people oppose it. It just doesn't make sense. When we proposed doing this, changing the high schools to summer, we got huge pushback. And the following year, I got nothing but support, except for just a few people. But we got huge support. People have to have the courage to make a change so that we can do the right thing in the midst of a COVID-19. I don't understand why people aren't hearing what the administration folks, what the transportation folks are saying. It just doesn't make sense to me. Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. Probably because you're talking, I got another comment. I do believe people are absolutely hearing what you're saying. We're hearing it and we understand that this is a tight budget. Also, when you say like, then we're going to figure out where to get the money, we have to figure that out regardless of the budget. That's what we're voting on tonight. Administration gave us a recommended budget. It's on us as electeds to go through it and see what our priority is and then to put in amendments. If we wanted to do nothing with the administration's budget, then we would just pass it. So a lot of people are saying like, now we don't know what to do. The point of putting in amendments is to do what you feel like is a priority. And if you think nothing else should be a priority and you love the administration's budget, then you pass that one. But I think for us to try to make another person feel like, well, you shouldn't put forth an amendment because we have to balance the budget, that's what we was elected to do, make those hard decisions. And I am a numbers person all day. I sit on budget on several other committees, so I understand the hardship. But also, I guess this is the time for us to see where does our treasure lie and what is our priority in the district. And for all of us, I truly want to believe it's students first. So I understand what's going on with the budget. That does not mean that other people would not put in amendments. We're going to have to find a way to work with it tonight. And at the end of the night, regardless of
who amendments get voted up or down, I hope we then know that we still have to move forward on moving this district forward, and we have to do it collaboratively together. And just thank you for that leeway, President Miller.
Thank you. So any other speakers? We do have a motion on the floor. Madam Secretary, Director Phillips.
Thank you, President Miller, and I appreciate the conversation. I brought up a tiered, so in my mind, something that we've talked about before is the idea that we might have 4 tiers. Would we have a tier in the morning, a tier in the afternoon, based on several different options that have been given to us around reopening plans? And I feel like, you know, that's something that I just wanted to bring up for people to think about and discuss if that's what they were waiting on, because we're in a nature of like consistent change. And part of it is, yes, it would be chaotic to find out in August. And would people appreciate that more because they felt like they got more information? So I just put that out there. I appreciate the discussion. Happy to now vote on the motion.
Okay, any other comments? Vice President Baez.
Yes, just a suggestion. You know, I really understand the concerns that have been raised here and the concerns that parents and others have brought to each board member. But I know that we have to do something and we have to start somewhere. So it's not just only about the 3 million, it's about starting to do something regarding busing and how we do busing in the district, and looking at all the different possibilities and options we have. And originally I thought that, well, maybe we could just move this to June to give the administration time to assure us that every family affected by these changes will be contacted and spoken to and arrangements made, et cetera, so that they will have the opportunity to come back to us and say, this is what we did with each one of those families that had a concern about this, particularly in those schools that are affected, because that's a smaller group of schools. But I knowing that we have to act, okay, I tend to support the idea that we need to take action, even if we ask for reconsideration of this issue later. I don't want to push it to August, you know, as Director Phillip has suggested, because of the possibilities there of the chaos that can come about as a function of that. I don't know if we should reconsider this item in June, and I don't know, Secretary can speak to this issue, but if we take action tonight, that we do have a consideration with more information by June of what can happen here.
Any other speakers? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Phillips' motion, seconded by Director O'Halloran, move to consider a tiered busing model in the August board cycle along with the school reopening plan. Vice President Baez.
No.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
No.
Director Taylor.
No.
Director Woodward.
No.
President Miller.
No.
That's 2 ayes, 7 noes. The motion fails.
Once again, what's the pleasure? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just for
yes.
clarity, you are back at the administration's recommendation for a request to approve the proposed 3-tiered busing model for school year 2020-2021.
So let me be clear, Madam Secretary. I did call for acceptance of that, and it was rejected. And then Director Peterson also asked if it could be opened up again after looking at the budget decisions we make. What are our options considering that right now?
Mr. Chair, during the board's conversation, I did hear a couple of different things, including a proposal to bring the item back in June in conversation. And I do know that Director Peterson is planning to bring having a special strategic planning and budget session in June regarding an update on the school reopening plan. So looking at that information, next, the board could postpone the board can take action on the item and reconsider it at the end of the meeting on the item that is there now, which is the 3-tiered busing system for the 2020-21 school year. And what would happen is after the board takes action on that item, the item could be reconsidered at the end of the meeting by a request and a majority vote.
Understand. What's the pleasure? Pleasure of the board. Director Simpson, you're on mute, Director Simpson.
I'm sorry. And so just for clarity, then that would require a motion to have this discussion at the end of the amendments.
Dr. Mann?
Mr. Chair, members of the board at this point, if not willing to take action on this item, the board does have an opportunity to table the item. If the board does take action to make modifications to the recommendation, that would be an option. Regardless of whatever action the board takes on this item right now, there could be an ask of reconsideration of that motion prior to adjourning the meeting. And that would be after all of the board's other business during this meeting is taken care of, including the budget amendments, but prior to adoption of the budget.
So clarity on that. So tabling would allow us to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding.
Yep.
Dr. Mann, tabling would allow us to do that?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Mm-hmm.
What's the pleasure of the committee? Director Baez.
I move that we table this item until the end of, I move that we table this item, period.
That's all. Is there a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Director Herndon. Vice President Baez made a motion. Director Herndon seconded it. Any comments? Not seeing any. Please call the roll.
On Vice President Baez's motion to table the item on the proposed 3-tier busing model for the school year 2020-2021, seconded by Director Herndon. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Director Taylor?
We can't hear you. Your microphone.
I was gonna say I'm not on mute. I will be having the same conversation.
Speak up, Director Taylor.
Director Woodward. Aye. President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
All right, Madam Secretary, what's the First Amendment? That is the correct question, right?
That is the correct question.
I moved this too quickly last time, and I apologize for that. All right.
The First Amendment is number 2 by Director Taylor, is to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each high school or school with a high school component and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School, Douglas. Your committee recommends approval of this amendment with funding to come from realized transportation savings.
What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this amendment? Oh, excuse me, Director Taylor. I should have the director speak first, correctly?
Sure.
Dr. Mann?
That is correct.
Director Taylor, your thoughts.
Yep, thank you. I won't belabor this. I've talked on it several times, and especially when it first came up. In a district that has a majority African American students and students of color, to not have someone reflectively educating them on who they are and their history, I believe it's a disservice. Given even the events that has happened over the last couple of days, and just speaking of a mother of two, Black sons and having two daughters, and I just think it's very vital that education definitely be a reflection of who they are and where they're going, and what better place to start than at the school district that they attend. I think these are very vital positions. I definitely know they are a work in progress, but I think this is us when we often talk about equity and students first. I think this is us putting students first, and I implore the board to join in too as well on this. If any other members would like to talk, I've definitely talked enough about it.
Comments? Director Peterson. Director Peterson.
Yes, I guess I have a couple comments. One question is where this is going to be get the money from. Obviously, it says the transportation savings, so I'm not sure. It's fine with me if we approve it with that. It will hopefully encourage people to change their minds about the vote we just had. But I was curious if there were any other ideas about where the money would come from.
Are you asking me?
Well, let me ask a clarity question from the board secretary. Can we pass this, including with getting the money from transportation? Can we acceptably do that, Madam Secretary?
Sorry about that. Mr. Chair, members of the board, this amendment proposes funding the action from transportation savings. And so what would end up happening is if the amendment would pass, the administration would then determine where the funding would come from if there isn't any transportation savings.
Right.
Thank you. Director Peterson, you had a question of the author.
I had first of all, I want to just state I strongly support expanding our ethnic studies program, and I appreciate the passion in which Director Taylor brings to this question. I raised in the past, and I'll raise again, that I do have some concerns about our ability to hire that many people. We had 7 openings this year. I know I've had some conversations. I think it's true that we didn't do as good a job as we should have in terms of advertising. At the same time, the other concern I have is that right now we don't really have a course outlining curriculum for our high school classes. We don't have a plan for our curriculum for the middle schools. And I would think that the best way to do that, and I'm interested in offering an amendment to this, is to reduce the number of teachers that we would hire from additional teachers from 7 to 5, which would give us a total of 12 teachers because we have 7 already in the budget. And then the money saved from the reduction of those 2 teachers, which is about $200,000, be allocated for curriculum development, professional development, which these teachers will probably need, and also perhaps funding for resources like photocopying and so on and so forth. And so that's, I guess I'm interested in seeing if Director Taylor would be willing to do something like that as a friendly amendment, or if I should put it in as an amendment to her motion or a substitute motion.
Director Taylor?
Yeah, and thank you, Director Peterson. Absolutely. I think there should be some curriculum. From my understanding, after doing research, I was told the district did have some. So if we do not, I think that is a bigger question of what was the work that the one or two individuals were working from if they didn't have a curriculum. I think once again, it was kind of set up to not really, hopefully not to be successful. For some reason, it was miscommunication. I understand with the 5 in the curriculum, I am still holding to 7, hoping that we can still get the assistance with the curriculum and the work and the copies. I mean, a district of 160 schools, and to say, well, let's go from 7 to 5, that's just 2 more. Like I've been holding at that 7, talking to people in the community, and I just want to make sure that I am truly representing my community and the people that I talk to about this. I'm open to everything else in the amendment that you would like to push forward, just not the 5. If we can somehow keep it with the 7.
Dr. Peterson?
Well, if I guess my perspective is that we're actually going to go from 2, which we have now, to 12. So and I understand you can also say 7 down to 5, but I look at it from 2 to 12. So I'd like to make a motion and then we can vote on it. And if people vote my motion down, fine. But I'd like to substitute it so that the districts seek to hire 5 additional ethnic studies teachers to bring the total in MPS to 12 ethnic studies teachers, and that the money saved by the reduction of the 2 teachers, not $198,683, be allocated for curriculum development, professional development, and resources to do the following. A, develop a course outlining curriculum for high school classes along with recommended reading, videos, interdisciplinary projects, etc., based on the experiences of the current MPS ethnic studies teachers and similar classes throughout the country. B, develop a similar course outline for middle school students as noted in the administration's response. C, purchase of materials or pay for photocopying cost of needed resources that will be used in classes and PDs. And finally, D, provide professional development in an ongoing manner for the ethnic studies teachers and other teachers from all grade levels and subject matters who are interested in infusing ethnic studies concepts into their teaching.
Is there a second? Is there a second to Director Peterson's motion? Vice President Baez. Okay. Do I have any speakers? Actually, I'd like to put myself in the queue. I'd like to speak to this. I'm going to hand the gavel to Vice President Baez.
I have the gavel, Director Miller.
So in 2015, I put forward the Black Lives Matter resolution. And the starting point was restorative practices. The district allocated 2 positions. I argued for all those years until Dr. Posey came along. So the previous administration kept it at 2, even though they were totally for ethnic studies, but kept the positions at 2. It undermined it. It undermined the ethnic studies work. So the way that it happened at JMAC was one of the places where it was carried out. The teaching was excellent, but the teacher there on a lot of her curriculum was developed. Now, I recently looked at the district's ethnic studies curriculum, and it falls far short of what is needed to really do what Director Taylor is talking about. So I guess my thing is I'm very open to Director Peterson's idea that we make it, instead of 14, we make it 12, and we use that extra money to create a cohort of ethnic studies teachers and do intensive training. Because the ethnic studies class I'm talking about is not just a history class. It's a study in the culture and the history of peoples and speaking to the people that it's addressing. So I like this idea, and I think I can support it, and I think we can do well if we can get a core of 12 through a year of training. Then I think this ethnic studies can be expanded significantly after that. It should be in every high school, and then go to every middle school and every elementary school.
Other comments by the board? On the motion? Director Taylor?
Thank you, Chair Baez. Absolutely, I think Director Peterson has a great idea. I mean, if we can go to 12, I guess, not understanding why we can't go to 14. Wasn't here initially when it started, but was definitely around for the Black Lives Matter. We continue to say Black Lives Matter, and sometimes I wonder, do people just like wearing the t-shirts and not really doing the work and putting in the action? I do see what Director Peterson's, that we're definitely building up a stronger foundation, which is something that needs to happen. I am just asking, or maybe I need to do a substitute motion since I never moved my motion, that we keep it at the 14 and still incorporate the curriculum and making sure we have that strong foundation.
We do have a motion on the floor, though, by Director Peterson.
Does substitute motions take precedent?
That is a substitute motion. We will have to.
I never moved the motion, so his was the motion, correct?
Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary, yeah.
The motion on the floor before Director Taylor spoke was Director Peterson's motion that he read into the record. And if I'm understanding, Director Taylor would like to make a substitute motion.
That motion, Secretary.
And I just need clarity. Director Taylor, is that motion to support the amendment, the current amendment?
That motion is to support the current amendment, excluding the 5, but replacing it with the 7 and everything else that Director Peterson had in there.
Other members of the board on this issue? Director Miller.
From my observation, what you're saying, Director Taylor, the money doesn't add up. $200,000 for 12 people to do traveling, to do intensive cohort work, to buy materials is a good allocation. But what you're suggesting is spend it all on the FTEs, and that doesn't leave money for the kind of in servicing and work outside of school that needs to be done. That's one of the things. There was a huge amount of money spent at JMAC when it was done right. That money is not in the motion, and that money doesn't exist. So I see that's what Director Peterson did. He took 2 FTEs out so that all of this heavy lifting could be done. And so I think you're eliminating that by saying just spend it all on the FTEs.
Director Taylor or other board members?
Spoke where my position is. Definitely people have like their choice to vote it up and down at this point.
Madam Secretary, where are we then?
Mr. Chair, we do need a second on Director Taylor's motion.
Second.
Any further
Mr.
discussion?
Chair, just for clarity, I do see both Director Phillips and Director O'Halloran in the queue, but before the conversation continues, just for clarity, for the motion maker, Director Taylor, is the intent to incorporate the amendment, which then would read, reallocate referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each school, each high school or school with a high school component, and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School, Douglas, along with items A through D from Director Peterson's motion? Is
correct if that number equals up to the 7 with the rest of A through E from Director Peters' motion. And when we continue to talk about money, we have $25 million, if I understood it right, that was for recruiting and retaining. If that does not involve putting students first with ethnic studies and African American studies, then as a district, we are truly doing something wrong. Yes, that's Madam Clerk. Yep, exactly. That's what it is.
Thank you.
Director Miller?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Mr.
Madam Secretary, you had other people on the queue first?
Oh, sure.
You have Director Phillips, Director O'Halloran, and then President Miller, and then Director
Phillip?
Woodward.
Director Phillip?
Thank you, Chair Baez. I think one of my questions got answered in terms of we plan on funding this with referendum dollars versus transportation savings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Secretary? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, and then my next question for clarity. So are these all allocated for cultural and ethnic studies solely based on African American heritage, or is it encompassing different cultures that are part of MPS?
Different cultures that are part of MPS. That's why I said African American Studies and Ethnic Studies. If that gives you clarity, Director Phillips.
Yes, thank
Sorry
you.
if I went out of turn. Whoever has the gavel right now. So.
I have the gavel, so.
Director Baez, Chair Baez.
We have Director Phillip. You want to do a follow-up or what?
Sure, and then I guess my other follow-up would be based on what I heard, that the reallocation would come from the recruiting and retaining staff portion of the referendum. Just noting, I just want to make sure that I don't want that reallocated from the early childhood, which was our first discussion.
Yep, I mean, I feel like this is the seventh time I said it. Early childhood. Mine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director O'Halloran, you're next.
Thank you. Oh, okay, I'm not muted. So my question was around the funding piece, and I think we've talked about it. So what, can you tell me what else is in the attraction and retention? So are you saying that's from the $25 million line? And if so, is that pulling from, because there's a couple lines underneath that. So I'm just trying to understand if it's coming from the HR specialists or if it's coming from the 25 million that I think was supposed to fund steps and lanes. Just trying to understand that piece.
Director Taylor, do you want to answer that?
Why not? Yeah, it's the 25 if it's retaining and attracting. I don't know how else to put it. This will be retaining and attracting. Did I have a specific line? No, but the $25 million, if this cannot be a part of the situation, I definitely implore people to think about the students, and if not every parent, grandparent, guardian, auntie, uncle, definitely then need to be holding us as board member and anybody else that's involved with MPS, definitely on something like this and holding us accountable.
Director O'Halloran, you want to follow up? Or?
I guess if it's going to be from that 25 million, can administration speak to what's in there, what that is meant for, so I understand what the trade-off is?
Administration, please. Okay.
Chair Baez, members of the committee, the 25 million that's set aside is for steps and lanes and salary increases. We did 2 phases of, we had a 3-tier phase in. We did 2 phases last school year, have 1 other phase to do, as well as step increases as well. So that's what the 25 entails.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
You do have President Miller, Director Woodward, and then Director Herndon in the queue.
Okay, so Director Miller?
I'm being put in a very awkward position because I don't want to vote against 14, but I prefer 12 with serious money set aside for this cohort of 12 people to be the first thing I'll hear is you oppose restorative practices. I've been fighting for this for years in this district, and I want it done right. I don't want to just throw people out there and have it done halfway, and that's the problem that I'm seeing. So I'm being put in a very difficult situation here, because it makes it look like if I vote against Director Taylor's position, then I'm it looks like I'm voting against ethnic studies. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Director Miller, I just wanted to clarify, it's ethnic studies and the other. So what we're talking about here is ethnic studies, right? Not restorative practices.
I mistakenly said restorative practice. I mean ethnic studies.
Yeah, correct.
I've been fighting for restorative practices too for 11 years on the board.
Okay, I understand.
Mr. Chair, you have
Secretary?
Director Woodward, Herndon, and Peterson in the queue.
Director Woodward?
First, I went out. My computer went out, and I would like to know what was Director Peterson's, what did he bring to this amendment?
Director Peterson, you want? Hello.
Yes, I can explain it. Basically, I suggested that we support the ethnic studies initiative, but use and hire 5 additional people to bring us up to 12 teachers. We currently have 2 instead of the 7 teachers, which would bring us up to 14. And I suggested that the money that we'd save from not hiring the 2 additional teachers be put into developing a solid curriculum and of course outline for the classes, and then develop an outline for the middle school students, do PD for both the teachers of the ethnic studies teachers, but then also professional development in an ongoing manner for other teachers from all grade levels and subject matters who are interested in fusing ethnic study concepts into their teaching. So it's basically supporting the notion, but reducing by 2 the number of teachers who we try to hire, and using that money to actually make sure the program is done well.
Okay, the next, Madam Secretary, the next person on.
So,
okay,
so what you're saying is you're reducing, she only asked for 7, so you're increasing the amount she wanted in there. The amount of number of full-time employees was 7 originally, right? And so now you're increasing it to how many?
But let me
Director Peterson.
Yeah. So just there are currently positions funded in the board budget for seven people. And in fact, there were that in the last year's budget too, but we only hired 2 people. So there is that 7. What Director Taylor is asking for is for another 7, so it'd be 14. I'm asking for another 5, so it'd be 12. So she would have, in her plan, she has 2 more than I do. But in my plan, I have that, I've kept that money and it's going into professional development and course development in terms of pulling together the courses, because those courses are not solid right now.
Director Woodward, any follow-up?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Okay, forget it.
Okay.
No.
Who's next on the, Madam Secretary, who's next on the queue? I'm sorry. Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. After Director Woodward, we have Director Herndon and Peterson.
Okay. Director
And
Herndon.
Director Phillips, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on the 25 million. That would be coming from, I thought I understood it to be the funding for steps and lanes.
Correct.
Chair,
Yeah.
Chair Baez and members of the board, that is correct.
Okay,
Director
thank you.
Herndon, okay. Next, Director Peterson. Okay.
I just want to make it clear that I'm going to vote against Director Taylor's proposal, but then I would hope that people would support the one that I have promoted, which is still being very supportive of the ethnic studies program.
Thank you. And Director Phillips?
Yes, I just wanted to take the time to hope Director Taylor understands that I did hear her previously about that she didn't want this referendum money coming from early childhood. I did hear that when she said that during the last session, and that I might have an old amendment up. So I just wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding. And I did hear you that first time. So I might just have the wrong thing up. That's all.
Any other board members comments on the proposed substitute amendment?
Yeah, I'm
Director Woodward? Yeah.
yes, I'm still trying. Did you call on me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm still trying to see, is this an amendment that being put forth by Director Peterson, or is this the amendment that is he a co-author of Director Taylor's amendment? I can't understand what's going on.
Well, it's a procedural matter. This is a substitute amendment that is being proposed by Director Taylor. Okay?
He's putting a substitute motion to her amendment?
No, there was a motion by Director Peterson, and she made a substitute motion.
Oh, she accepted it?
No, she made a substitute motion to Director Peterson's amendment.
So what is the substitute motion?
Madam Secretary?
I told you I was out for a while. I had to go all the way out and come back in, so I didn't get it.
Fine. Secretary, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Director Taylor proposed a motion to add 7 additional ethnic studies teachers to the budget. That is the amendment that was put forth.
Oh, so it was changed from the one at the committee level. She changed it to that. Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board,
yes.
The amendment that was put forward at the committee level is the amendment that is before the board tonight.
Right.
It's the same amendment. Okay. And so with that amendment being put forward, Director Peterson put forth a motion on that amendment, except the motion that you have changes what the board would be voting on. The board would then vote to hire 5 new teachers instead of 7. 5 additional ethnic studies teachers instead of 7. And Director Taylor then put forth a substitute motion, which says to adopt the original budget amendment that was put forth tonight.
Is that clear enough for board members?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just wondered, I never heard of such. Okay.
So, Madam Secretary, we would be voting now, unless there are other comments by board members. We will be voting on the actual initial amendment proposed by Director Taylor.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you will be voting on the original amendment put forth by Director Taylor that the committee recommended, with adding the following. Okay, so the amendment reads, reallocate referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each high school or school with a high school component, and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School, Douglas. And develop a course outline and curriculum for the high school classes, along with recommended readings, videos, interdisciplinary projects, etc., based on the experiences of the current MPS ethnic studies teachers and similar classes throughout the country. B, develop a similar course outline or curriculum for middle school students, as noted in the administration's response. And C, purchase of materials or pay for photocopy costs of needed materials that will be used in classes or professional developments. And D, provide professional development in an ongoing manner for the ethnic studies teachers and other teachers for all grade levels and subject matters who are interested in infusing ethnic studies concepts into their teaching. That is the motion that is before the body.
Let me get some clarity. We're still talking about adding an additional 7 teachers to the 7 that were here before. And in addition to that, these other items that you talk about that were not in the original amendment.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, any other comments?
That is the motion by Director Taylor, seconded by Director Woodward, and I do see Mr. Chasen in the queue from Accountability and Efficiency.
Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, Chair Bias, Matt Chasen, OAE. So that I can keep track as we go through the amendments. The administration, could you maybe let us know, is the intent to delay the implementation of a step in lane for a certain employee group to make up the difference? Is it maybe thinking that it would be delayed across all groups to make up the difference? Would it be a delay in just the rollout of the third phase that hasn't been? I wasn't sure if the administration had the plan to make up the cost as the impact of the steps and lanes.
Administration.
Chair Baez, members of the board, it will be across the board with all employee groups. However, phase 3 for administrators have never happened. So they have not even received any step or lane at all. But it will be across the board piece.
Mr. Jason, is that any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Peterson in the queue.
Director Peterson.
Yeah, I just 2 things. One is in terms of phase 3, I just want to mention the other part of phase 3 that the administration didn't mention was a commitment to teachers who did not have their experience counted into their placement on the salary schedule. And that is, you might have gotten some letters about that or testimony. And so that's another issue that actually I have an amendment ultimately to bring up around that. But the point which I'd like to make though is that I think it's unrealistic to think that the 4 items that A, B, C, and D are going to happen without funding. And one of my concerns that I have seen over the years in the district is we have great ideas put forth by good people, but because there's not adequate funding for actually making sure things happen, in this case, curriculum development and professional development, that then things sort of fall apart. And I think in some ways that happened in Director Miller's experience trying to promote restorative practices and ethnic studies when there were superintendents that weren't supportive. Luckily, we have a supportive superintendent now.
Mr. Chair, we do have Director Woodward and then Director Taylor in the queue.
Director Woodward.
Yes, my question is, why is it necessary to, everything that we usually do, you started different programs in a small amount, not this large amount at one time. And I'm trying to figure out why is it necessary to start so far ahead and then feel like at the end that you don't have enough to do it. That's why my question is, why are we, why is it being suggested that we do that way?
Director Woodward, are you directing that to the maker of the motion?
No, I'm not. That's a question I'm asking about
the administration.
The amendment, whoever, yeah.
Does the administration want to comment on that?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe you have President Miller in the queue.
Well, yes. I have Director Taylor and then Director Miller on the queue.
Yes.
Right? Okay, but we didn't get a response to the question that was raised.
I'm sorry, Chair Baez. Are you asking me about the question that was raised?
Whoever, yeah.
I guess I'm trying to understand starting big in retrospect to the number of people, maybe I just need a little more clarity on what the question was.
Oh, the
Director
question from me, the question was how we were starting at a smaller level, I thought. Now it's going to be a larger level of people that will be engaged in this resolution. I mean, you've increased
it. Still 7. No, if it's in reference to me, the number was 7 originally. My number is still 7. I didn't increase the number, so I don't.
So you haven't increased it. Okay.
No, Director Woodwork. I hope that answered it.
Okay, thank you.
Director follows the direct. Well, you were on Director Taylor, so Director Miller.
Your mic is muted, sir.
Clear for a couple of reasons. The numbers 14 is what we're ending up with. 14 with Director Taylor's proposal, and so. But I think that Director Woodward's question is a good question. We normally, I appreciate what Director Taylor's doing. She's giving new life to the whole issue of ethnic studies, and where it has dwindled. We ended up having 7 positions and only filling 2. It just, there's a lot of ways things don't happen, and it doesn't get carried to the right level. So her proposal to expand this, it stayed small for years and did not get the quality that it should. So I appreciate what Director Taylor's doing, but I want to make sure that the quality is there. And that's why 12 instead of 14, with using $200,000 to do the trainings and all the other work, is really what I want to support.
Any other board member?
I mean, yep. In asking me where the money's coming from Director Peterson's, I guess I'm trying to understand. I feel like we're in the same boat too. Then where would the funding come from if we were just saying busing? Because I think that amount went over that and the busing didn't pass. So regardless, we're going to vote whether it's Director Peterson's or mine. Hopefully this will be inputted and we'll absolutely be doing something in the district other than just talking about equity and ethnic studies. But also, if Director Peterson can then tell me where the monies will come from in reference of the 5 and the 2, since transportation is no longer on the table.
Madam Secretary, I'm a little bit confused here. I mean, the actual amendment talks about relocating referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of ethnic studies.
Right.
It doesn't say that the money will come out of transportation.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that is correct.
Okay, any other comment? We have a motion on the table.
You have Director Herndon in the queue.
Oh, Dr. Herndon, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I want further clarification because I'm getting mixed messages about the funding for this. I just asked administration a little while ago, where was the funding coming from? And I understood them to tell me that it was from the steps and lanes, the 25 million. On all the paperwork I've seen, it indicated reduction in early childhood education out of the referendum. I need to know which is it.
Administration.
Chair Baez, members of the committee, when this amendment first came forward, we worked and put it under class size reduction. And the night of the meeting, we decided to take that and have the funds come from the savings accrued by transportation. So that's where we tagged it to transportation. Right now, we don't have a funding source. And the attract and retain was an area that was offered. Also, I want to make the board aware that with combining the two, but combining Director Taylor's item as well as the caveats that was underneath Director Peterson's motion. We went from $695,390 to $894,073 because they added, it will be 14 teachers along with the professional development caveat that goes along with it. So the price went upward, and we do not right now have a funding source.
Anybody else on the queue? Madam
You
Secretary?
have Director Peterson and then Director O'Halloran.
Director Peterson. Director Peterson?
I'm sorry. I'm getting late and it's not even started.
This is the First Amendment, okay?
I know. I didn't understand that Director Taylor was asking for more money. I thought it was, but she thought that the idea was good to have professional development. She was not opposed to that. But it is. I appreciate the administration saying, hey, if we're going to say we're going to do it, then we have to fund it. That's one reason. I don't think we should increase it by another $200,000. That's why I think we should vote down the original and vote in favor of the 5 and my version. And I think one way to get around this funding problem, although it's just rearranging it might be rearranging the chairs on the Titanic, is to look at the possibility of funding it through the funds from the referendum from the advanced academic proposed budget. There's in that budget there's a room. There's I think 12. I have to look at it real quick. How many teachers position FTE positions are not they're not accounted for. I mean, they're not explicitly. It's gifted and talented, advanced studies. I think ethnic studies is an advanced study. Teachers, bilingual immersion, world language, and so that would be on the page under advanced academic proposed budget. But I would say I would not want to do it for 7 FTEs plus $200,000. I think it should be only for 5 FTEs plus $2,000. Those are my suggestions.
Well, we have a motion on the table by Director Taylor. And if there's no other board comments, do we need to vote on this Director Taylor's motion? Madam Secretary.
Right.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, I thought Director Phillips wanted to speak on this item.
Oh, Director Phillips, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I already did speak to it. I just wanted to clarify with Director Taylor that I had heard her, and I apologize for any misunderstanding.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, then we have a motion on the table, and we vote on that motion.
Mr. Chair, you have a motion by Director Taylor, seconded by Director Woodward to reallocate referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each high school or school with a high school component and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School, Douglas. That is the motion before the board.
And how many, and what's the cost?
Administration?
And members of the committee, that will cost $695,390.
I'm sorry, without the curriculum development and everything else, right?
That's without that.
Yes, okay.
That's minus that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Simpson and then Miller in the queue.
Director Simpson?
And I'm sorry, can we clarify where the funding is coming from? Would it be from the advanced academic budget?
Chair-
am not tied to
Chair-
where the
Administration?
Chair Baez and members of the board, that is correct. It is 11 FTEs there now. So we take 7 away, it'll be 4 after that's available.
Who else? Madam Secretary, Director Miller, and the queue. Who's
Mr.
on the
Chair,
queue?
we do have Director Miller in the
Yes.
queue.
Director Miller?
Your mic is muted, sir.
The quote on the cost is 695. That's not the cost. The cost is 695 plus 200,000. So I don't understand why 695 is the number being used as the cost.
Administration?
Chair Baez and members of the committee, for the teachers, that was the price that was given. And the item came to us without the professional development component. If Director Peterson's motion is added to Director Taylor's motion, then we will be at with the additional 200,000, which will be $894,073. But I understood us to say that it was only the 7 teachers.
Follow up?
Yes, please, Director Miller.
My understanding was that it wasn't just the 7 teachers. My understanding, what I heard read by the board secretary, was all the amenities along with the 7 teachers.
Yes, that's what it was.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Chair Baez and members of the committee, the first time the secretary read that, it was all inclusive, but the second reading of her motion was only for the 7 teachers, and that's what we totaled.
That's correct.
Madam Secretary, it looks like.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that is correct. After discussion, Director Taylor indicated that her motion was for the 7 teachers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to basically follow the amendment that was initially presented, right? Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, the motion before you is Director Taylor's motion as read into the record regarding allocating referendum funding for ethnic studies teachers for 7 FTEs with funding from advanced studies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was Director Taylor's motion, and Director Woodward seconded that motion.
Can I pass the gavel on to to President Miller?
So noted.
I have the gavel. Please call the roll.
No, I'm sorry. Before we call it, the reason I passed the gavel is because I wanted to speak to this a moment.
Oh, go ahead,
Okay.
Vice President Baez. I didn't realize that. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, it's I sympathize with the discussion here and the debate, and I'm totally for ethnic studies. My concern was that the original amendment, as stated in terms of its intent, and I read, it said to reallocate referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each school, high school, or school of a high school component, and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School Douglas. It said to look for money in the totality of the referendum budget. It didn't say for advanced studies. My concern about taking the cost of this amendment from advanced studies is that it only leaves 4 FTEs in advanced studies. And in advanced studies, there was also discussion about making sure that when we do advanced studies, we consider the fact that we're talking about gifted and talented advanced studies teachers, Montessori, etc. And I was, wondering if we throw in their advanced studies that we will be taken away from that possibility if we only leave 3 positions there available. So my understanding of the initial motion, the initial amendment presented by Director Taylor was that we will reallocate from the total referendum funding as opposed to just one area.
Director Taylor, did you want to respond?
I want to call a question, but it was absolutely in reference to ethnic studies. I don't know how many more times or ways that I can say it. So,
But Director Taylor, a follow-up.
Follow-up, Director Bias.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that. No, I'm saying where the money is going to come from. If the money is going to be taken to support this amendment from the area of the way that you frame where the money will be come from was a reallocation of referendum funding, okay? Not specific to the idea of let's take the money, the 7 positions out of the gifted and talented advanced studies teachers in Montessori. The 11 FTEs there, that will reduce the FTEs in that area only to 4, okay? And that was basically my concern. Your proposal was that we rethink the referendum amount and that we take it from the from a reallocation of the referendum funding as a whole.
okay, I understand what you're saying, Dr. Baez, but any amendment we make tonight, if it passes, we're going to take the money from somewhere. So I understand everybody saying where the money is coming from. Any amendment tonight, the money is going to come from somewhere. I am definitely open for finding funding. But at this point, I think we've definitely had a very healthy conversation for it. And I understand some people are a little bit on the fence about the money. That does not mean I'm going to take it off the table. I just feel like we're vote on it. And if you support it, yes. And if you don't, I truly understand. But this is definitely something that we should be looking at as a district when we talk about ethnic and African American studies. So with all due respect, I understand what you're saying.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary.
you do have Director Herndon in the queue.
Director Herndon.
Thank you. I think we've come to a point where we need to face some facts here. And the biggest fact is that when it comes to the funds that are in the referendum, we committed to the items as they were presented to the community. The community stood by us and approved the referendum. We are compelled to stand behind what we told our taxpayers that we were going to do. And we're also bound by state law as well, as I understand it, as to what the referendum stated. So there has to be a point where we recognize that we didn't, in terms of the referendum, just run into a quick piggy bank. And there's going to be some give and some take, but we have to understand that we cannot be selfish with this. It's going to be, we have to, as people that are cognizant of the situation that our district is in, we're going to have to be more willing to share, for lack of a better term. It's going to be a give and a take so that all of our children get a piece of what we've got, because we've got a lot of issues. We got a lack of funds, and the lack of funding is going to get worse. So we could sit here all night long and not face the facts that it's going to be share and share alike. And I think that's where we need to accept that, and we definitely are obligated to accept our responsibilities as related to the referendum. Thanks.
So Director Taylor called the question. I'm going to ask for a vote. Madam Secretary.
On Director Taylor's motion to reallocate referendum funding to designate funding for the implementation of an ethnic studies course in each high school or school with a high school component and in each grade level at the African American Immersion Middle School, Douglas. On the motion by Director Taylor, seconded by Director Woodward. Vice President Baez.
No. No.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson?
No.
Director Taylor? Director Woodward?
Aye.
President Miller?
No.
That's what I thought.
That's 3 ayes, 6 noes. I'm sorry. 3 ayes, 6 noes. The motion fails.
That advances Director Peterson's motion forward. There was a second to that. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, you do have Director O'Halloran and Director Baez in the queue. Prior to taking board members, the motion before you is by Director Peterson to hire 5 additional ethnic studies teachers and to allocate $198,683 for curriculum development, PD, and resources. That is the motion that is before the body, and you have Directors Baez and O'Halloran and Baez in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to second that if that was necessary. I think given that we currently have vacancies in these positions and this also bakes in the ability to develop curriculum that could be pushed out to other instructors, I think that this is a viable way forward. And so I wanted to second the motion if necessary.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you do have a motion by Director Peterson, seconded by Director Baez.
Oh, it was seconded. Okay. Vice President Baez.
Yes, I wanted to speak to the fact that, I like the motion by Director Peterson, because I think we have to start somewhere, and I want to support ethnic studies, absolutely. But the idea that Director Herndon moved forward, that we have a mandate and a referendum and we cannot change any of those categories, I have to disagree a little respectively, because as a board, we need to do the appropriate tweaking, staying within the general mandate that the public supported. But that general mandate that the public supported did not necessarily mean, let's say 14 FTEs in HR, or let's say those salary increases for administrators, or, we can fool around with that as long as we keep the purpose of the whole thing. My concern with not taking this only from advanced studies was that it would reduce the number of positions that are there that should go to gifted and gifted studies, to Montessori, et cetera, and advanced placements really means ethnic studies. So, I mean, you know what I mean. It incorporates the idea that we need to do that. So I don't want to be restricted to the point that we cannot tweak the resources that we designated to specific line items in the supplementary budget for the referendum. So I do want to support the motion, but I wanted to throw in my 2 cents on that.
Mr.
Any other
Chair?
speakers? Yes, I see
You
Director.
have Director O'Halloran, Director Herndon, and Director Peterson in the queue.
Okay, so go ahead,
And-
Director O'Halloran, Director Herndon, and Peterson. Okay.
Just not related to the amendments, Director Simpson just contacted me to let me know that the whole neighborhood lost power in her area. So,
oh no.
So I just wanted to let everyone know that I told her I would, and I return you to the discussion about the amendment now.
Oh my God.
Okay, Director Herndon was next. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
And then
That's
Peterson,
correct.
yes.
And then Director Woodward.
Peterson was in there too, I thought.
Director Herndon, Peterson, and then Woodward. Yes.
Peterson and then Woodward. Okay.
Okay, just for clarification, if you understood what I said, it was about not allocating all of the funds. I was not against Director Taylor's amendment. it was against pushing for the full 7 for a lot of positions. And that's what I was saying. We could not be greedy. We have to accept the fact that we have to share and share alike. So, which is similar to what you're saying, Dr. Baez. On the other hand, I'd like correction from administration. If I'm wrong, I understand that we don't have to stick to the figures that we have in the referendum budget put forth. But I don't think I'm wrong in the assumption that whatever we come up with has to fit within those guidelines.
Administration.
And I,
President Miller, members of the board, that is absolutely correct. We can move any number of teachers anywhere we need to move in this budget, anywhere you want them to go. What we have pulled together is what we heard from the community. And we have taken that information and transferred this information into this referendum piece that you see before you. And so, but it's open to the board to make adjustments in anywhere you see fit to do so.
He's agreeing with you, Director Herndon.
Thank you.
Who is the next person? Director Peterson. Go ahead, and then Director Woodward.
Yes, I wanted to raise one other issue, not to complicate the matter, but to ask the administration. I did talk to a high school teacher today, and they mentioned that that actually the next semester's coursework and so on and so forth has been already decided for the most part in the high schools. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so I'm thinking in terms of just initiating this program. Let's say we're lucky and we get 5 people or 7 people hired within the next month. How would they be integrated into the high school programs? I mean, is that feasible? And part of my concern, not just about this issue, this amendment, but other amendments, including probably some that I have, is we are not. We have used, and we will continue to use this time, hopefully not next year, basically the amendment process to push for very valid programs in the district. But in some ways, it's like we should have, and I'm not criticizing anybody here, that the best process would be to sort of figure out those programs several months in advance and then come and say, okay, this is what's going to take to roll this out well. And, we're in a situation now where we can't do that for this year, but hopefully next year. But this question came up, and I just wanted to ask the administration because it is a reasonable question. And also, I guess a follow-up would be, if we didn't hire somebody, if say we only fill 10 positions instead of the 12 as of October, would we? What flexibility would we have in October? And so those are 2 questions: the high school and the October.
Administration.
President Miller, members of the board, one of the things I could say is that an elementary school, anytime you add elective or basically what we would call a special at the elementary school, it's very easy to do. When it comes to middle school and high school, we have to program middle school and high schools. Yes, it will be difficult to do. However, we can do it. We can add a course. But all of the schools right now are programmed. And if they get an additional teacher, they will have to do some reprogramming in order to make that happen, because not all children in the class will need an elective or need this particular course. And it's based on interest and those kinds of things because it's slated as an elective. So yes, we could add an additional course. Is it going to be complicated and going to cause some work on behalf of the school community? Absolutely.
Okay. Any follow-up, Director Peterson? You're muted. You're still muted. Director Woodward.
Yes. I have to say that I think when you talk about ethnic studies, especially when it comes to African American studies, is a people that haven't been taught. And I mean, we've had all the opportunity for years and years, and you find many of the courses in French immersion, Spanish immersion, bilingual department, Montessori, all the type of things that apply, but just to start teaching where there would be studies that would impact the lives of African American. And I didn't think of it until after I went to Israel and was in the Holocaust Museum. And I realized when I see all the things about one's history and culture, that how important it is for our children, all children, to know where they come from, who they, and other children to learn about each other, which would make a better community, could be more involvement, less hatred and bigotry if we knew all about each other. And ethnic studies is not just about any one people. There is no people have been subjected to some type of tragedies, and we don't know about it and don't hear about it unless you go to places and find out. But being taught, it hasn't been taught on the school. And then the studies about certain groups of people is not always the type of things that is true, and they have been brainwashed and deceived. So I just believe that when it comes down to really being truthful about teaching, and it always is a big issue. I've seen many issues come before this board, but it never been as much collaboration about getting it done as it has been about this one amendment brought forward by Director Taylor. And where the money and all of that, I see us pass it in the accountability, not knowing where the money coming from, all types of things. And it just seems there's a certain group of people that has certain things and that are together on all the issues and just going to see that just what they want gets passed. And I'm sort of feeling is sad that it comes to this type of behavior among a group of people that are here to represent all people, all children, no discrimination, no anything. But when it comes down to actuality, it is not true. So I just want to make that statement, and what I've seen in 11 years, the type of things that I've seen pass come through. And I had been after things regarding African American, even for the 11 years almost, about things, and it hasn't happened yet. So I just think that I don't know, we come from and what are we thinking? Is it on our only personal agenda, or whose agenda are we doing it? For the people, to educate children to know about all people, and it shouldn't be an issue. We should find the money if it's necessary. So I just want to say that, and what I see is, I don't think it's justice. I think there's injustice and things that are occurring on this board. And I think that we need to make a change in our behavior and really analyze and see what's the advantages of certain studies and what it can do for our people and our children. And we can say that a people that don't know the history is bound to repeat it, and we are repeating. We see slavery all over with Floyd, who we just saw murdered and things. So we are just, and don't know, many of our children don't know why they're being treated that way. And so they should be taught who they are, where they come from, and the type of, and let them learn about each other. It'll be better for all of us, for the whole world. So I just want to say that, and I feel that I needed to say it, and I said it, and so God bless you all.
We have a motion on the floor. Are there any other comments? Call the question, please.
On Director Peterson, motion seconded by Vice President Baez, that the district seek to hire 5 additional ethnic studies teachers and that money be allocated, that $198,683 be allocated for curriculum development, professional development, and resources. On the motion as read, Vice President Baez?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
You're muted, Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Peterson?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Simpson? Director Simpson was going to try to get back on the call via phone. So we will mark her temporarily absent. Director Taylor? It looks like Director Taylor is also temporarily absent. Director Woodward?
No.
President Miller?
Yes. Aye.
That's 6 ayes, 1 no, 2 temporarily absent. The motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the next amendment?
The next amendment is amendment number 3 by Director Taylor, which is to establish parent coordinators as full-time positions. Your committee has forwarded this amendment to the board without recommendation.
Director Taylor, if I could ask you, I thought that this was going to be changed to offer parent coordinators full-time positions, not just to establish. Establish means it sounds like they have to work 40 hours, but I think we want the flexibility. So I thought the wording was going to change.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
members of the board, the amendment before you is the one that was addressed at committee, and the committee's recommendation was forwarded. At this time, Director Taylor can offer changes to what was presented at the committee level.
Okay. Director Taylor.
I'm back. Everybody can hear me. Yeah, President Miller, it was absolutely, if they would like the option to have the 40 hours. It wasn't a mandate. It was an option and availability to those parent coordinators. Before I move approval, though, I do have a question. Last year, this same amendment came up, and as I went back and compared the numbers, there is definitely a big chunk increase for the 1 million for this year. And as I pulled up the amendment for last year, it was like 700 and something thousand. Can we get some clarification on how did the number jump so much?
Administration.
President Miller, Director Taylor, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. The amendment last year was to have 22 parent coordinators positions, the additional to make them 40 hours. And it was 22 FTE is what it came to. This one's 28.25. And in addition, for this one, we included the full benefit rate because it's important to do that to make sure that we cover all of our benefits, including that OPEB that we talked about earlier. In last year's, there was a certain amount that was proposed, and we responded to that amount that was proposed. And also sometimes when additional is added, we use a 15% benefit rate instead of the whole benefit rate, which for next year is 53.3%.
Right, thank you for that. But the numbers is I guess, off by maybe 6. If last year's was 22 FTEs, and this year I think it's saying 28.25, that still seemed like almost a $500,000 difference. I also had the Office of Accountability kind of check the numbers and go over it too, and so there's still a large amount that's a difference.
Miller, Director Taylor, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. So the difference is we added 53.3% benefits compared to 15%. There's more FTEs, and those FTEs cost more for next year due to the steps and lanes and raises that have been given.
Okay, and just for clarity, then I'll move it. And so last year it was 15%, and this year it's 53%. If we're talking about benefits, every parent coordinator already had access if they were going to get benefits because they were at 30 hours.
President,
can you respond to that? Can I get clarity? You said 15% last year?
It said benefits at 15%. Last year it was 77,666. This I'm saying maybe that's what the 414,000 amount is for. So it just seemed like there's a big discrepancy in the number and then the percentage of benefits too. So, and I don't know if Matt Chasen is on.
Ms. Kreitzman, can you respond to that?
President Miller, Director Taylor, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We use a 15% rate when, like if we're doing steps and lanes and adding raises to people, we use the 15% rate. It pays for the additional payroll taxes and pension, but the full benefit rate should be used for a position, and we're adding hours to this position, so it's a 40-hour position, so the full benefit rate should be used. And it's important if it's approved to do this, that we apply that full benefit rate so that we can stay on schedule with that OPEB payment that we have.
Chair, is Matthew, is the Office of Accountability on? Because I guess I need somebody to help me clarify the 15 versus the 53% when these people already are eligible to receive benefits. The numbers are still kind of off to me. So just a little clarity.
Mr. Chasen, would you follow up on Ms. Kreitzman's explanation?
Sure, President Miller, Matt Chasen, OAE. So I'm not sure where that 50% came from. Her point is right. If we only look at just additional hours on an individual who is not already benefits eligible, 15% is entirely appropriate. 15 is what we apply to LTEs, for example, because they're not benefit eligible, but we do have to pay the payroll taxes. When we are adding additional hours to a position that is already benefit eligible, we spread the entire cost of all benefits across the district per a formula. And that formula says if we spend $1 on salaries or wages in any benefit eligible position, in order to spread it across everyone, we charge each school and each department 53% in FY21 on that dollar. I certainly understand why receiving 2 different benefit rates between 2 separate years invites that type of question and scrutiny. I can't say why it looked the way it did last year. I can only vouch for that it is an appropriate approach in the question this year.
Okay. Did you move your amendment forward, Director Taylor?
I did, President Miller.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Any other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, for our listening audience, Director Simpson has joined the meeting by phone. She is in travel on her way to central office so that she can participate virtually.
Okay, so
Director Simpson, can you make your voice known? Okay, we'll work on that. Okay. Who is in the queue?
Mr. Chair, we do have Director Baez in the queue.
All right, Vice President Baez.
And
Yes,
Director Peterson, I'm sorry.
I'm still a little bit confused about the 15 versus 53.
Me too.
I don't quite get it because we're really
either.
talking about already employees in the district and we're just adding hours to that employee. And so we have to calculate the additional cost that will come as a consequence of that. I don't know how we get to 53%. These are already employees. So I don't know. I'm a little bit confused about that. But in addition to that, I wanted to raise the issue that I agree that parent coordinators should be full-time employees and that because we treat them as paraprofessionals and the amount of money that they receive is insufficient for many of them to be able to stay in the district. As a matter of fact, I've had several parent coordinators who are great people, fantastic people, very well-renowned employees who had to quit and take jobs somewhere else because the 30 hours that were being given to them, they felt that was insufficient to even meet their needs. And we're talking, the majority of these folks are, single moms, okay? And for them, it's extremely difficult to be able to make it on 30 hours, a week. So I truly support the idea that we need to raise them. However, let me point out something else. When the positions of parent coordinators were created, and I remember having been involved in those discussions and debates, part of the idea was that if every school got a parent coordinator, they would significantly uplift the parent engagement aspect of things in those schools. That one of the overall ideas was that the more people we have in the schools that are working directly with parents and responsible and accountable for parental engagement and parental involvement, that they should help us with that. What we ended up with was a position that is really, and with all due respect, is really loyal to the principal of the school. So in some schools, principals that know how to use their parent coordinator well will be thrilled by this idea of raising them to 40 hours a week. But principals that basically, have this loyalty thing that I hire you and you're going to do stuff for me and work for me, etc., are part of a problem. Okay? And the problem is that we're not getting as much as parental engagement as we should with these parent coordinator positions. Parent coordinators should have metrics of performance. Principals should obligate employees that have such responsibility to do that. So when I go to meetings and I find that, one parent show up, and then I wonder, where is the parent coordinator from that school? Why is it that we don't get more parents participating in these meetings? Okay. I have this concern that even though it may work very well in some schools, in many schools, we have a problem with not even getting parent coordinators to come to meetings, okay? Because they are paid so little that they have secondary jobs and they have to leave. They have to leave their school and go to the secondary job. So my idea was that if we take them to 40, they wouldn't need the secondary job if we pay them well. But it troubles me that if we take him to 40 under the current circumstances right now, we're going to have some schools that do very well, and we're going to have some schools that continue to do the same thing, and parents don't get as involved as they should. So just to give you an example, I had observed the difficulty in getting parents to attend certain meetings in the bilingual committee that was set up for bilingual parent advising at the district-wide level, the DMAC, the district-wide minority committee. The administration knows that I attended a bunch of those meetings, and there were usually 3, 4, 5 parents at the most, okay? And some of these parents were folks that were frankly, middle-class folks that had an interest in that and got to that meeting, were able to drive to the meeting, et cetera, et cetera. But parents from our communities, parents of color, parents that needed to be informed, needed more involvement, more engagement, more training, more preparation. The parent coordinators were not doing what they had to do to get those parents to those meetings. So I'm concerned about that, and I wanted to make this statement, not because I'm against taking them to 40, but because I feel that we have to get particularly schools and principals that supervise parent coordinators to significantly increase the parental engagement and participation in our district.
Mr. Chair, you have Director Peterson, Director Woodward, and then Director Taylor in the queue.
May I speak?
Mr. Chair, your mic is muted.
Peterson, Woodward, Taylor?
That is correct. And Director Simpson is also on the line.
So I will speak, I guess. I guess it's my turn. I wanted to second the comments by Director Baez and say that actually I had a conversation with Director Taylor about this very thing. That is to say, in my experience, and I've advocated for parent coordinators ever since Fratney was set up in 1989, that in some cases the principal and the coordinator work well together, and really they work together and things really improve. In other cases, quite frankly, the parent coordinator is viewed by the principal as another paraprofessional to be assigned to duty, to do this and that, but not actually focusing on parent involvement strategies. Certainly, if there's an emergency in the school, no matter who is supposed to do what, should come and help out. I'm not suggesting that they not help out in a collective way. So I suggest, in terms of trying to deal with this, perhaps a friendly amendment that would say that prior to receiving this additional funding for the parent coordinator, a school must submit a written plan about how the extra time will be used to engage parents in the children's education and school and recruit more families to MPS. And it should be signed by both the principal and the parent coordinator. So it's not just the parent principal, and maybe signed by somebody else at the school who works, I don't know. But my thought is, this is not punitive. This is proactive. And if they're going to get additional money, especially centrally provided, then there should be some, attempts to at least show us up front what they're going to do in addition to what they've already been doing. And so I don't know if Director Taylor would accept something like that as a friendly amendment.
President Miller, in listening, absolutely, I used to be a parent coordinator and understand the work that they do. I feel like we are basically saying to them, definitely, because I know they're watching, that basically either you're not doing your job or not doing it well, so we're going to add on some stipulations for you to ensure to get these hours. I mean, are we going to uphold everybody in the district that's an employee to that? And not saying we don't need to revamp the parent coordinator position, because they are utilizing them as paras and not really looking at them as professionals or respecting their position. But I feel like when we add on something for someone to sign and stating that, are we doing the same thing by every other employee in the district? Once again, it seems like we cater to a certain group of individuals, and then other employees are not as vital. I just think we should really watch that. Should we definitely revamp and relook at the parent coordinator position? We absolutely should, but let's be careful how we address them, and their ethics are not working. But to sign something stating this is what you must do, if we're not going to adhere that to every other position within this district.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary.
Okay. Next you have.
But wait a second. Is that a friendly amendment or not, Director Taylor? You have to make a call on that.
Yeah, the friendly would be us revamping it, but to say they have to sign something, I guess I'm trying to understand, what are they signing?
Well, before I call on you, Director Herndon, I'm gonna have Director Peterson respond so we can get clarity on this. Director Peterson, you're muted.
Yeah, just to be clear, I was trying, and I obviously didn't come through properly because of the response, but I was seeing this as a way to help protect the parent coordinator from a principal who assigns them to non-parent coordinator kind of work. That's what I was trying to get at. So that's where I'm coming from. And whether or not it should be written in or something, but somebody might have some better language.
Oh, okay. For Director Peterson, that definitely makes sense now. Thank you for that clarity. I thought it was, yeah.
But Director Taylor, what is your ruling on friendly versus?
I would consider that a friendly, that it centers them to commit to doing the parent coordinator work. If that's what you are referring to, Director Peterson, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Herndon.
Yes, I'd like to add to that. I would like an answer from administration on this, because I would say a couple of years ago, I noticed the same thing, that parent coordinators weren't doing they weren't being allowed by some principals, many principals, to do what we had hoped they were going to get a chance to do. And we asked for a job description and we never received it. So my question at this point is, do we have a good solid job description? And we would need them to sign if it were enforced. In other words, if the job description says that the parent coordinator is supposed to be working with parents and getting them involved and all the other things that would come under that category, then the principal should be held accountable for using them for other things. Because at one point I did see a parent coordinator's responsibility to handle a child that was handling a meltdown. And that was the scariest thing I had ever seen in my life. And it was totally out of her responsibilities, but it was designated to her by the principal.
Dr. Mann, what's the cue?
Mr. Chair, we do have Director Woodward in the queue and then Director Baez.
Okay, Director Woodward.
Yes. First, I'd like to say, as one of the persons that went to the administration to bring in parent coordinators in the latter years, and spend weeks of training with the parent coordinators, along with Dr. Mans, who taught it. I think she was the teacher, held over it. With parent coordinators, there is a job description for them. There's a complete manual of their duties. There have been ongoing, and I attended the last one this year, that they are being trained and told what their duties and responsibilities are. So, but when they get to the school, they're doing more and beyond their duties. I agree with that. But however, we're talking about changing them from 30 to 40 hours. And this is a thing, regardless of what, they're doing duties in the, and they're some of the lowest paid people, and they're not getting the type of benefits, or just like they're not getting enough hours to keep them from holding. Some are even, they go to CLC after working all day as a parent coordinator just to make ends meet. I've seen people having to buy during the summer. It used to be that they had a job going out looking for, bringing in others and student enrollments and stuff. So many of the duties that they are doing is not the ones that they were originally trained to do. And it's sad, but the issue here is to move the money, getting the pay. And I don't know how it come about to talk about what their duties are when you're talking about giving them 30 to 40-hour position. So I feel like they're entitled to the 40-hour position because the money that they get is not enough. We have, it just isn't enough. And it seems like the lowest form people, people of color, African Americans or Hispanics, are people that hold those positions, and they're the ones that are scrutinized. You're being scrutinized just to get 40 hours a week. So I just think that it just seems like there's a certain group of people that are not being treated with equity and being treated fairly and given what they need to survive, and yet they go over and above and beyond their duties to get a job done. And I know they get training on a regular basis, and I know just leaving as the chair of the parent and community engagement, I listened and see all the things that they are still holding for these people to do. So like I said, it's still a need for them to have the 40 hours a week.
Director Bias. You're muted.
Sorry. Yes, I wanted to support what has been said generally about parent coordinators, but I want to clarify. Look, I'm not questioning the fact that they do good sort of like parental involvement in their schools. They have committees and they have, activities and things like that. But they tend to be the same kinds of activities that historically those people who have been, and I have been one of them, have been critical of parental engagement, have been critical of. Okay, there are activities that just, now the principal has directed them to make sure they have a room, a classroom where they get the parents involved, and the parents bring food and they talk and they chat and they talk about some issues, and that's it. But this district, in order for it to really go through a major transformation, which it should, okay, and in order for it to become more working towards democracy in general, we have to have parental engagement that is substantive, parental engagement that is reflected in the level of parents that participate in our district-wide activity, in the community as a whole. So it's not just about doing things within the confines of their classroom or their school, or the assignments that the principals give them that sometimes relate to their job and don't relate to their job. Is about us revamping the parent coordinator idea so that it leads to significantly more parental engagement in the district as a whole, in task force, in committees, in all kinds of other activities, and that the parent coordinators be responsible in their school to get people to those meetings when these meetings are called. That's what I was talking about. It's not that I undermine at all what they do in their schools, but it's guided by a mentality that unfortunately is not getting parent coordinators to do what initially we thought they should be all about, expanding significantly the engagement of parents in this district.
I'm calling the question.
Mr. Chair?
It's called the vote. Yes, ma'am.
You do have Mr. Chasen in the queue and Director Woodward.
I'm calling the question. I'll take do you want to take a vote on it? Does somebody want to make a motion to take a vote? I'm calling the question. Let me explain something. If we take the same length of time to discuss these two amendments, it puts us at about 5:30 in the morning. Okay, seriously, I did the numbers. It puts us at 5:30 in the morning. We're not setting policy, you guys. What you need to do is vote on the amendment. Vote yes or vote no. okay, or make a
Right.
substitute motion. That's what you need to do, and then call the administration to give a report on something, and then you can set policy over the next few months. For example, on what the parent coordinators should be doing. But to have the discussion over policy when we're not going to vote on the policy, you're just complicating, and you're putting us at 5:30 in the morning, and I'll get delirious. The last time we went past 3 o'clock, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I lost my mind. Okay, so just to give you a warning, I'm calling the question. Please call the vote.
On Director Taylor's motion. I'm sorry, one moment.
Can you please read the motion?
On Director Taylor's motion to offer parent coordinators 40-hour positions.
Thank you.
Seconded by Director Simpson. And Mr. Chair, can you please check to see if we can hear from Director Simpson?
Director Simpson, can you go vocal for us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry, but I actually didn't second this. I mean, not that.
I did. I seconded it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
I did second it.
Okay. On Director Taylor's motion, seconded by President Miller. Director Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Abstain.
Director Simpson.
I missed so much of the conversation. I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Director Taylor. Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 2 abstentions. The motion passes.
Okay, we're moving to our third amendment. Excuse me, what's the next amendment, Madam Secretary?
The next amendment is amendment number 4 by Director Taylor to assign 3 40-hour per week paraprofessionals at each school. Your committee recommends that the amendment has forwarded this amendment to the board without recommendation.
And just for clarity, President Miller, that was the option if they wanted to have the 40 hours, and I move approval, whether we vote up and down. Did y'all hear me? No.
But I don't understand what you're suggesting, Director Taylor. Just make it clear for it.
Yep. Nope. I said that was for 40 hours to be an option for up to 3 paras at a school.
Correct. I get it. Okay.
That's it. Yep.
So are you
I
making
move approval. Yep. Move approval. Yes.
Okay. We have a second from Director Woodward.
Yes.
Comments from anybody? Not seeing any. I guess I've intimidated everybody. Director Herndon, not Director Peterson.
Intimidated anybody.
I didn't intimidate anybody. Director Herndon, go ahead.
I just want clarification because on this I see FTE increase of 100.50. Is that just, how is that calculated in terms of the dollars? Is that saying 40 hours per week for existing employees? Could you clarify that?
Yep, really quick, Director Herndon. Yep, that is for already existing employees. And I know Matt Chasen is on, but he also looked over it and his numbers was a little different from administration. Not trying to start a healthy conversation, but those are for already employees who are working at the schools, just to add on additional options as an offer for 40 hours.
And the funding source was to be?
The funding source was also the referendum. I utilized that we were going to hire a certain amount of number.
You cut out.
You cut out.
we all have technology. Okay, that we were going to hire a certain number of EAs or paras, and I was thinking, why don't we try to make the ones that have been working for us whole by offering them 40 hours?
Okay. Any follow-up, Director Herndon? No? Okay. Who's next in the queue, Director, Madam Secretary?
We do have Director Peterson in the queue.
Okay. And no one else? Just Director Peterson?
That is correct.
Director Peterson?
I wish we could have all pairs 40 hours. I know that the 22 that are selected for in the referendum have to do with the library and for elementary schools, if to help where there are no librarians. But I'm going to just vote no on this because it's a large financial commitment that I don't think we can afford at this time. It's not because I oppose the concept, but I think we have to be prudent.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Phillips in the queue.
Director Phillips?
No? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no? Not seeing any others. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
On Director Taylor's motion to offer 3 40-hour per week paraprofessionals at each school, seconded by Director Woodward. Vice President Baez.
No.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
No.
Director Simpson.
No.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
No.
That's 2 ayes, 7 noes. The motion fails.
Madam Secretary, what is the next amendment?
The next amendment is by Director Woodward to establish the MPS minimum wage of $15 an hour by fully implementing the Road to 15. Your committee has forwarded this amendment to the board without recommendation.
What's the pleasure of the group?
Mr. Chair?
I move adoption of the amendment.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And Director Taylor seconded it. Comments?
Yeah, I just like a question. When we came to committee, was Director Baez was on that? Was he a co-author of this motion for the 15 minimum wage? Was he? Did he get off?
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary,
members
of the board, this amendment is co-authored by Director Baez.
Okay, I just wondered because I thought I heard that and I didn't hear it, but just But again, I want to say that these is again some of the lowest paid wages in poverty and being left in poverty and never brought up to get an increase in wages. And I believe that before anyone else get any raises, that these people at the lowest level, lowest paid, should have an increase in their wages to a minimum of $15 an hour, not waiting and keep hiring over and over and over at the lower wage, and you will never have all the people at it. You start them at $15 an hour. Any new hires and all those that are not there, I would like to see them meet the $15 an hour minimum wage. I believe we give people with much more money, makes a lot more than these people at $15 a wage. And I think it's totally an injustice that we will hire people and at this lower wages in this day and age. And so I just believe this is some entitlement and what people should be making. And that is not enough, but it's a start somewhere at the $15 an hour.
Director Baez, Vice President Baez.
Okay. Well, first of all, I was intimidated by the President Miller's comments. Okay, and I think that we have to be careful about our use of time. So I wanted to say that. But anyway, I was a co-sponsor of this. I continue to be a co-sponsor of this. I really truly believe that we are at a time in this district where we have to make the minimum wage $15 an hour for people coming into the district. I would ask my colleague, Director Woodward, that I would like to make a friendly amendment to this, so that considering the funding that we're talking about and the issues of all the other amendments and the issues of the retirement, et cetera, that we have to be somewhat cognizant of that, and also cognizant of getting the process underway. So what I wanted to propose, and Director Woodward, please see this as a friendly amendment, is that we raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour for all those people making, period, that we raise the minimum wage, okay? But starting in January. And the reason for that is that if we start in January, we cut the cost of this almost in half, but we also give the parties, the administration, the unions, and other people to sit down and negotiate the specifics and the steps of making this possible. So this year, we would, in fact, as a board, be approving the idea of $15 minimum wage for everybody in the district, starting salary for everybody in the district, but recognizing that there are people that have been here 15 years, 20 years, etc., and that are a little bit worried about, somebody just coming in making 15 and I'm at 15.50. Okay, how do we address those concerns? And my proposal of going to January would help alleviate some of those concerns. Where would the money come from? Director Woodward, I suggest that beyond directing the administration to negotiate in good faith with our unions and make this possible, that we look at the nutrition fund and the fact that there was a surplus of $17 million, $17.9 in the nutrition fund. And historically, we have funded all food services people from that fund. So the way this was presented to us, the cost of this did not make that distinction. I think that if we take everybody that is in food services and fund them from that surplus of 17.9, we really don't need to look anywhere else for money to fund that particular class of folks, the food service people. The other people that will be affected by this is something that the administration would need to then look at. How do we implement the idea of a $15 minimum wage starting in January for everybody, and drawing from the budget, that the supplementary budget, or drawing from wherever it needs to, but the cost of this from 2-point-something million will go down to about half of that, and it's a much doable thing. So if Director Woodward would agree to that as a friendly amendment, I would be happy to make that friendly amendment.
Well, what are you talking about? January of next, at the beginning of 2021?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll accept that. Yes.
Okay. Or if we have, I'm making it as a friendly
no more hires, though.
Exactly.
After January, there would be no more hires.
With less than 15.
Less than $15 an hour.
Correct.
That'd be right. Okay, so we have
move that.
Okay, and you have a second, Director Taylor. Do you accept that as a second? Okay. Comments.
Yes.
Comments. Not seeing any. Administration, would you like to speak? Administration.
President Miller, members of the committee, I'm not sure last time if I gave the best description of what this looks like, but if we continue to move people across the steps and add a reasonable CPI, which would be close to the 1.81%, building service helpers and food service assistants would be at $15 an hour within 3 years of service to the district. So that does feel like a reasonable implementation plan. Originally, when we were discussing the Road 15, it started out as 7 years. Other municipalities around us have a very long implementation plan. So I just wanted to make it clear that if CPI stays about stable, we see people in these two areas hitting 15 or over 15 after 3 years of service in the district, and keeping us on our current schedule with those folks reaching 15 within 3 still then allows us to maintain our salary step schedules with what we have deemed to be the appropriate spread to see people progress into those promotional opportunities throughout the district and not recreate any compression issues that we have.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary.
you have Director Woodward in the queue.
Yes.
Director Woodward.
Is she saying that it don't start it at $15 an hour in January, what we just decided upon?
Would you give clarity to that?
Yeah, that's what I want.
President Miller, members of the board, I was not suggesting a different idea. I was just making sure that there was no confusion from what was said last time. I don't believe I ever stated how long it would take somebody to get to 15. And I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that within 3 years of service to the district, the people who make less than $15 an hour in the district would be at or above 15. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't leave that confused from last time.
Okay, well, in January, there would be nobody else starting that less than $15 an hour. So I let it stand at that point. So,
Director Baez.
Yes,
Vice President
think,
Baez.
and thanks the administration for that clarification. But this amendment really goes to the idea that as a district, we have to establish a minimum wage. And I'm suggesting with my colleagues here that that minimum wage begins in January as 15, and that after January, nobody else is hired in this district at less than $15 an hour. How the administration proceeds to negotiate those salary steps and those salary schedules and steps is something that I encourage the administration to do. I think that it can be done. I think that it's about time that we get this done and that people do not have to wait 3 years to be able to start making $15 an hour. Okay.
Amen.
Any other comments? Director
Call
Halloran.
for the question.
Director Halloran.
I just wanted to make sure that, so the administration, so thank you for the clarification about what we previously discussed. I just wanted to make sure that or if you have any response to what Director Baez just said, that we can pull it from the rollover of the nutrition fund for the food service workers, and that the January implementation date would cut it in half. Is that accurate?
Administration.
President Miller, Director O'Halloran, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. Doing the January start date would cut it in half. We can use fund balance from nutrition services. We'd have to decide where to get the other portion. It's almost $700,000 from our general fund, our school operation fund, and we'd have to figure out where that portion would come from, because the amendment said from busing restructuring. So we'd have to decide something else at this point, or wait and see what happens with busing. I don't know how that works.
Director Baez, was there anybody else in the queue, Madam Secretary? No, Director Baez. You're muted.
In the discussion that we had last time regarding this item, I had proposed an amendment to where the money would be coming from. And I suggested that it come from a rethinking of the spending that we did in the supplementary referendum. I believe that we can do that. This is not such large an amount of money that we cannot look for funding within that to be able to do that. So it's not what this item is basically saying right now, when we do not consider that. I did put that forward. I remember that we moved it forward to the board, but I remember that that was accepted by my colleague, that we look for funding in the referendum supplementary budget too. So I appreciate what the administration is saying, but I think that, you know, we have to do this, okay?
Director Taylor, I see. Anybody else in the queue, Madam Secretary?
Thank you,
President
Yes, you have
Miller.
Mr. Director Taylor is the only other person in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Director Taylor.
I guess I'm trying to understand, is it different funding that is coming from now? I'm hearing some different from Vice President Baez versus administration, and just so we can have clarity of exactly what are we talking about or where the funding, like I heard at first it could be out of nutrition, but now it's saying only half, and the other half would have to come from somewhere.
Administration.
President Miller, Director Taylor, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer, the nutrition workers that are reflected in this amendment would come out of the nutrition fund. And the nutrition fund couldn't pay for these other workers, so they'd have to come out of somewhere else, like the referendum or the general operations fund, which is school operations. And that remaining portion is about 700,000. The nutrition portion is, if we start in January, because I halved it, the nutrition portion is a 447,365 that would come out of their fund balance.
Chair Miller.
Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, I understand what she's saying, but I just want us to keep in alignment tonight. We have continued to ask exactly where the funding is coming from. So they keep saying maybe it will come. I mean, is that definitely we're saying it's coming out of the general fund and the rest is coming out of nutrition? Like, let's stay on, I guess, the same path.
Dr. Posley, what's your response?
President Miller, members of the board, one of the things that with any amendment, we have to have a source of where it's coming from. Right. We ask that the director give us that source of where that money is coming from, and we do not have a problem with removing it and placing it there.
Okay, so all the money is accounted for. I just wanted to make sure. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Director Herndon and Director Phillips.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I've got it right, that for the other workers that could not be paid out of the nutrition funds, that would come out of school operations. I just need clarification.
Members of the board, that was one of the options that we could use, or we could use the referendum line. If you wanted to come from the other form, let us know and we'll take it from there.
Okay, so that means that we need to clarify or decide where it's going to come from. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
Right.
That is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Director Baez, Vice President Baez.
I recommend to my colleagues that we do the nutrition fund and we do a reassessment of the referendum budget, and that we take it from there.
Comments?
Call for the question.
Well, we need clarity first. Director.
We need clarification.
Like what line?
Well, can it, Superintendent, can it come from the referendum fund?
He said that.
President Miller.
Excuse me.
President
Yes.
Miller and
Go
members
ahead.
of the board, absolutely it could come from the referendum budget, but we need to know which line that you're asking us to take it from. And also to let you know, the last item that we passed, we did not put a funding source with the last item with the parent coordinators. So we still got to find that $1.1 million as well.
Okay, so on the table right now is the source. Do the proponents have a source for us? Director Baez.
I had proposed at our earlier discussion that the amount of dollars necessary in addition to this food nutrition fund come from attracting and retaining certified educators, and that we squeeze that. That's $29 million, and we should be able to get the $500,000 or $600,000 that we need to be able to do this. I think this is important to do, and I think that if we reconsider that area, we should be able to do this.
Okay, he does have a proposed line.
Okay.
On a question.
And we have the question's been called. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Woodward's motion to establish an MPS minimum wage of $15 per hour with the implementation date of January of 2021, with the funding source being attracting and retaining educators and nutrition services, seconded by Director Taylor. This is co-sponsored by Director Baez.
Please call the roll.
On the motion as read, Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Abstain.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Taylor. Director Taylor.
Aye. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, when your mic is pulled down, we can hear you. Director, go ahead.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 1 abstention. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, as an indicated in the notice to this meeting, it was possible for additional amendments to be submitted prior to this meeting. 8 additional amendments have been submitted. Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
Amendment number 7 was submitted by Director O'Halloran. That amendment is to move the work from the Office of Communications and School Performance, Department of Equity, Access, and Inclusion to the Office of School Administration of Student Services in the Office of Student Services in order to support PBIS-based education and training on anti-racist work. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with respect to this item.
Does the administration wish to comment on this amendment?
Yes. Chair Miller, members of the committee, the administration has no problem with the 2 positions. However, the reporting, we were recommending that report to where the rest of the PBIS group is reporting, and that's to equity, access, and inclusion. And so that is it for the administration.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary.
Members of the board, in looking at the amendment, the budgetary portion of the amendment would be the 2 positions being requested by Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this amendment?
Can I speak to it or?
Director O'Halloran, yes, but
Thanks.
yes, you can speak to it.
Yes, I just wanted to go over why I brought this forward. It was brought to me by a community group to bring clarity and focus to the OCR work. Currently, we have 5 PBIS coaches that, to the best of my knowledge, are reporting up through that structure in different areas. And by aligning the 5 underneath the discipline in the Office of Student Services, that it would align the school climate work with the OCR work with the discipline, and it would allow them to work in greater collaboration. The people who brought it to me were also asking for an additional two PBIS coaches. That would bring it to 7, so that we would have 1 for each region. Currently, we have 5 supporting 7 regions. So it would augment the structure in addition to aligning the work in a better format. And there were some additional pieces on there that I've tried to identify funding for, because I recognize that I also voted against the one potential source for funding. So I did try to find source for that, the PD and the curriculum that would be coming out of the referendum. And it's just trying to draw attention to the fact that right now we've had this OCR work on the books for so long, and we haven't seen really moving the needle on it. And so if we align the work better, perhaps we could yield better results.
Do we have a second for this? Director Herndon?
Again, how would we be paying for this?
I need a second before we can have discussion.
I'll second.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Herndon.
Where would the funds be coming from? I understood Director O'Halloran said she made some changes. So could you explain?
Okay, well, at least, so if we don't have a funding source for the 2 additional, if we're not going to pull it from the referendum as we have with everything else, I would, at least with the PD and the curriculum, I have identified line by line within the resolution that or within the proposal that I put forward. So those have been accounted for. I recognize that we have $1.4 million in the referendum currently for PD, and rather than identify a specific PD area to pull all $55,000 from, I was just going to move that we would reduce it proportionately so it's not hitting one area in particular.
Any follow-up, Director Herndon?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just for
Madam
clarity,
Secretary.
just for clarity on what is being presented, Director O'Halloran, is the motion currently to reallocate $55,000 from the professional development fund to fund professional development for PBIS coaches?
Yes, so I was proposing 1,000 hours of PD at $50 an hour. This would be PD for teachers identified for disproportionate discipline, facilitator training for teachers leading the school discipline committees, and raised PD for PBIS Tier 1 and building intervention teams. So that would be $50,000. The leadership training for student members of the student discipline committees was identified at roughly $5,000. So I would identify that as professional development of $55,000. In addition, there were lines for purchasing materials and duplication. And I also identified lines within the referendum. I will fully concede that I voted against the transportation earlier. So without providing an additional source of funding, perhaps the 2 positions, I mean, I guess everybody else gets to just say, find the funds, but I will I'm willing to leave the 2 positions off this time and then just bring it back next year when we have additional funding. But if we can at least fund the PD, I think, you know, the community group that put this forward laid it out that we're engaged in this resolution agreement focused on disproportionality with regards to Black students across the district. And we, despite all of the years of our efforts, publicly available district data indicates that Black male students continue to be 3 times more likely than their peers to be suspended or referred for disciplinary action. And so the proposal was to align the work under the 5 that were currently in a different spread throughout the organization, to align the 5, provide 2 additional, and the PD.
Madam Chair, would you, Madam Secretary, would you give the cue? I see people have their hands up. Director Woodward has a hand up.
You have Dr. Posley, Director Woodward, and Director Phillips. Did you want to speak on this? Director Phillips and then Peterson.
Okay, Superintendent Posley.
President Miller, members of the board, the administration is 100% open with whatever we need to do here in regards of adding additional staff, but I have some great concerns about a reorg. It's something I've never witnessed before. And I just would, I don't quite understand how one can pick which area that they report to within an organizational chart. So I'm really concerned about that and the precedents it sets, and very gravely concerned about that, because otherwise, what's my purpose?
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Director Woodward.
Yes, I wanted to ask the administration, when OCR, the Office of Civil Rights, decided on the expulsions, did we not hire a group of people that went around and did an analysis? And has there been any report from that committee on what was going to happen to accomplish what OCR expected of us? Okay, that's my question.
Administration.
President Miller, members of the board, you're exactly correct. We have a number of individual iterations of things that we're doing around PBIS, violence prevention, restorative practices, restorative pedagogy. We put it all in the part of our PD of what we need to do around that. And each one of those departments, as well as equity, the Office of Equity, Access and Inclusion, the Office of Black and Latino Males, a number of safety nets around that particular piece. And we're working, trying to get those numbers downward. So as far as when we talk about the number of different PBIS coaches we have only 6 regions, and we have coaches attached to each region. And so therefore we make assignments. And if someone doesn't like their assignment, this is not the way that we go about making changes. Okay. But yes, we have circle support around those individuals.
Follow up.
Director Woodward.
Yes. Then wouldn't it be more appropriate for this group to come in and meet with the group that we already have in existence and come up with an analysis and the best way to go about doing this type of a program, rather than a group from the outside decide what they wanted, how they want it, rather than come in and see what we're doing and work on a collective. I would like to know, it would be more feasible to have an analysis through this group, plus the people who are bringing forth this resolution.
Dr. Posley.
President Miller, members of the board, I would 100% think that will be the avenue to travel, and we're very open to that.
Okay. Director Phillips, I'm putting myself after Director Peterson in the queue. Director Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller. So my question was, I just wanted a little bit more background from administration because PBIS, I believe, was somewhere else when I started on the board 3 years ago. So could you just give some background on, where it is now and like why that transition happened?
Director Phillips, members of the board, Marla, Bernal Communications and School Performance. At this time, the PBIS coaches are in the Office of Communications and School Performance, and they are all, as Dr. Posley mentioned, assigned to region of support as other members of the district are. So they're part of that regional system of support with the regional superintendents as well as the ILDs, the special ed, supervisor, the human resources and finance individuals that are all attached to a region to support the schools in that cohort.
Thank you. Director Peterson.
I just had a follow-up because
you had a follow-up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director Phillips. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where it is now, but it wasn't always there. So I just wanted understanding around how it transitioned to the regional support team because it wasn't always there.
Director Phillips, members of the board, it's my understanding that that cohort of staff were assigned at some point in the Office of School Administration and maybe even, quite frankly, the Office of Innovation, which is no longer in existence.
Chair, President Miller, members of the board, and as the last 30 years that I've been here, there's been a number of different places, a number of different iterations throughout the organization.
Any more follow-up, Director Phillips? No? Director Peterson, were you in the queue?
Yes, I was. I am still, hopefully. Yes, I want to encourage my colleagues to vote this amendment down. I agree with the administration that it's not the place, the budget process is not the place for us to either change or challenge the administration's line of authority and responsibility. If we have concerns about that, I think it should be brought up in a much different way. And so I suggest, I'm going to vote no, and I suggest others do as well.
I put myself in the queue. So two things have come to mind for me. One is what Director Woodward said was to bring the OCR folks together to have another report, another discussion. So that should be asked for by the board so that we can have some more significant discussion about OCR. But I put in a request today for a report from the administration to look at alignment and what is going on with PBIS, mindfulness, restorative practices, social emotional learning, cultural responsiveness, behavioral interventions, so that we can look at all of this as a board. I don't know what this really means, what in this resolution. I'm not willing to support something that hasn't gone through a real process of discussion and looks at all the other parts of the organization. So I would like it to come. So I asked for a report so we can look at the components and everybody would know about all of these things together. So I too am opposed to this this resolution. Was there anybody else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, there are no more speakers in the queue.
All right, please call the please take a vote, please.
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Herndon, regarding professional development for PBIS and teachers identified for disproportionate discipline, facilitator training for teachers leading the school discipline committees.
Please call the roll.
On the motion that was read into the record, Vice President Baez.
No.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
Abstain.
Director Simpson.
No.
Director Taylor.
Dr. Taylor?
No. Gotta keep it down.
Director Woodward,
No.
President Miller.
No.
That's 7 noes, 1 aye, and 1 abstention. The motion fails.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is by amendment number 8 by Director O'Halloran. Is to signal the board's intent to bring guidance counselor ratios to the recommended 1 to 250 students by hiring 1 additional guidance counselor this year. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Does the administration wish to comment on this amendment?
Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary.
As is customary, the motion maker would comment
I'm sorry.
first.
I did it again, didn't I? Sorry about that, Director Halloran. I really do apologize. It's getting, it's only 1 o'clock. I'm fine. Go ahead.
I'll try to keep it brief. The recommended ratios are 1 to 250 students, and in districts that have been identified with a large number of students with more needs, it's 1 to 100, and we're currently very far out of that. Every month, the Leaders Igniting Transformation students and the Youth Empowered in the Struggle students come to us asking for additional guidance counselors. So while I recognize that this does not bring us to those recommended ratios, I am putting forward an amendment that at least signals our intent to take strides. And I recognize that we already have funding within the referendum for additional guidance counselors. I'm just asking for 1 more. And I also did identify a line. It's nothing against Phi-Ed teachers. I love Mr. Fritz at Cooper. He's one of my children's favorite teachers, but I just pulled it from there, and that's it.
Thank you. Do we have a
Mr.
second?
Chair, this amendment is also co-sponsored by Director Taylor.
Director Taylor, so you are the second?
Yes.
And that's okay, Director Taylor. Does the administration wish to comment on this amendment?
Martha, go ahead.
President Miller, this is Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. This would change 1 counselor, 1 Phi-Ed teacher to 1 counselor, and the funding source is identified, and we would wish to do whatever the board decides on this item.
Any comments, questions? Director Herndon?
I question, why do we need to add a counselor when we clearly have a line in the referendum for all of that type of support staff? I don't think it doesn't seem necessary to me. I mean, that is out of the whole night. That's the one thing that's pretty clear. Why would we need to make any adjustments to that at this time?
Dr. O'Halloran, you'd like to respond? Go ahead.
Well, as I laid out, we're way outside of the recommended ratios. And in addition to that, we're currently in a pandemic, and our students are going to be coming back to school with more emotional needs. And I recognize that this is just 1 position, but I think that we should be trying to prepare so that we are adequately responding to our students' emotional needs, because I think that there's currently a lot of trauma going on with our current shutdown and a lot of uncertainty. And so that's why, but Director Taylor, would you, or I don't know if anybody else wants to respond.
I would.
But I had a queue. I think, who's in the queue, Director, Madam Secretary?
You have Director Woodward in the queue, and then Director Taylor.
Okay, Director Woodward, and then Director Taylor.
Yes, I have a question for administration. I would like to know, have not you already got information regarding these councils from this organization that you're looking into, or have you made the decision that they they sent a letter to you regarding what they wanted as a counselor?
Dr. Posey?
President Miller, members of the board, what we did was we heard what families, students, as well as our staff have said to us about what we need to do for in the area of mental health, social and emotional learning. And what we went through to do is to divide that up, looking at the number of psychologists we could bring on, the number of social workers we could bring on, and the number of school counselors that we could bring on. So that is, and that betters our numbers, because when we look at our numbers at the high school level, we are 400 to 1. And when you check in, from large urban districts, we are in decent shape that way. But however, with the additional number of counselors that we have placed, that will bring that ratio even a little further downward.
So, thank you.
Good. And followed up by, who is next? Oh, Director Taylor, you were next. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, you're fine. Thank you. Yeah. In reference to this amendment, it was just to make sure that the ratios to students was right. Every time we hear from students, they continue to talk about their mental, social, and health well-being, and it's just to put in accordance and align the ratio of counselors to students, so that we're making sure they have what they need and access to the people that are needed as well.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary?
you do have Directors Peterson and Baez in the queue.
Director Peterson.
Yes, I believe that by us putting in 16 counselors, 12 psychologists, 15 social workers, 15 nurses, and 4 restorative practices coaches into the referendum for hiring this year, we're certainly indicating our intention to build a much stronger staff that can deal with the questions and concerns that the folks from LIT brought up. My hope is, as the referendum monies increase, we can add more to that. I think given the tightness, this is a huge increase compared to previous years. And given the tightness of our budget, I would suggest that people vote no on this and consider next year increasing the level.
And Director Baez.
The more I think about this, adding another position, with all due respect to all the other members, is no big deal. If it comes from Fayette. If it comes from Fayette, I don't see what the problem would be. We would just be better equipped to be able to handle the situation. Now, I understand what has been said. We have all these folks that we will be adding, and that is great. But if it helps to make sure that we have a better ratio in the district, and if it helps in any way, doing that and taking out one of those Fayette FTEs, it doesn't bother me. Okay. So, however we vote on this is fine, but it doesn't bother me. Okay?
Director Phillips, and then myself.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I would agree with Vice President Baez on this one, especially because we know that we don't have a pipeline for Bi-Ed teachers at this time. We have a significant shortage of the number that are being produced within Wisconsin, and then we know that we don't have a lot of people moving to Wisconsin for teaching jobs right now. So I'd also be in favor of the amendment.
Okay, let me, being an ADH child and a totally kinesthetic adult, physical education, it's called AMP, you guys. It's called Arts, Music, Fayed. It's significant. You have no idea how many times kids have complained to me from around the district because they only have a half day Fayed a week. It's a huge issue for dealing with stress, for dealing with the kind of stuff that our kids are going to come into. So to put it in contradiction with Fayed and say, well, Fayed, we can just blow it off. I have a real problem with that. I just think that's a real problem. Director O'Halloran.
Yes, I would point out that I am a parent of a child with ADHD. I am married to somebody with ADD. It's not that I haven't considered this. It's that at our last SPB meeting, I believe that we even raised the question of the ability to fill these positions. So it was, in addition to being a signifying our intent to right this wrong, as the students come to us every single month and trying to develop a budget that we call student-centered, recognizing that we also have the potential for the Phy-Ed teachers to go unfilled. So it was it was just that trade-off.
Director Herndon.
Yes, I'd like to say we just passed that the art budget earlier tonight, and the Phy-Ed was already in place. So, not to mention that we're out of compliance with the AMP positions and all of that. We're out of compliance in providing it to the students, especially on the north side of the city. So part of that is to try to get us out of trouble, basically, with the government. We're out of compliance on those issues.
Any other speakers? If not, I'm going to Director Simpson.
Thank you. And I would agree with Director Herndon that the northwest side of Milwaukee definitely needs some additional support. I see the need for both the Phy-Ed teachers and the counselors. I'm wondering if there's a way we can, I would feel more comfortable voting for this if we knew like we're going to target with these additional counselors the schools that are in highest need. Maybe some of those schools that have that disproportionate rate of suspension, have we targeted where these individuals are going to be placed?
Well, we're talking about one person, so not these individuals. We're talking about one.
Correct. So, but just in general, are we right? I understand.
Who's next?
Mr. Chair, that completes the speakers in the queue.
I don't think there's going to be an answer, Director Simpson, for you at this point. Let's call the question. Madam Secretary, if you'll call the roll, please.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to signal the board's intent to bring guidance counselor ratios to the recommended 1 to 250 students by hiring one additional guidance counselor this year, seconded by Director Taylor. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor. Director Taylor.
You're on mute. Now you're on mute, Director Taylor.
Aye. I unmuted it too. Aye.
Director Woodward.
No.
President Miller.
No.
6 ayes, 3 noes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is by Director Peterson to create one position for a First Nation Studies Act 31 teacher and 2 First Nation Studies paraprofessional positions. Funding for this amendment would come from the referendum budget in the area of advanced academic proposed budget, where 2 of the 22 additional teachers' FTEs would be used to fund the positions created by this amendment. The recommendation is to determine how the board wishes to proceed with this item.
I guess I should call on Director Peterson. Dr. Halloran, would that be the appropriate thing to do? Director Peterson? Because I would. I kept making the mistake, so I'm calling on Director Peterson.
I'd like to move that we adopt this amendment. This has its origin in a couple months ago, we had a conversation about Act 31, and I came away from that conversation convinced that we need to do more to for the increasing the Native understanding of all of our students in terms of Native issues, and to support the Native community, First Nations community in MPS in a better way. And so I'm asking for one position that would focus on Act 31, and two paraprofessionals, and I have included the draft job descriptions that you can read with those with the amendment. You know, this has been, I worked with Rashonda, who is the coordinator, and she gave me advice on my request. And I know that well, I'll leave it there. I'll have some other comments to make in this discussion.
Director Peterson, would you be clear on who Rashonda is?
Rashonda is the coordinator for the First Nations program.
For the district.
I'm sorry, for the district. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second for this? Director Baez.
I second
Director Phillips. Okay. Director Baez and Director Phillips seconded it. Speakers. People wish to make comments? Director Baez.
Sure. I second the motion. And I second the motion because I agree with Director Peterson that we've had this discussion before, and this was an issue that was very much discussed, particularly at the Wisconsin Association of School Board Members annual convention. There was a motion at that point in the convention that failed, unfortunately, because there was a resistance by school districts in other parts of the state to the idea of doing significantly more in terms of indigenous populations. I think that we have an obligation to work towards that goal of making the district as whole and as supportive as possible of our indigenous communities, and this is one way of doing this. I am not too sure exactly about what we need in terms of this, because I thought that one position is pretty good. When we talk about adding 2 more paraprofessionals, that improves what we will be doing. But if we go with it, I think that I would support it.
Other comments? Director Taylor.
Where exactly will the teacher and the paras be stationed at within the district, or what school?
Peterson, do you have
yes. Well, I have, they would report to and be supervised by the coordinator for the First Nations program, and that their offices are in, help me out here, is it the old Kazi building? Or am I dating myself?
No, that's correct.
Yeah, so they would be stationed there, but they work in schools, particularly. I think one of the issues is there are concentrations of Native students in different schools, and it's particularly important in those schools that all of the other non-Native students get a good understanding of the importance of respecting Native students in their schools. But this is something that has to be expanded district-wide, and this will help do that.
So they'll be in all schools, primarily with assistant, or in Native schools?
They'll yeah. I mean, there'll be, I think,
support.
There'll be support in schools that have higher numbers of Native students, but the hope is, I think, the there currently is one paraprofessional who is working in 5 different schools, and this would expand their reach into 10 additional schools.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Not seeing Director Baez, Vice President Baez.
Yeah, just a quick thing. I mean, Act 31 is really about all of us.
Yes.
It's really about making sure that the district as a whole understands it. So it's not just supporting Native American students in particular schools. It's about how do we manage to get the district to bring together a plan for the learning that we ought to do about indigenous communities. And doing this, if anything, I would say that the program that is going to get these folks needs to also work with the administration to develop the kind of planning that gets the purposes of Act 31 to everybody in the district. So I would support that.
Any other comments, questions? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Peterson's motion to create, on the creation of First Nations positions with funding to come from the referendum budget in the area of advanced academic proposed budget, seconded by Vice President Baez. On the motion as read, Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is number 10 by Director O'Halloran and is co-sponsored by Director Baez. The amendment is to strengthen the educator pipeline and give focus and support to the bilingual teacher preparation initiative by providing additional funding to MPSU. The recommendation is to determine how the board wishes to proceed with this item.
Director O'Halloran and Director Baez, would you like to make comments? I see that you're co-sponsoring this.
Sure. So I originally just wanted to put forward, I see that we have 14 positions budgeted in the referendum for HR specialists for attraction and retention. And I think that part of our issues with attraction and retention are related to the fact that there's a nationwide teacher shortage. And so I wanted to suggest putting some of that funding into initiatives that would prepare our staff and within our own organization to fill some of these roles. And I think Dr. Baez can speak to the bilingual teacher preparation piece.
Director O'Halloran, are you making a motion?
Yes, I move that we.
I second that.
And it's seconded by Director Baez. Okay. A motion by Director O'Halloran, seconded by Vice President Baez. Vice President Baez.
Yes, this is a somewhat very simple matter. The issue here is that we have to strengthen the commitment of MPS to the preparation of people going into teaching. This is an issue that we have been tackling for quite a while, and we have an MPS university that has been doing a lot of that. We applaud the work that they have done because I think that most of us on the board agree that we have seen some good results and we have seen some things moving ahead. All we're asking for here is that we show our support to continue to do that. Second, the bilingual LTE that we had working and Dr. Posley graciously was able to accommodate last year, the adding of an LTE specifically for the bilingual initiative. And that has worked pretty well. But right now, we need to sort of work towards greater consolidation of the work that the MPSU is doing, because what's coming up is getting everybody who intends to become a bilingual teacher into the path of becoming a bilingual teacher. So there's work to be done with those people who are paraprofessionals. We need to get them enlightened as to what kinds of things we're going to do, the curriculum and everything else. There's work that needs to be done in terms of the curriculum within MPSU. And I think that this is an opportunity to sort of like bring that together. $200,000 would allow MPSU to add possibly another position, and bringing the LTE wouldn't cost us much anyway, because the position would already be funded under academic affairs. So we're talking about just putting all of that, concentrating that, which was the intent of the bilingual task force, the consolidation of our efforts to support the idea of bilingual teacher preparation in the same way that we have done it with Montessori, that we have done it with other areas. So for whatever it's worth, I think that that's a way to put it.
Before I start the queue, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. This says support to the bilingual teachers. I would ask that it be bilingual in other hard to fill positions. We have extremely hard to fill positions in special ed, mathematics, science. So I would like this to be, because there's already $200,000 in the budget focused for MPSU for bilingual, that this be expanded, not just for bilingual, to also for other hard positions to fill. Is that acceptable to the two of you? I see a yes from Director O'Halloran. Dr. Baez? I see a yes from Director Baez. What's my cue? I see some hands up, Madam Secretary.
You have Director Woodward and then Director Herndon.
Okay, Director Woodward?
Yes. Would that include also the African American that is very low in teachers that are we have very few of? Would they be included in that?
Director O'Halloran, do you want to, or Vice President Baez, you want to speak to that?
Yeah. Look, the idea of the populations that most need is something that MPSU is doing very well. The great majority of people that are in the path towards becoming teachers are teachers of color, and most of them are African Americans. Okay, the bilingual initiative would add to what MPSU is already doing. So by strengthening MPSU and going with the amendment that you should just have proposed, I think it would take us there. We basically just need to strengthen that unit and make sure that that's happened. And what you just suggested is an ideal thing that we should do.
Who was in the queue next? Director Herndon.
Director, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Woodward. Did you have a follow-up?
No.
You didn't. Okay, Director Herndon.
Okay, I had a couple, I think, and that is, how would you identify and fund this?
Director O'Halloran.
Yes, in the referendum funding, we have allocated 14 positions with the proposal, and I had inquired about the historic. I recognize that many areas have experienced cuts over the years, and historically, I think the HR area was up 8 to 10 positions is what I heard back from administration, and so this would still leave additional positions on top of their historical staffing levels.
Yes. Director Herndon, any follow-up?
Oh, I didn't refresh my memory on this one. This is the one where we were taking the funds from what was allocated for HR. Is that correct?
Director O'Halloran.
Yes, I had identified that line in the referendum proposal. The 14 FTEs I had pulled from that.
Okay. Director Taylor. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a follow-up, Director Herndon?
No.
Director Taylor, you had your hand up?
Yeah, Director Woodward asked a question about ethnic studies, so it got answered already. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just follow up. I visited the university on MPSU on a night when half the students were there, 200, and 95% of them were teachers or paras or people of color that were training and working in our schools, and the overwhelming were African American. I mean, it is the way to grow African American and Latino teachers in this district. I don't think there's any other way that's as good as our Grow Your Own. So I have to support this, especially if it's expanding to other hard to fill positions. It's just a tremendous experience at MPSU. So any other questions or comments? Director Simpson.
I guess I would just like to support the motion and also kind of echo what President Miller said. I was at MPSU as well for a tour, and it just is a wonderful atmosphere. There's childcare there for families. They have pet bunnies in the office. It's just a really warm and welcoming place. And I imagine that staff, after a long day of work, to go to a place has easy access, easy parking, walk in the door and feel like you're kind of lifted up and supported. Walked into several classrooms, everybody was smiling and appreciative, and it just seemed like a place I would want to go back to school. So I appreciate the amendment.
Thank you, Director Simpson. I had the same experience. The bunnies in the office blew my mind. Any other comments, questions? Please, we have a motion. Please call the roll, Madam Secretary.
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Vice President Baez, to provide additional funding to MPSU in order to strengthen the educator pipeline and give focus and support to the hard to fill positions and bilingual teacher preparation initiative. On the motion as read, Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is amendment number 11 by Director O'Halloran that has since been co-sponsored by Directors Taylor, Miller, and Phillips. And that is to reduce the funding of contracts with Milwaukee Police Department and redirect those dollars to increase funding for restorative practice coordinators. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
So I'm going to call on Director O'Halloran, but the other three sponsors can get in the queue if they want. But Director O'Halloran, this was initiated by you, so I'm going to call on you first to talk about the amendment.
1 second. Okay. Thank you, President Miller. So community groups have called on us to completely sever ties with the Milwaukee Police Department. And I'm trying to find a compromise between that position and the administration's position of maintaining the status quo. I think in addition to community groups, I have also had constituents who have called for this divestment from the discretionary contracts that are on top of the state mandated positions, because I recognize that we can't completely sever all funding. And I also want to call attention to the fact that members of the community feel that the missions of MPS and MPED don't necessarily align. There's a whole movement called Liberate MKE, which is drawn attention to the fact that the police department receives almost half of the city's budget. And that there's currently a grant coming from the Department of Justice to increase the police department's employee count. So Liberate MKE has called for a divestment of $25 million from the MPD budget to invest in improvements to the quality of life for residents, for example, in neighborhood services and Department of Health and library. And so it's kind of in that spirit of divesting from policing and increasing or investing in funds that would redefine the way that we think about security and safety. And so this is just one step, and hopefully through improving restorative practices throughout the district, we can just naturally draw down that that reliance on policing in general. And I would yield to my co-sponsors.
Well, actually, no, I'm going to put them in the queue. I'm going to call on the administration first, and then the co-sponsors can be first in the queue if they wish. Dr. Posley?
President Miller, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. This proposal reduces the by $100,000 the money set aside for SROs, and the other funding would be found in Title IV to help support this amendment. The SROs have become very important for schools due to the fact that they're trained officers to work with our students and that they're available when needed. Otherwise, there could be wait time if there's an incident, and that could be detrimental. So the SROs are important to our keeping our students safe and secure during the day and at after-school activities. And we feel that that's an important piece of providing services to our students.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else in the queue at this moment.
Director
Baez.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I think I want to record a protest, if you may, okay? Director Miller, with full respect. The issue here is that why do we continue to support police departments in this country when what they are doing throughout the country, including Milwaukee, it's pretty horrible, okay?
Right.
And it's by protesting police who happens to be a force that continues to do things that we do not like and we do not approve of, I think that we send a strong message to the Milwaukee Police Department. The Milwaukee Police Department, on top of this, gets funding. They get tax money, as other board members have said in the past.
Right.
That is tax money that obligates them, and I'm not joking here, this is an obligation that they have to designate probably a group of policemen within their group, the MPD, that can support these schools. If they are a good partner, they should be able to say, we are going to take 10, 15 policemen and make them part of this unit like they have other units in the police department, okay? And whenever there is a situation in a school, the superintendent of the school should be able to call us and we send somebody there immediately from that particular unit. That particular unit goes to training, goes to everything that they have to do to make sure that they do what's appropriate in working with the schools. So why are we spending money that is already being spent on police? I happen to, have a problem with how the police is behaving, the conduct of that particular group in this country. And I know that some people look at this differently, but with all due respect, I needed to put my protest out there. This is unacceptable what's going on with the killing of particularly Black folks in this country.
Other speakers? Director Taylor.
Making sure I can hear me. Thank you, President Miller. Also, just as a co-sponsor, we've heard time and time again about the decriminalization within the school to prison pipeline. I also, have heard when we said that the police are already being paid. I think to just have them in their school, it sets a precedence of how we feel and think about our students. We don't want our students to feel like they're in a prison or jail-like environment, and we have to set the standard. So I think having restorative practices is something that can also help with some of the other underlying issues, that we don't need to police our students. We definitely need to care and prepare them for the future without policing in the district. So one of the reasons that I added on as a co-sponsor, and thank you, Director O'Hallen, from leading the charge on this, and all of the students that we talked to.
You muted for a second there. Okay.
Technology.
Okay, other speaker.
I believe you had Director
responsibility for your actions. Who's up to speak? Who's up?
I thought Director Phillips had raised her hand.
Oh, Director Phillips, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't see you raise your hand.
Thank you, President Miller and Director O'Halloran, for bringing this forward. At our last meeting, we discussed just the idea that when we're asking for, more money through referendum or more support from our city because we feel like education's underfunded, it doesn't make sense for us to have to pay for these services when there's already significant funding for the police. And I'm hoping that this might be a goodwill effort from them, that should they want to continue to develop these relationships and work with us, that they'll do so out of their own pocket. That just doesn't make any sense for us to have to pay for this service. And I understand that it's going to be difficult because we had something in place and now we're going to have to figure something out. And we can only listen to our students tell us so many times how uncomfortable the uniform makes them feel. And we can't mend that on our own through a limited number of police officers that we've worked with. That needs to be a community-wide effort. And until our children have that mended relationship, why would we want to do something that might be a distraction when our intent is that we are trying to uphold safety? So if things, even with like SROs, the inability to have them be at freshman orientation without wearing their uniforms, or like being able to do these different things because of the different regulations that exist, it just feels like we haven't been able to meet in a way that is collaborative, and that's just been difficult to watch over the years. And I think that this is a step in us figuring out a better way to partner and just keeping our communities well.
Thank you. Other speakers? Madam Director Herndon, followed by Director Peterson. And followed by Director Woodward.
Yes, I just wanted to say that it's a hard one to call because the police department does not have a good reputation in the African American community. But at the same time, there are occasions when they have to be called. But I want to clarify that, number one, they are not in the school buildings for sure. Am I correct? I think at one time they used to be, we used to have SROs in the school buildings as assigned, and that's no longer the case, which is a good thing.
That is correct. They're called upon as needed.
As needed. Okay. I just wanted to get that clarification out there. On the other hand, I do not think that we should be paying them. I agree with that wholeheartedly because we're already paying them. So it's like almost double dipping. Then taking it a little further, if they have to be called at any occasion, I certainly would want them trained, to deal with our students, because the alternatives can get out of hand and not, go the wrong way, as we see almost every day. So that's basically what I wanted to say, was that I'm in agreement that we should cut the funding for this double dipping payment to the police department.
Director Peterson.
Thank you. I am also in agreement that policing in this country is out of control, and it's has connections to all sorts of negative things, which we won't go into. But I also agree that there are incidences when police are necessary to enter a school, and it's best if I think everybody agrees that we want them to be trained and not just the person, the squad that's driving down the street. And so my question is, I guess, to both people who have connections with the police or the superintendent, what's the likelihood of us, or with the mayor, what's the likelihood of us doing this, or what can we do? I know we can't have a big discussion about this now, but I would just like to hear the likelihood of us getting the police to provide for themselves what Director Baez said, a team that would do what we want the folks to do in those kinds of circumstances.
Dr. Posley.
President Miller, members of the board, we have, one of the things that we have done, first of all, like to clear up that there is no police officer in schools on a daily basis. We have SROs, and we've started out with 16, 8 that we paid for, 8 that the Milwaukee Police Department covered, and then we cut it down to 12. Now we're down to basically about 6, and then we're cutting it again. So we are doing a number of different things around professional development, around working with the Division of School Safety. Mr. Negron, there is a lieutenant that's assigned to us. We have the same officers that's working with our children every day of the week versus a number of different officers coming in and out. These are individuals that, have an interest of working with young people. And by no means do we want to increase to the prison pipeline at all. None of those kinds of things. And I had a conversation today with Lit about just these different things. I understand that, we don't want to see police officers inside of schools. We don't have them there. But I would also say to the board, our word of caution, we are not at the stage where we can say we don't need the police department or don't need to work with them. There are so many things that happen on a daily basis that we deal with on a daily basis, and with events, and a large percentage of the time has nothing to do with policing students in schools. It might be a family that's coming up to the school to jump on someone. And so we have someone in the neighborhood. We have those individuals that we can send to areas and neighborhoods to help out in neighborhoods in a time of crisis or whatever the situation. And we don't want to have regular officers off of the street rolling into schools dealing with matters. We want to be able to communicate. We have done it. We have done a study on when former Director Falk was here, demanded a study. We did a study to see how we could better those relationships. One of the things that I could truly say at that particular time, we were unable to get there with the former police chief. But one thing I can say about Chief Morales, he has been right there at the table with us, trying to communicate, trying to work through what we need to work through with them through the process. And I just see there is a growth opportunity here. And right now is truly not a good time to just close the door.
Director Woodward, followed by Director Phillips.
Yes. As I said before, it's not about as much as there's a negative connotation with police, yes. But again, we already paying them. And I just don't believe as a taxpayer that we should, when they do things, we have to pay them while they sit until they've been found guilty. We are paying them money that They are already being paid to do the job and safety to this community and the people in the city. So I don't see the need for us to have a contract with them to do what they're already being paid to do. And I said that earlier this month. I think it's, I don't know what meeting, but I'm still saying the same thing. I don't believe that we should, and I think a good example would for them to be coming out and speaking out against some of the things occurring in other areas. But I haven't heard a peep out of any of them.
Director Phillips, followed by Director Bias.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we
Madam.
do have Director O'Halloran in the queue, then Director Phillips, and then Director Bias, and then Director C.
Okay, so O'Halloran is first. Okay. Say it again. O'Halloran, Bias.
You have O'Halloran, Phillips.
Okay.
Bias, and then Simpson.
Okay, good. Director O'Halloran.
I recognize that to a carpenter with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I think sometimes we think that the answer to all of society's ills can be cured with policing. And while I, in theory, would like to completely sever those ties, as someone just pointed out, the University of Minnesota has just cut ties with the Minneapolis Police Department over the murder of George Floyd. I'm merely suggesting divesting from one position with this amendment. It's $100,000 coming from the Milwaukee Police Department contracts, and the rest, as administration had asked for, would be coming from a different source. And so we are not completely severing ties, as I think it has become misconstrued. So I feel like this is a very reasonable ask. And as we build up the tool that, as we improve the climate, perhaps in the future, then we won't have to have this connection at all.
Thank you. Director Phillips.
Thank you, Chair Miller. And I did take the time to read through the administration's response to the amendment, and I understand that, I've met some of the SROs that have come to the school board meetings and understand that we've had people that have bachelor's degrees in psychology and, like to work with students. And my response to that is, I just don't understand why we have to pay people that are supposed to protect and serve us to treat us well, because if we don't pay them or train them, that there might be an overreaction. And that's something that I hope Chief Morales can, as just, reconcile with. It just doesn't make sense. Why do we have to pay people to know how to interact with children? So I'm in complete agreement with, starting this path, and I'm hopeful that we will continue to figure out ways to reconcile a lot of things in our community when it comes to our interactions with police.
Director Bias, Vice President Bias.
Without getting into a discussion on policy, I did not mean to say that we should not collaborate with Milwaukee Public Schools. I mean, with the Milwaukee Police Department. We should have that collaboration. Milwaukee Public Schools is a big entity. It is a big entity. It should be properly supported by the Milwaukee Police Department. Now that, and as the superintendent said, we didn't go too far with the former police chief, but Chief Morales is a pretty reasonable guy, and I think that posing to him the concern that we have, that we want collaboration, but we do not want to fund a contract that, funds officers to supposed to be available to us. No, they should be able to do that, and they should be able to come to us and say, can you help us with the training of this particular unit? and we should find resources and people, etc., to be able to help us with the training of individuals that are going to work with our schools in whatever way they're going to work with our schools. But, one thing is to fund a contract. The other thing is to pursue collaboration. I also think that the mayor has to be brought into the picture and something like this. The mayor should know where we stand regarding the issue of the collaboration with the Milwaukee Police Department and how he needs to get the police department to also hear us in terms of the concerns that we have, as opposed to militarizing more the schools.
Director Simpson.
Thank you. So I, just support, much of what's already been said, and, just that, the police department needs to, needs to take on that responsibility for supporting our communities, getting training in terms of how to deal with mental health issues or domestic disputes, dealing with young people, I'm sure must be part of a goal, because it's not just in our schools that those interactions happen. So I think, that, like Director Baez just said, that it should be a collaborative effort, but to put that responsibility for training and knowing how to handle themselves should be placed on the department and not a service that we have to pay for. Or as Director Phillips said, you're not fearing like, well, we're going to get service if we don't pay for that. It should be something that's expected, and it should be expected that it still continues to be done in a way that we want it to be dignified and respectful. So I just I would support this amendment.
You call the question.
Okay, and I'm going to do that. Just one thing, Director Baez, don't leave the Common Council out, because that's who pays for the police. So it's not just the mayor and Mr. Chief Morales, it's the Common Council. So we got to be, if this work is going to, if we're going to continue to divest as a board, they have to be worked with very carefully. It's a huge debate.
Absolutely, I agree.
So I will call the question. If Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's co-sponsored motion by co-sponsored amendment by Directors Taylor, Miller, and Phillips to reduce funding for MPD contracts to redirect dollars to fund restorative practices coordinators by Director O'Halloran and seconded by,
I believe it was me.
It was Director Phillips, Director Taylor, and Director Miller.
that is the co-sponsor relative to the motion for approval.
Please call the roll.
Director Taylor?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the amendment, seconded by Director Taylor. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is number 12 by Director Phillips, and that is to designate $100,000 of the contingency fund dollars to be used for COVID-19 emergency supplies. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Director Phillips.
Thank you. I brought this forward because we know that there are going to be significant challenges as we move forward, and I thought this is the reason why we have the contingency fund, is for these kind of emergencies, anything from protective gear, thinking about if we have occupational therapists or people that might need to visit homes, interacting very closely, our child health workers. I mean, there's so many people that are interacting closely with kids. So what we heard already today was upwards of $20 million just in protective gear. So I think we've heard that our budget doesn't show enough of how we're going to pivot in terms of any costs related to COVID-19. And this is my way of saying that we are thinking about that and that we are ready to pivot to make sure that, we keep everyone in Milwaukee Public Schools safe.
Can I get a second for this motion? That is a motion, Director Phillips, correct?
Yes.
Can I get a second? I saw a couple of hands go up, but I don't know who
Second.
it was. Director Peterson seconded it. Comments, questions? Not seeing any. I'm going to call the roll.
On Director Phillips' motion to designate $100,000 of the contingency fund dollars to be used for COVID-19 emergency supplies, seconded by Director Peterson. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor. Director Woodward. President Miller.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 1 temporarily absent. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
The next amendment is Amendment 13 by Director Taylor to allocate funding from dollars set aside to attract and retain educators to create steps and lanes for paraprofessionals' compensation for education attainment, equivalent to the formula used for teachers. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Is there a second for this item?
Mr. Chair, we do not have a motion.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Director Taylor. It's
Yep.
your amendment. Why don't you address it and make the
Quickly.
motion, and then we'll ask for a second.
Yep. Moving for approval, and this is just so that we can configure something for the educational assistance that is kind of co-aligning with the teachers within the district as far as steps and lanes.
Is there a second? Director Phillips, you're seconding?
Yeah.
Okay, motion by Director Taylor, followed by Director Phillips. Does the administration wish to comment on this amendment?
President Miller, members of the board, the amendment is taking funds from attracting and retaining educators and repurposing them for these steps and lanes for paraprofessionals for their educational attainment. It aligns to that funding, and it comes to $864,375, and that's an estimate because we use some data to figure how many paras might be able to participate in this.
President Miller, members of the board, also to keep in mind on this particular item, we have a number of employee groups that do not receive this additional funds as well, especially on the classified side of the house. So just to keep that in mind as well, because whatever we do, we also want to take a look at what we do for all employees.
So are we, President Miller?
Yes, Director Taylor.
Thank you. So in speaking with the administration too.
Director Taylor, your mic is muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yep. And then speaking with the administration that they were looking into how to align the steps for the paras that do have degrees, and that they will be either bringing something for it or willing to work on something within the near future that can be bring back.
Can I ask you a question, Director Taylor?
It's going out. Okay.
If I could ask you a question. So that would not be in this budget. That would be in a future budget, is what you're saying, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Members of the board, given that there wouldn't be an allocation in this year's budget, is Director Taylor, are you looking to, based on your conversation with the administration, withdraw this amendment?
Yes.
Okay. There's no need for further discussion, but I would just suggest that this be looked at very carefully along with all the other classified positions that Dr. Posey is talking about, because it's a real issue. So I do support where you're coming from with that, Director Taylor. That being withdrawn, Madam Secretary, please read the next amendment.
Amendment number 14 is by Director Peterson to allocate carryover funds for initial curriculum development and professional development to begin implementation of the MPS Board Resolution 1920R-16, Our House is on Fire, Climate Justice. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Director Peterson, would you like to comment?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to make a motion to pass this amendment.
Do I have a second since he made the motion? Director O'Halloran seconded it. Would you go ahead and speak to it, please?
Yes, as people know, we passed a resolution a couple months ago, right before the pandemic started circling the world. And this resolution was developed by teachers, some students, community activists, and one of the purposes of the resolution is to start developing some curriculum, identifying that which works around the country. The other part, which is not funded in this resolution, is also to have the district look at making our whole district greener. But right now, I just wanted to start the process of curriculum development, and I think it's a modest request. I know that there's a number of teachers and community people and students who are interested in working on this.
Could I have a cue, please, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we have Director Woodward in the queue.
Director Woodward.
Okay. I would just like to say that I believe that we have so much stuff going on, and we're bringing so many things to our students that I don't even see some of the stuff where we have hours in a day. And considering that reading, writing, and math is key, I can't say what happens in other districts, but I know that our students need to spend more time in getting into education on reading, writing, and math, and all the other things. We've had a whole bunch of stuff that being brought in to do, but what is the time element for them to do all the things that you're bringing? And climate change, I just see as the least of the things that need to be brought forward for our students to be, unless that's by choice. If it's by choice, not a mandatory thing for them to take climate change, but primarily reading, writing, and math. And then you have all the slew of other things that we've added. I think it's going to be primarily what we need to be seeing, that our children are educated if we're going to stop the pipeline to prison. Because without an education, they can't get a job, but if high school drops out, if they don't have a job, they go into prison, which is slavery.
Who else is in the queue?
Mr. Chair, you have Director Peterson in the queue.
Director Peterson.
Yes, I want to just respond. Dr. Woodward, I actually agree that we don't need just to add something else on. As a teacher for many years, I was really get tired of this and this and this, and you can't even do work with what we call the basics. What my intention, and I think it was explained in the resolution, is that this would be woven into reading, math, social studies, writing, because I'll tell you, a lot of students are very concerned about this, and I think it will increase. To say nothing about it's important for their future lives. But so it's not going to be separate courses in all the grades or something. It's going to be identifying resources, doing some PD with teachers, and seeing how it can be integrated into other curricular areas for the most part.
Director Bias, Vice President Bias.
I want to support this motion, mostly because, first of all, the administration already established in its response that the $50,000 that will cost putting this together and integrating this into the reading and the writing and the math, that's the way it ought to be done. It's available through carryover funds for Title IV. So if it's available, it's no big deal. I think that we should be able to send a message that we are concerned about the fact that our kids, our staff, and everybody in our community should understand that we're serious about this issue of integrating into the curriculum issues related to climate change. Climate change is real, and I think that we have to be part of doing that. So I will call the question so that we can move on this.
Madam Secretary, do we have anybody else in the queue?
You have Director Woodward in the queue.
Okay,
Yeah.
Director Woodward,
Well,
if you want to respond, and then
I just want to say
call.
that I see this as ethnic studies just as important as climate change, and more so. That's all I want to say.
No other. Okay, the question was called. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Peterson's motion, seconded by Director O'Halloran, to allocate carryover funds for initial curriculum and professional development to begin implementation of Resolution 1920R16 on climate justice. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward. Director Woodward.
He's muted.
Say no.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what's the next amendment?
The next amendment is Amendment 15 to set aside $2.5 million in funds to adjust the salary schedule placement of employees in the teacher bargaining unit that have previously credited outside of experience that was not applied to Phase 2 salary schedule placements, with funding for the amendment to come from teacher retention and salaries.
Dr. Posey, would you like to make comments?
President Miller, members of the board, this would allocate $2.5 million for salary schedule placement of employees in the teacher bargaining unit for crediting outside experience. The $2.5 million is still to be determined where it would come from. So that would be something that would need to be worked out yet tonight. And
President Miller, members of the board, this is something when we had did our phases, this was something that we were unable to complete. There was a number of different teachers that was off step because of when the year that they came into the district or what type of iteration we were working under at that particular time. And various individuals came at various rates. We knew that we could not get this accomplished in our first Phase 1 and Phase 2. And we knew this would have to be something that we would have to come back in the previous year to do.
Director Peterson, you had brought this forward. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I first was made alert of, I realized this when we did Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, but it really slipped my mind. And then a former student teacher of mine emailed me and very politely just checked in and said, here's my story. I worked 5 years as a certified teacher in Mayville, Wisconsin. I really wanted to move back to Milwaukee. I did. I love it here. But now I realize I think I should have been given 5 years of credit. During the time when there was a contract, teachers could get up to 7 years of credit. And then I think at this time, I think it's even up to 10 years in part of our competition with the suburbs, I think. It's credit only for people who are working as certified teachers. If somebody's in a voucher school, for example, and has a high school diploma and is teaching, that doesn't count. You have to be certified in order to have that credit. But for whatever reasons, a number of teachers didn't get that. And I see it as it's a problem in a couple ways. One, we made a promise to them that they would get it. Secondly, other people have gotten it, they didn't. And thirdly, and most selfishly, is that I think in order for us to retain some of those teachers, we don't want to be out-competed by the suburbs. And this is one way to do it. I mean, this is a just way to do it. The problem, of course, is where you get the funds for it. I think there might be some room for the funding from the referendum in terms of the attract and retain from the referendum. I also, quite frankly, when I put this forward, I was hoping we would pass the busing proposal, and that would have obviously freed up a bunch more funds for this. I'm not sure, I think we should pass this and see what the administration can come up with. And also, quite frankly, I think we should reconsider the busing issue, but that's a separate issue. This is something that I think, should be committed to in terms of the staff. So
are you making a motion?
I move the motion. I mean,
do we have a second?
Yes.
You have a second. Director Simpson is second. I have in the queue, I have Director Taylor, Director Woodward, and Director Phillips. Anybody else? And Director Simpson. Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. First and foremost, absolutely value the teachers in the district, but I've heard from two sets of different people in reference to this amendment. The one set of paras find it hard to believe that they can never find hours for them or take them to 40 hours, but we are going to pay people for their experience outside of Milwaukee Public Schools when they wasn't working here. I'm just trying to understand also how we then say, let's pass this when we couldn't even pass for some of our lowest wage workers to get 40 hours, which is paras. So then we can go ahead and say, let's just pass this and let the administration figure it out. When it was asked for the paras to get 40 hours and attract and retain, it was absolutely like, no, we cannot do that. But for someone to be paid for work outside of the district, but we have people who worked here for 33 years. I had someone call me and she makes $18 an hour. $18 an hour for 33 years, and not at 40 hours. But then we can say, okay, we're going to pay people for their work outside, and I absolutely value them. I'm getting a text now. I've stopped replying. They feel like absolutely MPS only cares about one unit, and obviously it is not the paras, the building helpers of anybody outside of teachers. And I don't really truly believe that. I even believe the teachers care about their paras. We're just not showing it within this budget, and we're just not showing it with some of the things that we are moving tonight in reference to everybody else besides those that are the lowest wage workers.
Director Woodward?
Yes, and I see previous experience is incentive to get a job. It is not to pay you for what you did previously. If that's the case, we have quite a few people in the district that need to be given that same raise. And if it's not, that's inequity. Where's the equity if it given only one group of people this, then you can't do it for all. So to me, where's the equity lens and where do we view for that? Because it's only incentive for you to get a job, your previous experience, not to increase, mean later on you get extra money. No, I don't agree with that. No.
Director Phillips.
Yes, I think that this has been a really tough budget cycle, like they always are. And I think the reason why I can't support this at this time is knowing that I think we need to, like, with the steps and lanes already in place, be able to like make good on that promise. And I know that this kind of feels like we're not, but you know, like in my mind, we have to get people up to $15 an hour. I can't in good consciousness like abstain from so you know, like things for parent coordinators or for paras, but then support this. It's just I feel like if I'm not going to support that, I can't support this. So that's where I'm at with my no vote.
Director Simpson.
Thank you. So I agree that this is, you know, it's challenging. This is just a challenging budget all around. So some things that I think about when we thought about attracting and retaining teachers as part of the referendum was keeping our staff. And when I look at the vacancies and know what our teachers in our district are being asked to leave. I mean, you can go park in a parking lot and you'll get a flyer on your car saying, call us, we've got positions. So, we can't expect to have our students make big academic gains if we don't have a stable and strong teaching force. And I know that there are some inequities right now, and I agree that they have to be addressed, but I also know that we need to have teachers in our classrooms who are here and who are going to stay and who aren't going to walk out the door. And, every month we see teachers who are leaving to do just that. I look around even, and I'm from District 2, so I look around and, I see, a high school starting with 14 teachers at the beginning of the year. Well, what are we saying to those children? What's the message that they're getting when they have a sub who, maybe it's a great long-term sub, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's a revolving door of subs. And not that those substitute teachers aren't doing the best they can every day, but it's not the same as having that teacher who's there committed to that school and those students. So, I just wanted to kind of put that out there as an argument for supporting this amendment.
Other comments? Questions? Director Peterson.
I'll just add that I think we stand the chance of losing a sizable number of teachers if we don't stay true to the promise that we made as a board when we adopted the salary schedule. And there was a phase 3, and this was part of it. And now we're going back on that. And that's not a healthy thing for our district. And I'm fearful that, we had many openings for teachers positions last year, and I think it will be exacerbated this year.
Director Taylor, then Director Woodward.
This is more for administration after hearing Director Peterson's. Was this something that was promised to the teachers? Then it's definitely a different scope that we just didn't make the promise on. Was this something that they were entitled or told they were going to get, and for some reason they did not? Because then that's a totally different ballpark to me.
Chair Miller, President Miller, members of the board, one of the things that we have had is a major problem on compression. And what we did through phase 1 and phase 2 was to try to make sure we mitigate all of those compression issues we had and got everyone on steps and lanes. Yes, there were individuals that did not get placed on steps and lanes. Yes, we were made aware of that particular time, but we had only a set amount of money to work with that we had set aside for raises. And so what we agreed upon is the idea to take a look at what we have, the numbers. Our numbers at the time was smaller numbers that we had that was off step, and that we would work with that group off step in phase 3 next year. However, after looking at that smaller group of staff, that group turns out to be a much larger group of teachers.
Chair, I guess
follow up, Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, my follow-up is, after all that's said and done, were these teachers told that they will be paid for were they giving the incentive that they will be paid for this time of dates? That's what I need to know. Is that like a yes or no? Like, were they informed that they will be compensated for that time?
President Miller, members of the board, as I shared previously, there was a smaller window of employees that we were dealing with, and we did agree to make them whole in phase 3. However, that group got larger. After we were able to peel back a number of the records, the group got larger.
Okay. After this, I'll be done. That brings a different understanding. That's what I was trying to see. If they were told this, that's something different than just not happening. So I just believe in us keeping our word. It does not negate the fact that I am still talking about the paras and what they need. But if this is something that was promised to a group of individuals, I definitely believe in us keeping our word.
Dr. Woodward.
Yes, I wanted to ask, was this a negotiated item of, when you say promise, was this a negotiated item to do this?
Dr. Posey.
President Miller and members of the board, this was a part of the meet and confer that they do with the administration, and that's what the conversation was had.
Okay, one of the things I have to say that when if people want to leave in teaching because at a time of this epidemic and doing the type of thing and people trying to get raised just to get to $15 an hour, this is a bad time to start thinking about giving another group step increases. And I just got to say that because I just don't think it's even this just doesn't seem right. So, bye.
Dr. Herndon.
For clarification, and I could be totally off base and wrong, but I could swear that I read where these people were hired under those rules of getting credit for their prior work. Yes, it's crazy. That's typically not the way it works, but apparently at the education industry operated under that metric. And could somebody correct me on that?
Dr. Posey or Leah?
President Miller, Director Herndon, members of the board, Leah Spector, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. So yes, I think it was stated before that under contract, teachers could receive up to 7 years of outside licensed credit. And under our current system, we have a 10 plus, so you can receive up to 10 years worth of credit, and the 10 plus is for anything over 10, all comes in at the same amount. That is, I wasn't in this role when people were under contract, but we are currently bringing people in at the 10 plus schedule right now. We've been working with the MTA over the last few months. It took a little slowdown when the closure first happened, but we are, and they are collecting data, and we're working to vet that data where there are people who maybe think they didn't get it, but they really did. So they too are working through that and have determined that maybe not everybody who has come forward actually was wrong. So that's why there's still a lot of work to do to vet all of these requests that people have sent in. As I said, it's in the high hundreds. And unfortunately, you have to go back in time to the beginning of when they were hired to determine if they were brought in at the correct step at that point in time. So it's unfortunately an individual review for all of these people, so it does take time. But just between the two groups through our process, we have at least identified the fact that not everybody who has made a claim actually will be receiving any change to their salary because they were proper at the time. They just might not understand that they were yet. So we're hoping to clarify that for everybody during the process as well. But right now, I'm awaiting some data back as we've been exchanging data back and forth. So it's an active process currently.
Director Peterson, followed by Director Woodward.
I just want to make clear that it's a common practice amongst school districts historically that when one changes, they could get some credit for their previous experience. I think actually in some industries, that's also the case. If you have more experience, you don't necessarily get by year credit, but your salary can be higher than if you don't have experience. But I will say that I'm talking to the MTA. They told me that like 630 of their members went to them and said they think they deserve more. The MTA looked through it and found that 130 of those people didn't deserve it. And so now obviously the ones that the MTA thinks should deserve it would have to be checked by our personnel department and to make sure that that's the case. But it is definitely the case that some people are confused. They think if they were working as I said, a non-certified teacher in a certain charter school, they worked as a teacher, so they should get credit. But that's not the case. So it's going to be a process. It's still going to be a process, but unless we allocate a certain amount of money now, the district is not going to be able to do anything except let people know that they deserve more money, but we can't give it to them.
Director Woodward.
Yes. How many years ago was this? How many years was this promise made ago? Anybody can tell me?
Dr. Posey, administration.
President Miller, members of the board, Leah Scott, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. This actual discussion occurred, I would say probably towards the spring of last school year to bring forward for the FY20 budget. As we were working on that and working within the budget constraints of last year's budget, we realized that we could only implement the salary step schedules that were approved by the board at the time. And then this issue was remaining to bring forward in phase 3, which is really the start July 1st of the FY20 budget. And that was due to the possibility of a referendum and more funding coming through. But it's always been couched in the terms of available funding. But it was just a conversation that started for possible implementation in FY20, but then pushed to FY21.
Promise was made in FY20. Was the promise made?
The promise would have been made in this current school year's budget time, so last May for this school year.
So this was after Act 10.
Oh yeah, this was just it was almost exactly probably a year ago.
Okay, and yeah, so is
there anybody else in the queue?
Okay.
Don't make sense.
Anybody else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, we have Director O'Halloran and Director Phillips in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
Thanks, President Miller. I just wanted to understand, so currently, as with all the other amendments, we identify a source of funding. So currently we haven't identified one, or is it the recommendation from the amendment maker that it comes from the referendum? Is that like out of the 25 million or on top of the 25 million that is currently in there? Because I thought the 25 million was for
the current steps and lanes that we had already budgeted for.
Director Peterson. You're muted.
Yeah, for good reason. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps it means taking, cutting some of the staff requests. It might mean cutting some of the materials and travel. I think that at the same time, there might be a couple other places we could get some money. But we definitely, we're talking about $2.5 million that was promised. Essentially promised, not exact amounts, but that's what it looks like.
Dr. Phillips.
Thank you. And I understand that people deserve to be compensated more. That is not something that I'm arguing with. It's just hard for me to understand where this is coming from, especially because it's like we wanted to make good on the promise for like the retirement, and that's going to be $7.5 million, right? And I think as board members we do hear a lot, rightfully so. It's like I could be compensated more, and I need to make that choice to leave the district to do that, or we just heard this with busing where it's like if these schedules change, I'm going to leave the district. And constantly hearing about people leaving the district can get very draining. And I think within these discussions, it's figuring out, it's like, okay, we have people that have also been with our district that are on the lower end of getting paid, that we're trying to make sure they're getting closer to making whole, and we're still not doing that for everybody that deserves it, and that's painful. And even with we have people that are entering into this district as teachers of record, permit teachers, that they don't have different things until they're certified. So we're trying to figure out ways to get them certified as soon as possible so that they can also get on the same steps and lanes. It's like we can't do enough for everybody at any given time. So in my mind, it's like who's going to make good on their promise of leaving, who's going to make good on their promise of staying. And these are all things that we can't predict. And it leaves me feeling like, sure, I could support this amendment, and come October when we're actually adopting the final budget and we get more information about COVID and all the different things that will happen with instruction, I would rather wait to figure that out in October to know a better understanding of what our dollar allocation will be than to make that decision now. So I completely understand everybody has to vote on their own, but right now, I don't, I just need help understanding how we're going to get an additional $2.5 million on top of the $7.5 million on top of the $1.2 million that we haven't actually pulled from the referendum that we've already committed to so far tonight.
Other speakers? Not seeing any. Call the question. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Peterson's motion to set aside $2.5 million from the Attract and Retain Educators to create steps and lanes for teachers. One second, please. I'm sorry. To set aside $2.5 million in funds to adjust the salary schedule placements of employees in the teacher bargaining unit that have previously credited outside experience. Seconded by Director Simpson. On the motion as read. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon. You're muted, Director Herndon. We didn't hear you.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Director Peterson, your mic is muted.
Aye.
Director Phillips,
No.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
Director Taylor,
Aye.
Director Woodward,
No.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 2 noes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next amendment?
Mr. President, that was the last amendment received prior to this meeting.
Do any members have additional amendments to offer at this time?
Mr. Chair, you have a hand raised by Director Simpson.
Oh, Director Simpson.
Not an amendment, but is this the time that we would bring back the busing vote?
It's my understanding, Dr. Mann?
Yes, Mr. President, the board could take a vote to reconsider that item.
Okay. Is there a motion on that, Director Simpson?
I move that I make a motion that we take a vote on the 3-tier busing schedule.
That we reconsider.
Reconsider.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I have a second on that, Director Taylor?
I just had a clarifying question. I thought it had to be somebody from the prevailing side to bring it back. I thought Director Simpson voted no. Am I correct or no?
Dr. Mann?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, members of the board, any board member can request to bring the item back. And even if a board member voted on either side.
Okay.
Director Taylor, I believe that means that applies to a different, if you go to a different meeting. That is part of Robert's Rules of Order, from what I understand, but not in the same meeting. You can do it in the same meeting, but you still have to take a vote.
Right.
Okay. Is there a second to Director Simpson's motion? Director Peterson. So we have a motion to decide whether to reconsider 3-tier busing. Director Simpson raised it, and Director Peterson seconded it. Any discussion? Director O'Halloran?
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarification. Can you, and I don't know if it needs to happen before we take up this vote or if we move forward afterwards. What is the grand total that we have now altered the budget by, so that people can understand what we have called for without funding, perhaps?
That's a very good question. Would the administration please address that question?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Before going back to talk about the item itself, you would need to make the motion to rescind the board's action on the item. And then Director O'Halloran's question can be answered.
I understand. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, let's call the question. Dr. Paul, it's getting late. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Peterson, to rescind the board action, a motion to reconsider the board's action on the proposed 3-tier busing model. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Abstain.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
No.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention. The motion passes.
So we are now considering the 3-tier busing. Madam Secretary, what's proper? And would we ask for a motion at this point?
At this point, the board would be asking, the president will be asking for a motion on the request to approve the proposed 3-tier busing model for the school year 2020-2021.
Do I have a motion? Director Simpson, do I have a second? Director Peterson. So we have a motion by Director Simpson and a second by Director Peterson. Any discussion? Director Herndon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Before Director Herndon starts, is Director Simpson's motion to approve the three-tiered busing model as presented?
That is correct.
And seconded by Director Peterson.
Correct.
That was my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Director Herndon, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I'm not trying to put a substitute motion in at this point, but I really think that as we look towards the plans for the fall that we don't know what the heck they are, that we should have something beyond the three-tier busing on the table. And I've said that before, and I think it's true more now than ever, because we could have online schooling, in which case would we save money? I'd like to know that, if it were all online in the fall, where, what happens with the budget or the amount of money we've budgeted. The next thing is we budget this money for the three-tier system, and it won't work for us when we have to go to social distancing on the buses. In other words, it becomes not enough. I really think that we need to come up with some other plans, as besides three-tier. It seems to be three-tier nothing. I just think there should be something else on the table too with that.
Any other speakers? Other speakers? Director Phillips.
Thank you, Chair Miller. And I just wanted to say that with the District Advisory Council, that this has come to multiple times with all the information that we've been getting and concerns about enrollment due to mobility all across the country. People are moving out of cities in light of this pandemic. I averaged about if you have two families from each school leave due to a schedule change or a bus change, that's closer to that $3 million amount per pupil funding. So this is a very delicate dance that we're playing here in terms of if we're really concerned about our enrollment and keeping things going, especially because this has to do with people's schedules. So, and we've even heard from staff where staff aren't sure if they can keep their kid at an MPS school or if they can continue to teach an MPS school with the different budgets or the different schedules. So I just really want people to understand that this has implications on our revenue model, which is enrollment. So just to consider that when we're voting tonight. Thank you.
Director Simpson, was she in the queue next?
That is correct.
Okay.
So, and I agree with you 100%, Director Phillips, which is why I'm stuck between this rock and hard place. When we first voted on it, I voted to support it. And then, after more consideration, additional, letters from families, I voted against it. Then after the conversation that we had at the beginning where we were talking about just fall and the three-tier busing, how it could set us up in a better place to handle, transportation concerns at that time, made me feel like I should go back to supporting it. So, I apologize for my own indecision and struggling with this issue. I also, as I said before, look at the budget and the amendments that were there, and they're all wonderful, and I want to support all of them and find the money for all of them. So, this is a really hard decision, but I am going to vote in support of it for some of the reasons that I stated.
Okay, other comments? Director Peterson.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I mean, the busing issue has always been a very difficult issue in the city. We've received a lot of criticism for not acting on reducing busing. And I've been at different times on different sides of the issue. I think the people who are most concerned and have the right to be concerned is the schools that are getting an 85-minute change. I don't think I think in schools that have just 15-minute change or whatever, the people are not that concerned. And that's understandable. You get concerned about what affects your life. And so in terms of, I think I would encourage us to vote for this and then do a really expect administration to form a team that's going to really focus on the families from the schools that are most affected and those that have been most critical of our possible change. And I think, though, that this is, I know, I mean, we don't know about next year, next September. I've been convinced from what I heard tonight that having a 3-tier system puts us in a better position to do whatever we're going to have to do than the current system. And this will also, assuming that there eventually is school back to normal in terms of some sort of medical way to end this pandemic, it will also generate $3 million more, or be the equivalent of that for the subsequent years in terms of cost savings. So I encourage people to vote for this and encourage the administration to take a very aggressive approach in contacting families in the politest way possible, and also staff that has a concern, they should also be spoken with. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Simpson's motion to adopt the administration's recommendation for a 3-tiered busing model, seconded by Director Peterson. On the motion as read, Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
No.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
No.
Director Woodward.
Yes.
President Miller.
Yes.
5 ayes, 4 noes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
Mr. Chair, that was the last amendment. The next item set aside is from the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget, the informational overview and action in the 2021 Superintendent's proposed budget. The recommendation is that the board adopt the proposed 2020-21 budget, including the resolutions for the school operations, constructions, and extension funds.
Before we continue with this item, I asked the administration, do you need to have a recess in order to make revisions to the budget resolutions in light of previous action?
Yes.
So we will now take a recess. Madam Chair, please note the time. It's 3 o'clock. And the sooner we can get back together, the better.
Mr. Chair?
Madam
The exact
Secretary.
time is 2:58, and what time would, and as soon as the administration notifies us, we will, actually, if everybody could mute their cameras and check back in 10 minutes.
Yes, that works. Check back in 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. As soon as we have a quorum of the board present, we should be able to log back in.
Is the superintendent ready?
The superintendent is ready. One moment and we will dial back into the system. We are on air.
I want to thank the public for their patience. This has been a long night. This meeting is now back in session. The board was considering adoption of the budget, including the resolutions of the school operations, construction, and extension fund. Madam Secretary, please read the resolutions.
Mr. President, as a reminder, Board Rule 1.14, Parent G, requires a recorded affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board's membership to approve the tax funds for the construction fund. So if it is okay, I will read into the record the school operations fund and the extension fund, and then the board can take action, and then we would actually address the construction fund separately.
Thank you. Please proceed.
School Operations Fund. Resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.46 Wisconsin statutes relating to the School Operations Fund, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that the amount of $1,059,841,085 will be required for the operations of the Milwaukee Public Schools, for the repair and keeping in order of school buildings and equipment, and the making of material improvements to school property during the 2021 fiscal year. In addition, pursuant to actions taken by the Board of School Directors at its regular meeting on September 22nd of 2011, the Board of School Directors is required to advise the Common Council that an amount to be determined will be required for the operations of the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program, and that an amount to be determined will be required for the operations of the Milwaukee Public Schools, and that a total amount to be determined thereof is to be raised by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public Schools purposes in 2021. Pursuant to provisions of Section 65.07, Parent 1, Parent E, Wisconsin statutes, said amount to be raised by tax levy being in addition of the money to be received from state aid, shared taxes, and from other miscellaneous sources. The Extension Fund. Resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.47 Wisconsin statutes relating to the Extension Fund, the Board of School Directors hereby advises the Common Council that the amount of $32,708,590 will be required for the maintenance of playgrounds, recreation centers, and similar activities during the 2021 fiscal year, and that $25,225,000 thereof is to be raised by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public Schools purposes in 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 65.07, Parent 1, Parent G of Wisconsin statutes. Said amount being required in addition to other miscellaneous sources. And before you take the vote, the administration has requested to speak.
Dr. Posley.
President Miller and members of the board, we have balanced the budget, but however, there were some moves that we had to make, and we want to make the board aware of it before the vote. And at this time, I will have Martha to bring us up to speed of where we're at.
President Miller, members of the board, Martha Kreitzman, Chief Financial Officer. We chose to use carryover funding from Title I to fund the parent coordinators full-time The parent coordinators are currently funded in Title I, so it would align to that funding. And that was the 1.193158, $1,193,158. And then there was the early retirement window that needed to be funded. And we took that from various lines in the referendum. So I want you to be aware of that. From the early childhood class size, we reduced the FTEs to 15, and we took a total of 1.9 million from that line, and then took money from the next lines to culturally relevant curriculum and materials. 542,301 we took out, leaving 612,699. We took money from the furniture, and that came to 185,000 that we took, so there's 500,000 left. And we took half of the culturally relevant growth mindset professional development, so there that was 250,000. Then on the next part, we added the amount for the early retirement window into the attracting and retaining staff for the 7.4 million. We reduced the stand-up funding for schools by the whole amount, the 2 million. We reduced materials and travel for human resources by the whole amount. And then if you go down further to materials and supplies under supportive services or support staff, we took that down to 250,000 from 500,000. Then we reduced some various lines under advanced academics. The materials we took out, I'm sorry, this just moved on me. $169,486. The professional development, $115,257. And out of career and tech ed, the refitting of classrooms, we took out $300,000.
What about the 1 million from travel? I didn't hear it.
And then we used the 3 million from transportation also to help balance. And
the 1 million.
Yeah, I think I said that already, didn't I? Yes, I did. And that was it. And we can get you an updated copy of what that all looks like.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Chair Miller. So were those adjustments solely for the early retirement window, or is that all encompassing with the other things that also passed? Because there were other items that, like the salary and steps that we just passed for the 2.5 million, the 1.2 million for the $15 an hour. Was that included in that, or are we being presented with something else for that? Or did I miss the original funding mechanisms for those?
President Miller, Director Phillips, that was all encompassing. So all the changes came to about 11.1 million, and that includes everything.
Thank you.
So Director Phillips, remember that's the school operations fund and the extension fund. So it includes all of that. So it's encompasses everything. Any other questions? Not seeing any. What's the formality at this point, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we do need a motion to approve adoption of the budget inclusive of the school operations and extension fund.
Can I get a
So move.
we have a second. Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed the second.
Director Woodward seconded it.
Okay.
Please call the roll.
On Director Baez's motion to adopt the FY21 budget, seconded by Director Woodward, inclusive of the school operations and extension funds. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
What is the pleasure of the board regarding the resolution? Regard to the resolution regarding the construction fund. If you would please read into the record the proposed construction fund.
The proposed construction fund resolution reads as follows. Resolved that pursuant to the provisions of section 119.48 Wisconsin statutes, the Board of School Directors hereby notifies the Common Council that the amount of $6,637,203 will be required for the 2021 fiscal year construction fund budget purposes, and that it is to provide, $6,637,203 will be required for the 2021 fiscal year construction fund budget purposes, and that it is to provide in accordance with section 65.07 parent 1 parent F Wisconsin statutes $5,511,274 by a tax levy on all real and personal property in the city of Milwaukee, subject to taxation for Milwaukee Public Schools purposes in 2021, said amount to be in addition to the money received from other miscellaneous sources.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I need a motion to adopt the construction fund. Director Baez made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second, Director Woodward. Any discussion? Any questions? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Baez's motion to adopt the budget inclusive of the construction fund, seconded by Director Woodward, as read into the record. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
I would like to thank the administration for its work on the FY 2021 budget. We now have a budget. Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Yes, Mr. President, we have 2 items of regular business. The first item is the report of the board's delegates. And the first report is that of the board's delegate to the Head Start Policy Council.
The report is before you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
The next item is a report of the president of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
I did not do a report this month. I will double up next month. Item 2, excuse me. Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
We have no new business for referral, and we have no communications. Mr. President, we do have 2 resolutions. The first resolution is the resolution 2021-R-001 by Director O'Halloran to call on federal leaders to allocate stabilization funds in light of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Director O'Halloran. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Madam Secretary, what is the next resolution?
The next resolution is Resolution 2021-R-002 by Director Miller on advancing the goal of equity in MPS.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. Madam Secretary, what is the next resolution?
That was the last resolution for introduction tonight.
What is the next item of business?
Mr. President, that was the last item on tonight's agenda.
There being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned. I want to thank all of you for making it through this night. Oh my goodness. This is actually, Director Woodward and I went till 3:30 and it's past 3. This is the latest we've ever gone since I've been on the board. We went to 3:30 one night. I don't know when it was, but you guys are troopers. Thank you so much.
Nobody's looking this way.
Thanks to you and thanks to
Good night, all.
Good night, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you. Oh,
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Posley.
President Miller, members of the board, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the budget staff and the entire administration for all of their support through this process, as well as the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. Thanks for your support, and we know that this budget will move forward for young people in the city of Milwaukee, and in particular the Milwaukee Public Schools. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Try to
sir.
get some rest, you guys.
Oh my goodness.
I'm still drinking coffee.
We're drinking water.
Good night.